The morning started with a man on fire in front of Finnian Lockwood's shop. Not metaphorically on fire either. Actual flames, bright orange and roaring, shooting 3 feet off his shoulders like a pair of angry wings. Our boy Finnian just stands in the doorway, holding his morning tea, watching a city guard sprint up and down the cobblestones while his chainmail glows cherry red. Garrett, the guard, isn't screaming in pain. He's laughing. Giggling, actually, like a kid who just found his birthday present 3 weeks early. The flames don't burn him at all, and every time he waves his arms, little sparks rain down on the street and make the cobblestones sizzle. A crowd's already gathering, because of course it is. You don't see a man in full plate armor double jumping over a fruit cart every day. Garrett clears the cart by a solid 6 feet, lands on the edge of the fountain, and pumps his fist at the sky. The fruit vendor just stares, a half-peeled orange frozen in his hand. That's the firebrand elixir, Finnian mutters to himself, taking a sip of his tea. Right. Should have mentioned the emotional side effects. See, here's the thing about Finnian Lockwood. He used to be the mage for the most famous hero party in the kingdom. Thaddeus the Paladin, Lily the Saint, the whole legendary lineup, and Finnian right there in the back, brewing potions that could turn the tide of any battle. And he walked away from all of it, not because he was weak, not because he was scared, because he realized something the rest of them never figured out. Being a hero is a terrible business model. You risk your life, you save the world. And what do you get? A pat on the back and a repair bill for your robes. So Finnian did the logical thing and opened a potion shop instead. No demons, no dungeons, no Thaddeus giving him lectures about duty and sacrifice, just a cozy little storefront on Heron Street. A sign that says Lockwood's elixirs in gold leaf, and a steady flow of customers who want to buy his genius. The only catch is that Finnian's potions aren't exactly subtle. Never have been. Never will be. Back in the hero party, Thaddeus used to say that a potion from Finnian was like being hit in the face with a miracle. You got exactly what you asked for. And then about 40% more on top of that. Garrett, the guard currently on fire in front of the shop, is living proof. Finnian steps outside just as Garrett backflips off the fountain. A move that, by the way, the man couldn't do yesterday, and lands in a crouch on the cobblestones. His chainmail's still glowing, but the flames are finally starting to die down, shrinking from roaring wings to lazy little flickers around his shoulders. Garrett looks up, eyes wide and sparkling, and points at Finnian. You, he shouts, loud enough that the whole street hears it, are the greatest mage who ever lived. Finnian takes another sip of his tea. I know. I just ran from the city gate to the eastern wall and back in 40 seconds. That's very fast. I could have gone faster. Garrett's practically vibrating. There were stairs in the way, the crowd murmurs. Someone at the back mutters something about the guard barracks being on the other side of the city. And a few people start doing the mental math. That's 3 miles, at least, in under a minute. On foot, in chainmail. Show them the jump again, Finnian says, because he knows how to put on a demonstration when one falls in his lap. Garrett grins, crouches, and launches himself straight up. 20 feet. 20 feet straight into the air, like gravity forgot he existed. The crowd gasps. A woman drops her bread. Somebody's dog starts barking. Garrett comes down in a perfect superhero landing, cracks the cobblestone under his boots, and throws both arms wide like he just won an arena championship. Finnian finishes his tea and sets the cup on the windowsill. And just like that, he's got new customers lining up. A blacksmith wants something for strength. A courier wants something for speed. A nervous young man in the back won't say what he wants. But Finnian can guess, and honestly, he's been working on an elixir for that too. The morning rush hits, and Finnian gets to work. His shop is a masterpiece of organized chaos, shelves from floor to ceiling, each one crammed with jars and vials and bottles of every shape and size, liquid in colors that shouldn't exist, ingredients hanging from the rafters like strange fruit, fried phoenix feather, powdered moonstone, essence of something he probably shouldn't name without a permit. Clara, his apprentice, isn't here yet. She's got morning classes at the Mage Academy, poor girl. So Finnian handles the counter himself, taking orders, asking questions, scribbling notes on little scraps of parchment. He sells the blacksmith a strength of 10 draft, which turns the man's handshake into a minor structural event for the counter he leans on. He sells the courier a windstep vial, and the guy's out the door and 10 blocks away before the bell above the frame stops jingling. The nervous young man gets a quiet confidence elixir, and Finnian, very gently, very carefully does not ask what it's for. That's the secret to running a potion shop. You don't judge, you don't pry. You just brew and sell, and let the customers figure out the rest. Of course, when your potions are this strong, people tend to make a scene. Garrett's still outside, by the way, demonstrating his new agility to a group of off-duty guards who've come to see what all the noise is about. He's juggling 3 flaming swords. 2 of them are his. The third one belongs to his captain, who does not look happy about it. Finnian watches through the shop window, and for a moment, he lets himself enjoy it. The chaos, the excitement, the sheer ridiculous joy of seeing someone use his work and be thrilled by it. This is why he quit the hero part. Not for money, not for peace and quiet, though those are nice, but for this. For the look on Garrett's face when he realizes he can jump higher than a dragon's wing, can run faster than a galloping horse, can hold fire in his bare hands and not feel a thing except warm. That's the problem with being the mage for a hero party. No one ever stops to appreciate the potions. A potion that lets you punch through a demon's hide? Thaddeus would chug it, do the punching, and then lecture Finnian about how it didn't last long enough. A healing draft that closes a fatal wound in seconds? Lily would touch her holy symbol and claim it was divine intervention. Not once did any of them say thank you, and Finnian didn't need the gratitude. Exactly, but he needed to be seen. He needed someone to look at the thing he made and understand what it meant. Garrett gets it. Garrett, still on fire, still juggling swords, catches Finnian's eye through the window and gives him a thumbs up so enthusiastic that it leaves a little trail of flame in the air. Finnian waves back, and the morning is good. The morning is great, actually, right up until it isn't. Because all that chaos, all that noise, all that fire, it attracts attention. And not just from customers. A woman's pushing through the crowd now, her robes dark green and perfectly pressed. Her silver hair pulled back in a severe bun that says she hasn't laughed since approximately the previous century. She stops in front of Garrett, who's still juggling, and watches the flaming swords trace their arcs against the morning sky. Her expression does not change. Behind her, 2 assistants in matching robes are scribbling furiously on clipboards. Morgue. Finnian says the name like it's something stuck to his shoe. Morgue. Morgana Duskwoven, to be formal about it, the owner of Duskwoven Tonics, 3 blocks east, the second biggest potion shop in the city, and the first biggest thorn in Finnian's side. She's been glaring at his shop since the day he opened it, and she's gotten progressively less subtle about it as his business has grown. Right now, she's staring at Garrett like he's a math problem she can't solve. Flame brand elixir, she says, and her voice cuts through the street noise like a knife. I've never seen a firebrand elixir do that. Garrett catches all 3 swords, 2 in his hands, 1 balanced on the toe of his boot, and grins at her. It's amazing, right? It's excessive. Morg's eyes slide from Garrett to the shop window, and Finnian is suddenly very aware that he's standing there with an empty teacup and a smile that's maybe a little too satisfied. Energy projection, thermal immunity, enhanced musculature, that's 3 separate potion effects in a single dose. 4. Finnian calls through the window. There's a mild euphoria component, makes you feel really good about yourself. I'll take your word for it. Morg doesn't come inside, but she doesn't leave either. She stands there in the street, watching the crowd, watching the shop. Her assistants scribbling away like they're documenting a crime scene. And Finnian knows exactly what she's doing. She's taking notes. Morg's shop sells perfectly adequate potions. Nothing special, nothing dangerous, nothing that'll make you backflip over a fountain in front of your boss. And she's never understood how Finnian's brewing works. She thinks there's a secret formula, a hidden technique, something she can copy if she just watches closely enough. What she doesn't understand, what she'll never understand, is that Finnian doesn't follow recipes. He has ideas, inspirations that hit him like lightning. One-of-a-kind combinations that pop into his head fully formed. And when he brews them, they work, but only once. He can't replicate them. He can't explain them. He can't teach anyone else to do what he does. And he definitely can't give Morg what she wants, which is his entire business on a silver platter. She's been trying to reverse engineer his potions for months, and she hasn't gotten close. The firebrand elixir that turned Garrett into a human firework? That recipe existed for exactly 1 batch, and that batch is already sold. Tomorrow, Finnian will wake up with a completely different idea in his head, and he'll brew that instead. Morg gives him one last look, cold, calculating. The kind of look that promises she's not done. And then she turns on her heel and walks away, her assistants scrambling after her. The crowd starts to thin out. Garrett's flames finally go out, and he's left standing in the middle of the street, chainmail smoking faintly, a huge grin still plastered across his face. His captain takes the 3rd sword back and says something Finnian can't hear, but the tone is definitely not impressed. Worth it, Garrett announces, loud enough for everyone to catch. He gives Finnian a salute. 1 guard to 1 mage. The closest thing to a thank you that the man can manage without words, and then marches off toward the barracks, his boots leaving little scorched prints on the cobblestones. Finnian watches him go, watches the last of the crowd break up and drift back to their own business. Watches Morg's retreating figure vanish around a corner. The morning's good energy has curdled into something a little more complicated. Garrett just made a spectacle of himself in front of half the city. He did a superhero landing, crushed a cobblestone, and juggled flaming swords in front of his commanding officer. That's going to have consequences. For Garrett, sure, but also for Finny. Because when people see a guard sprint across the entire city in 40 seconds, they don't just think about the guard. They think about the potion that made it possible. And they think about the man who sold it. Finnian steps back inside the shop and closes the door behind it. His teacup is empty, his counter is covered in order slips, and somewhere in the distance, he can still hear Garrett's voice booming with laughter. The peace and quiet he came here for feels a little further away than it did an hour ago. He looks at the row of vials on his shelf. Strength of 10, wind step, quiet confidence. And he knows, in the back of his mind, that trouble's coming. It always does when his potions get noticed. The hero party notice. The nobles notice. And eventually, the kind of people you really don't want noticing will start paying attention too. Finnian sighs, picks up his empty cup, and heads to the back room to start brewing something new before the next rush hits. The shop bell jingles behind him. Finnian Lockwood? A voice he doesn't recognize, low and smooth and a little too careful. He turns around. A man in a long gray coat stands just inside the doorway, hood still pulled up despite the morning sun. In his gloved hands, he's holding a small leather pouch. I heard you sell potions that can do things no one else's can, the stranger says. I have a very specific request. Finnian sets down his teacup. Outside, the last of Garrett's scorched footprints is still smoking faintly on the cobblestones. And somewhere across the city, Morg is writing down everything she saw. Here's the thing our boy doesn't know yet. Not fully. Not in a way he's ready to admit, but somewhere in the world, far beyond this little street, the Demon King just heard about a mage who sells fire in a bottle. Trouble's already on its way. The stranger's hood stays up, shadows swallowing his face. Finnian doesn't invite him in. He just leans against the counter, teacup in hand, and waits. You're the potion maker, the man says. It's not a question. I've been called worse, Finnian says. The man steps forward, the door swinging shut behind him with a soft click. His boots leave damp prints on the floorboards. It didn't rain this morning, so wherever he's been, it wasn't local. He sets the leather pouch on the counter between them. It lands with a weight that suggests coins, and a lot of them. I need something that makes a man invisible, the stranger says. Finnian glances at the pouch, then back at the hood. Invisible how? Completely unseen? Or just really easy to ignore? Unseen. Untraceable. The kind of potion that makes you a ghost. Finnian takes a slow sip of his tea. He's heard this pitch before. Back in the hero party, Thaddeus used to ask for the same thing before every big raid. Sneak into the enemy camp, slit the commander's throat, slip out before anyone notices. Clean, efficient, and absolutely not the kind of work Finnian wants to enable from a shop counter. Can't do it, he says. The stranger's hood tilts slightly. I haven't told you the price yet. Doesn't matter. Invisibility potions are a nightmare to brew. They last about 90 seconds if you're lucky, and the side effects include vomiting up your own shadow. A pause. Literally. You cough up a black puddle shaped like yourself. It's very disturbing. The stranger doesn't laugh. Tough crowd. I don't need 90 seconds, he says. I need 5 minutes. And I need a vacation, but we don't always get what we want. Finnian sets his teacup down and pushes the pouch back across the counter. I'm not selling you an invisibility potion. Find another mage. There isn't another mage who can do what you do. Flattering, but the answer's still no. The stranger doesn't take the pouch. Instead, he reaches into his coat and pulls out something else. A small glass vial, empty, with a familiar amber residue crusted along the bottom. Finnian recognizes it instantly. That's one of his. Not from today's batch, older, maybe 6 months back, from the last time he brewed a perception-sharpening elixir for a hunter who wanted to track a wyvern through the ironwood. How did you get that? Finnian asks. A friend of a friend. Said it let him see in the dark like it was noon. Tracked a monster through 50 miles of caves and never lost the trail. Sounds about right. Said he'd pay anything for another. Finnian crosses his arms. And you're here on his behalf? I'm here on my behalf. I want the invisibility potion. If you won't sell it to me, sell me something else. Something that'll get me through a locked door and past a dozen guards. The request lands like a stone in a still pond. Finnian doesn't react, not visibly. But internally, he's doing the math. A locked door, a dozen guards, an untraceable man in a gray coat who won't show his face. This isn't a hunter tracking game through the woods. This is something else entirely.
Let me guess.
Finnian says.
You can't tell me what you need it for.
Correct. Because it's dangerous, illegal, or both. The stranger says nothing.
You realize that makes it harder to sell you anything, right?
I've got a reputation to maintain. You sold a guard a potion that set him on fire in the middle of the street.
I don't think discretion is your primary concern.
Fair point. Finnian can still smell the faint, scorched cobblestone tang drifting through the open window. And somewhere across the city, Garrett is probably getting yelled at by his captain for the sword juggling incident, which means the potion's effects are still very much on everyone's mind. I could brew you something, Finnian says slowly, but not invisibility.
And not untraceable.
You want stealth? Fine. I'll give you something that muffles your footsteps, dulls your scent, makes you harder to spot in low light.
Nothing that makes you a ghost.
Nothing that lets you walk through walls. How long? 20 minutes, maybe 30.
Enough to get in and out if you're quick.
But if you get caught, it's your problem. I don't sell guarantees. The stranger considers this.
His gloved fingers tap once against the empty vial.
Brew it. Payment first. The pouch slides back across the counter. Finnian doesn't open it.
He doesn't need to.
The weight is enough to tell him it's more than fair. I'll be back in 2 hours, the stranger says.
And then he's gone.
The door swinging shut behind him, his damp footprints the only proof he was ever there.
Finnian stares at the pouch for a long moment.
Then he looks at the row of vials on his shelf. Strength of 10, wind step, quiet confidence, and the empty slot where Firebrand used to sit.
His potions are getting noticed by exactly the wrong kind of people.
He knows it. He's known it since Garrett started backflipping off fountains.
But knowing it and doing something about it are two very different things.
He picks up the pouch, weighs it in his palm, and heads to the back room.
The brewing table is exactly how he left it.
Cluttered with glassware, scattered herbs, a half-empty jar of powdered moonstone,
and 3 different stirring rods
because he keeps losing them and finding them in weird places.
Finnian sets the pouch aside
and pulls out a fresh set of vials. Stealth potion. Something that muffles footsteps and dulls scent.
He's brewed this before, or something close to it.
The inspiration hits him the way it always does. A sudden flash. A combination of ingredients that shouldn't work together but somehow will.
Crushed shadow moss.
Distilled rainwater collected during a new moon.
Powdered owl feather.
Not the flight feathers, the soft, downy ones near the chest. Single drop of extract of silence, which is exactly as dramatic as it sounds and costs a small fortune. He starts grinding, measuring, heating. The work absorbs him the way it always does. The shop, the stranger, the pouch of coins. All of it fades into the background.
There's just the ingredients,
the flame, the slow transformation of base components into something more. An hour passes. Maybe more.
Finnian loses track.
When the potion finishes, it's a pale silver color, almost translucent, with a faint shimmer that moves against the light. He holds it up to the window and watches the way it catches the sun. Perfect. Not invisibility, not untraceable, but close enough to get a desperate man through a locked door and past a dozen guards. Whether that's a good thing or not, Finnian still hasn't decided. The shop bell jingles. He steps back into the front room, expecting the stranger in the gray coat. Instead, he finds Clara. She's standing just inside the doorway, a little out of breath, her hair escaping from its braid, and a smudge of something purple on her cheek. "Mr. Lockwood," she says, "I have a problem." "Clara, it's Finnian. We've been over this." "Right, Finnian, sorry." She takes a deep breath and holds up an empty jar. "I tried to brew a simple healing draft."
The one from the beginner's guide.
And I don't know what I did wrong, but it turned into a solid. A solid. A very solid solid. Like a rock. I can't get it out of the jar. She holds it out for inspection. Finnian takes the jar and peers inside.
There's definitely something in there.
A pale green lump that glistens faintly, entirely filling the bottom third of the glass.
He taps it against the counter.
The lump doesn't move. "That's impressively wrong," he says.
That good or bad?
"It's fascinating, which is usually better than either." Clara's shoulders slump a little.
The book said it was supposed to be a liquid,
a pale green liquid that glows slightly.
I followed every step exactly.
"Show me the steps." She pulls a crumpled piece of paper from her apron pocket.
Finnian reads it,
and almost immediately, he spots the problem. "You used moon petal extract instead of moon petal essence. Is there a difference?" Essence is the distilled magical component.
Extract is the whole plant, ground up and suspended in oil.
It's about 10 times more concentrated, and it reacts with powdered silverite by turning into that. He taps the jar again.
The lump is starting to expand.
Clara stares at it with dawning horror. Is it supposed to do that? No, it's definitely not supposed to do that. Finnian sets the jar on the counter and takes a cautious step back. The lump continues to swell, pressing against the glass from the inside. Hairline cracks start to spiderweb across the surface. Get behind the counter, Finnian says. Clara doesn't need to be told twice. She scrambles over the counter, impressive agility for someone with flower petals in her hair, and crouches down beside him just as the jar explodes. Green goo splatters everywhere. The ceiling, the shelves, the row of carefully labeled vials. A glob lands on Finnian's teacup and immediately begins crystallizing into something that looks disturbingly like quartz. Clara peeks over the edge of the counter. I'm really sorry. Finnian surveys the damage. His shop looks like a swamp monster sneezed on every available surface. The green goo is already hardening, which means cleaning it off is going to be a nightmare. And his teacup is now a decorative paperweight. You know, he says thoughtfully, I did something similar when I was your age. Clara blinks. Really? Worse, actually. I was trying to brew a fire resistance potion. Used salamander scales instead of dragon's breath extract. Set my mentor's workshop on fire. Burned down half the building. Half the building? The other half survived. It smelled like burnt lizard for months. Clara looks at the green goo slowly crystallizing on the ceiling, then back at Finnian. So this is normal? This is learning. You tried something. You made a mistake. And now you know why moon petal extract and moon petal essence are not the same thing. He grabs a rag from under the counter and tosses it to her. You also now know that cleaning up after a failed potion is part of the job. Congratulations, you're getting the full experience. She catches the rag and stares at it for a second. Then slowly, a smile breaks through the anxiety on her face. Does this mean I can keep trying? Even after this? Clara, if I gave up every time one of my potions did something I didn't expect, I'd have quit before I turned 15. Finnian picks up a second rag and starts scraping green crystals off the nearest shelf. The only way to get better is to keep brewing. So yes, you can keep trying. In fact, I'd be disappointed if you stopped. Clara's smile widens. She attacks the goo on the counter with more enthusiasm than strictly necessary. For a few minutes, they work in companionable silence. Scrape, wipe, scrape. The green crystals come off easier than Finnian expected, which is a small mercy. Most of the vials on the shelf are still intact. The goo mostly hit the glass, not the contents. His teacup, on the other hand, is a lost cause. He'll mourn it later. Mr. Lockwood, Finnian, Clara corrects herself. Can I ask you something? Go ahead. Why did you leave the hero party? Finnian's hand pauses mid-scrape. That's a bigger question than she probably realizes. He could give her the short answer, the one he gives everyone, about hero work being a terrible business model and running a shop being more stable. But Clara's looking at him with genuine curiosity, not just idle gossip. She actually wants to know. I left, he says, because I realized I was more useful here. Here? In a potion shop? In a potion shop. On a street. In a city full of people who need potions for everyday problems. He gestures at the shelf behind him. Back in the hero party, I brewed for 4 people. Thaddeus, Lily, a rogue who never talked, and a warrior who kept breaking his sword. Everything I made was for combat. Offense, defense, survival. It was all about fighting and killing, and barely surviving the next big threat. He sets the rag down. Then one day, I brewed a potion for a farmer, not an adventurer, just a man with a horse that had gone lame. Gave him something that would strengthen the horse's leg. And do you know what happened? Clara shakes her head. He cried, right there in front of me. Because that one potion let him keep his farm running, let him feed his family. It wasn't about slaying dragons or defeating demon kings. It was about helping one person solve one real problem. And that's what you want to do? Help people? That's what I want to do, one potion at a time. Clara is quiet for a moment. Then she says, softly, that's very noble. Don't tell Thaddeus. He'll get ideas. She laughs, a quick, surprised sound, and goes back to scraping crystals. But Finnian can see something shifting behind her eyes. She's thinking about what he said, really thinking about it. And that's when Finnian sees the potential. Clara made a mistake, a big, messy, green goo everywhere mistake. But she kept going. She didn't give up. She came to him for help. She wanted to learn. That's rare. Most people, when faced with a failed potion that explodes all over the ceiling, would quit, walk away, decide brewing wasn't for them. Clara didn't do that. She picked up a rag and started cleaning. And in that moment, Finnian realizes something.
He can't keep doing this alone. His potions are getting noticed. The shop is getting busier.
Garrett's demonstration brought in customers, but it also brought in attention. Morg's attention, the stranger's attention, and eventually,
The attention of people who won't just ask politely for a potion.
he needs help.
He needs someone who can brew the basics while he handles the complicated stuff.
Someone who can watch the shop when he needs to gather ingredients.
Someone who doesn't just want to learn, but actually has the patience and the stubbornness to stick with it.
Someone like Clara. The thought settles into his mind and refuses to leave. "Clara," he says. She looks up. "How would you feel about learning to brew properly?"
Not from a beginner's guide, from me.
Her eyes go wide. "You mean an apprenticeship?" "More like a trial period.
You come in a few days a week.
I teach you what I know. You stop turning healing drafts into expanding goo. Eventually,
In exchange, you help around the shop.
stock shelves. Handle the customers who just want something simple.
Keep the place from descending into chaos."
Clara sets down her rag. Her expression is caught somewhere between disbelief and joy.
You're serious?
Serious enough to risk my teacups over it. She looks around the shop, at the green crystals still glinting on the ceiling,
The row of potions on the shelf,
at Finnian himself, leaning against the counter with his arms crossed and his expression carefully neutral.
You really think I can learn?
I think you already are learning. You just need someone to tell you the difference between extract and essence before you blow up another jar. That was one jar. One very
Impressive jar.
I'm still finding goo on the ceiling. Clara laughs again, and this time it's less surprised, more genuine. "Okay," she says. "Yes,
Yes, I want to learn.
good.
Because I have a feeling things are about to get busy around here.
And isn't that the understatement of the year?" Finnian glances over at the window, where the morning sun is still streaming in, and catches sight of a figure in a gray coat approaching the shop.
The stranger.
Right on time. "First lesson," Finnian says, handing Clara the silver potion he brewed. "Sometimes people come in asking for things they shouldn't have. Your job is to smile, hand them the potion,
And take their money without asking too many questions.
that doesn't sound like a very ethical lesson. It's a practical one.
We can do ethics next week.
The shop bell jingles. The stranger steps inside, glances at Clara, then fixes his attention on Finnian.
Is it ready?
Finnian takes the silver potion from Clara and holds it up. Muffles footsteps, dulls scent, makes you harder to spot in shadow.
20 minutes, maybe 30.
Not invisibility, not untraceable, but it'll do the job. The stranger reaches for it. Finnian pulls it back.
One condition.
The stranger's hand stops midair. "I don't want to know what you're doing with this. I don't want to know who you are. If anyone comes to my door asking about a silver potion and a man in a gray coat, I'm going to tell them exactly what I know, which is nothing useful."
Because you're not giving me anything useful.
"Understood. Then we're done." Finnian hands over the vial.
The stranger tucks it into his coat.
Turns and walks out. The door swings shut. The shop is quiet again. Clara stares at the closed door.
Who was that?
No idea. And I'm happier that way. That seems like an unusual business model. It's a very specialized business model.
We sell potions.
We don't sell information, and we definitely don't sell guarantees. He picks up the pouch of coins the stranger left behind. He forgot about it earlier, the chaos of the exploding jar, and weighs it in his palm. Heavy. Very heavy. Enough to cover the cost of a new teacup, plus a few dozen more. Also, he adds, we apparently make enough money to deal with a little mystery. Clara nods, still looking a bit bewildered.
But she doesn't ask any more questions.
Smart girl. She's learning already. The rest of the morning passes without incident. No more exploding jars.
No more strangers in gray coats.
No further consequences from Garrett's public display of pyrotechnics. At least, none that reach the shop directly. Clara spends an hour carefully rereading the beginner's guide while Finnian tidies up the remaining green crystals. She mutters the ingredient lists under her breath, frowning in concentration. It's actually kind of adorable. By noon, the shop is clean again. The green goo has been scraped off every surface. The ruined jar has been thrown out. Finnian's new teacup, borrowed from the back room, slightly chipped but functional, is full of fresh tea. Clara has moved on from reading to actually practicing. She's brewing a simple healing draft again, this time under Finnian's supervision, with moon petal essence instead of extract. Ingredients are important, Finnian says, watching her stir the mixture. But technique matters just as much. You can have the perfect recipe and still ruin it if you stir too fast or too slow. What's the right speed? That depends on the potion. For a healing draft, It's a slow, steady stir. Clockwise, always clockwise. If you switch directions, the magic destabilizes. Clara adjusts her stirring immediately. Her concentration is absolute. Finnian recognizes that look. It's the same one he used to have, back when he was an apprentice. Hunched over his mentor's brewing table with a list of ingredients and a prayer that nothing would explode. So far, so good. The liquid in the cauldron is a pale green, the right shade, the right consistency. A faint glow is starting to build at the edges. This looks right, Clara says, barely breathing the words. It does. Now keep stirring. Another 2 minutes, then take it off the heat. She nods. Her hand doesn't waver. The glow intensifies, then stabilizes. After exactly 2 minutes, she lifts the cauldron off the flame and sets it carefully on the cooling rack. The liquid inside shimmers with gentle light. A perfect, simple healing draft. Clara stares at it. I did it. You did it. I actually did it. She looks like she might cry. Or laugh. Or both. Finnian claps her on the shoulder. You're officially a potion brewer. One that doesn't explode even. It's just a simple healing draft. Every master brewer started with a simple healing draft. You're in good company. Clara grins, a wide, delighted grin that transforms her whole face. And in that moment, Finnian knows he made the right decision. She's going to be good at this, maybe even great. And when the trouble comes, because trouble is definitely coming, in the form of Morg and Thaddeus and the Demon King and whoever else wants a piece of his potions, he won't be facing it alone. He'll have Clara, an apprentice who turned a potion into a solid, laughed about it, and then came back for more. The kind of apprentice who doesn't quit just because things get messy. Finnian looks around his shop, clean now, organized, the afternoon sun streaming through the window, and feels something he hasn't felt in a while. Hope. Quiet, cautious, carefully tucked away behind layers of pragmatic detachment. But there. All right, he says, let's see if you can do it twice. Consistency is what separates the good brewers from the lucky ones. Clara doesn't hesitate. She reaches for another set of ingredients. The afternoon stretches on, filled with the soft sounds of stirring and the faint, magical glow of potions taking shape. Finnian drinks his slightly chipped tea, and for the first time since he opened the shop, he starts to think that maybe, just maybe, this whole thing is going to work out after all. Shop bell jingles again. Finnian looks up. A courier in a bright blue uniform stands in the doorway, holding a sealed letter with the unmistakable wax crest of the Adventurers Guild. Message for Finnian Lockwood, the courier says, from Guildmaster Magnus. Finnian takes the letter with a sinking feeling. So much for quiet hope. He breaks the seal and reads. It's an invitation, a formal invitation to discuss a partnership opportunity between the Adventurers Guild and Lockwood's elixirs, signed by Magnus himself, with an appointment for tomorrow morning. Finnian looks at Clara, who's watching him with a curious expression. Second lesson, he says. When the guildmaster wants to talk, it's never just a friendly chat. Is that bad? It's not good. He sets the letter on the counter. The pouch from the stranger is still there, heavy with coins. The shop is clean. Clara is learning. Business is booming. And now, the Adventurers Guild wants a piece of it. Finnian sighs. Get some rest tonight, he tells Clara. Tomorrow might be a long day. Outside, the sun is still shining. But somewhere in the distance, Finnian can hear the faint rumble of thunder. Storm is coming, and the Demon King hasn't even made his move yet. Finnian drinks the last of his tea and starts planning for the morning. He's going to need a lot more potions, and maybe a very large umbrella. The afternoon sun is still warm. Clara has already started her second simple healing draft. Her hands move with more confidence now. The stirring is smooth. The glow is steady. Finnian watches from his stool, sipping tea from the chipped cup. Not bad for a girl who turned her last potion into a solid brick. She finishes the brew, lifts it off the flame, and sets it on the cooling rack. The liquid shimmers exactly the way it should. 2 for 2. Clara turns to him with the biggest grin on her face. So? Finnian peers into the cauldron, nods once. Consistent. She practically vibrates with excitement. That means I'm good, right? It means you're not lucky. He sets his teacup down. It means you actually learned something. Clara pumps her fist. Then she does a little spin. Petals from her hair drift onto the counter. Finnian pretends not to notice the mess. He's too busy feeling something suspiciously close to pride. All right, apprentice, clean your station. Her eyes go wide. Apprentice? You made 2 successful healing drafts in a row. You cleaned up your own explosion without complaining. He shrugs. You're hired, if you want the job. She wants the job. She definitely wants the job. Clara practically tackles him with a hug. Finnian stiffens. Physical affection was not in the job description,
But he pats her shoulder awkwardly and lets it happen.
this is his life now. Hugs from enthusiastic flower girls. He could do worse.
First official duty, he says,
Gently prying her off. Restock the moon petal jars.
essence, not extract.
I know! She's already moving toward the ingredient shelves. She knows where everything is.
She's been paying attention for weeks.
Finnian leans against the counter and drinks his tea. It's almost too easy.
A good apprentice who learns fast and doesn't complain.
Something's bound to go wrong. Probably soon. Probably dramatically. And sure enough,
The door opens.
and in walks the gray stranger. Right on time. The man moves the same way he did before. Quiet steps. Careful glances.
Predator's awareness of every shadow in the room.
His gloved hand closes the door softly behind him. The potion, he says. No hello. No small talk.
Finnian sets his teacup down.
Slides a wooden box across the counter. The stranger opens it. Inside, nestled in black velvet, is the vial. Pale silver liquid. Almost translucent. A faint shimmer that moves against the light. Shadow moss base, Finnian says. New moon rainwater.
Owl down feathers.
Extract of silence. The stranger's eyes don't leave the vial. It muffles footsteps, dulls your scent.
Makes you harder to spot in low light.
And the duration? 25 minutes. Maybe 30 if you're lucky. The stranger tilts the vial, watches the silver liquid swirl. You didn't ask what it was for. I don't want to know. The stranger's mouth twitches. Almost a smile. Almost.
Smart man.
He pockets the box, turns toward the door, pauses with one hand on the handle. You'll see me again. I figured. The bell jingles.
The door closes.
And he's gone. Clara comes out from behind the shelves.
He's holding 3 jars of moon petal
Essence and looking toward the door with wide eyes. Who was that? No idea. He's
intense.
He paid in advance. That's all that matters. Clara sets the jars on the counter. She's clearly curious, but she doesn't press.
Another point in her favor.
The rest of the afternoon is quiet. Clara practices 3 more healing drafts. All of them come out perfect. Finnian brews a batch of Windstep for the courier, who will probably be back next week. The shop smells like moon petals and crushed herbs, and the faint metallic tang of magic. It's peaceful. It's exactly what Finnian wanted when he left the hero party. No monsters. No demon lords. No Thaddeus giving inspirational speeches about destiny.
Just potions.
Just tea. Just the quiet hum of a shop that's doing well. But of course, peace never lasts. The next morning, Finnian wakes early. Clara arrives at dawn with fresh bread from the bakery 3 streets over. She's already wearing an apron, already got flower petals in her hair.
Already ready to work.
Morning, boss. I'm not your boss, I'm your mentor. Morning, mentor boss. Finnian sighs. They open the shop together. First customer of the day is the nervous young man from before, the one who bought quiet confidence. He walks in with his shoulders back and his chin up. He's not nervous anymore. Sir, he says,
I wanted to thank you.
Finnian looks up from his ledger. The potion worked? I asked my boss for a raise.
He said yes.
Congratulations. I asked the girl at the bakery out. She said yes too. That's
A lot of yes.
I asked my landlord to fix the leaking roof. He said yes. Finnian blinks.
That potion wasn't supposed to last more than a day.
The young man grins. I think it stuck around. Clara snorts behind the counter. Finnian rubs his temples. One-of-a-kind potions. Always a surprise. Always about 40% more than you asked for.
I'm happy for you, Finnian says.
I think. The young man buys 3 more potions. Strength of 10, Windstep, and something new. A clear mind elixir for his landlord, who apparently needs help making better decisions. Finnian sells them all. Clara scribbles the transactions in the ledger. Her handwriting is still messy, but it's getting better. The morning rolls on. A farmer comes in looking for something to help his crops grow faster. Finnian brews a fertility filter on the spot. Green liquid with flecks of gold. The farmer leaves with a bottle and a smile. A midwife buys 3 vials of Steady Hands tincture. A minstrel wants something to make his voice carry further in crowded taverns. Finnian sells him a silver throat draft and warns him not to sing directly at anyone's face. The minstrel promises he won't.
Finnian doesn't believe him.
By noon, the shop has made more money than it did all of last week. Clara is practically glowing. We're doing really well. We are. Like, really, really well. I noticed. Is it always like this? Finnian considers the question. A month ago, the shop was quiet. A few customers a week. Enough to pay rent. Enough to buy tea. Now there's a line at the door. Garrett's fire juggling demonstration did something. Word of mouth is spreading. People know Lockwood's elixirs delivers. No, Finnian says finally.
It's not always like this.
Clara's smile fades slightly. Is that bad? It's complicated. Everything is complicated. Popularity attracts attention. Attention attracts trouble. And trouble... A woman walks in. She's tall. She's elegant. She has silver hair pulled back in an elaborate braid. She's wearing a dark purple dress with silver embroidery, and she looks at Finnian like she already knows everything about him. Finnian Lockwood. Her voice is smooth. Too smooth. What a charming little shop. Clara stiffens. Morgana Duskwoven. Please, call me Morg. She glides across the shop floor. Her eyes sweep over the shelves. The potions. The ingredients. The ledger on the counter.
I've heard so much about your work.
Have you? The firebrand elixir was particularly impressive. She picks up a vial of Windstep, holds it to the light. So much power in such a small bottle. Finnian says nothing. He knows Morg. Everyone knows Morg. Duskwoven Tonics has been the biggest potion supplier in the city for 5 years. She's rich, she's connected, and she does not make social calls. The city guard is still talking about Garrett's little performance, she continues. Juggling flaming swords, leaping 20 feet in the air. She sets the vial down. The captain wasn't thrilled about losing his sword. He got it back. Eventually. Morg turns to face Finnian directly. Her smile doesn't reach her eyes. I'd like to know your methods. No. I haven't finished. Don't need to. The answer is no. Her smile tightens.
I could make it worth your while.
The answer is still no. Clara watches the exchange with wide eyes. She's holding a stirring rod like it might be useful as a weapon. Finnian appreciates the instinct, but it won't be necessary. Morg isn't here to fight. She's here to probe, to test, to find a crack. I'm not your enemy, Finnian. Didn't say you were. We could work together, share resources, expand your reach. I like my reach exactly where it is. On Heron Street? On my counter, with my tea. Morg studies him for a long moment. Her expression is unreadable. Then she laughs. It's a cold sound, polite, empty. You're exactly what I expected. She reaches into her sleeve, pulls out a small glass vial. It's empty. But there's a residue on the bottom. A familiar amber residue. Finnian's stomach drops. One of your customers sold this to me, Morg says. After the potion wore off, of course. She tilts the vial. The amber residue catches the light. Strength of 10. A blacksmith, if I remember correctly. Finnian says nothing. He was very happy with the results. Happier still when I offered him 5 times what he paid you. Morg pockets the vial. I've been trying to reverse engineer your potions for months. I know. Of course you know. You're not stupid. She steps toward the door. But you are predictable. How so? You think small. One shop, one batch, one customer at a time. She pauses with her hand on the door. That's not sustainable, Finnian. Sooner or later, someone will figure out how to replicate your work. And that someone is you? No. She glances back at him. Someone is already working on it. I'm just the one polite enough to warn you. The bell jingles. She's gone. The shop is quiet. Clara lets out a breath she was definitely holding. Was that Morgana Duskwoven, owner of Duskwoven Tonics, my biggest competitor? She wants to steal your recipes. She wants to figure out how I make them. Reverse engineering doesn't work on one-of-a-kind potions. Then why did she take the vial? Because she doesn't know that, or she doesn't believe it. Clara bites her lip. What do we do? Finnian picks up his teacup. It's cold. He drinks it anyway. Keep working. That's it? She can't copy what she doesn't understand. And she doesn't understand how my potions work. He sets the cup down. Harder than necessary. Nobody does. The afternoon is quieter after that. Clara practices another healing draft. It comes out perfect. She doesn't celebrate this time. Her mind is elsewhere. Finnian doesn't push her. He knows what she's thinking. He's thinking it too. Morg's warning wasn't just a threat. It was a promise. Someone is trying to replicate his work. Someone with resources. Someone who's willing to pay customers 5 times the price for an empty vial. And Morg is only the one polite enough to warn him.
Which means there are others, less polite ones,
The kind who don't make social calls. Finnian stares at the ledger. Math doesn't lie.
last week's sales were good.
This week's are better. If this keeps up, he'll have enough saved to reinforce the shop's wards. Maybe hire a guard.
Maybe stockpile ingredients for emergencies.
Trouble is coming. He can feel it in the air, like the pressure before a storm.
Clara finishes cleaning her station.
She wipes down the counter. She reorganizes the moon petal jars. She's thorough, careful.
Exactly the kind of apprentice he needs.
Clara. She looks up. Whatever happens next, Finnian says. Morg. The competition.
Whatever trouble shows up at that door.
Yes? You're not alone in this. She blinks. I know. Good. I mean, I know.
I signed up for this.
You signed up to brew potions, not to deal with rivals and threats. Clara's expression firms. She sets her chin.
I signed up to learn from you.
That means dealing with whatever comes with the job. She picks up her stirring rod like it's a sword.
Bring it on.
Finnian almost laughs. He doesn't, but it's a close thing. All right, finish restocking the essence jars.
Tomorrow we start you on something harder.
Harder than healing drafts? Much harder. Clara grins. No fear, no hesitation. Just excitement.
Finnian pours himself fresh tea.
It's still warm. A courier in bright blue steps inside. Message for Finnian Lockwood.
From the Guildmaster.
Finnian takes the letter with the wax seal of the Adventurers Guild. He already knows what it says before he opens it.
The storm is here, and it's only just beginning.
The letter stays unopened on the counter. Finnian stares at it like it might bite him.
Clara leans over from her station.
Aren't you going to read it? No. Why not? Because nothing good ever arrives with a wax seal. He picks up his teacup, freshly poured.
Still warm.
He takes a long sip. Clara crosses her arms.
You're really not going to open it?
I'll open it tomorrow. Tomorrow? That's a future Finnian problem. Clara snorts. She can't help it.
Finnian doesn't smile.
But it's close. The shop settles into its afternoon rhythm. Clara restocks jars. Finnian updates the ledger.
A woman comes in looking for something to stop a headache.
Finnian sells her a small blue vial. Clarity of morning. She leaves happy.
3 more customers trickle through.
Nothing unusual. Nothing threatening. Just a quiet Tuesday on Heron Street. And then the rumors start.
They don't start as rumors.
They start as whispers. A customer who suddenly remembers another appointment. A regular who doesn't meet Finnian's eyes.
A courier who takes one look at the shop sign
And crosses to the other side of the street. Clara notices first.
She's restocking the front display
When a woman pauses at the window, studies the potion bottles, frowns, and walks away without coming inside.
Clara watches her go.
That's the third one today. Third what? Third person who looked at the shop and then left. Finnian sets down his quill.
Maybe they window shop.
They don't window shop, they glare. Clara turns from the window.
Something's wrong.
He wants to tell her she's being paranoid. But Clara isn't the paranoid type. She's observant, careful.
Almost annoyingly perceptive.
He trusts her instincts. So he pays attention. The afternoon brings 4 more customers. 2 buy something. 2 don't.
That's not unusual.
What's unusual is the way the ones who don't buy look at him. Like he's hiding something. Like they're waiting for him to confess.
A baker who's bought 3 potions this month
Suddenly wants to know where Finnian sources his ingredients.
A retired adventurer
Asks if the potions have been tested. A scribe wants to know if there's any truth to what people are saying.
Finnian asks what people are saying.
The scribe won't answer. He leaves without buying anything. Clara watches the door close behind him. Okay,
Now I'm definitely worried.
Finnian pushes back from the counter. I'm going for a walk. A walk?
Now? To find out what people are saying.
He grabs his coat. Clara grabs hers. He doesn't tell her to stay. She doesn't ask. They walk out together.
Heron Street is busy.
Mid-afternoon crowds. Merchants hawking goods. Children chasing a stray dog. Everything looks normal. Except it isn't.
People are looking at him.
Not staring. Not pointing. Just quick glances. Side-eye. The kind of look you give someone who might be dangerous.
Or dishonest. Or both.
Finnian's stomach tightens. He walks 3 blocks to the market square. The blacksmith stall is on the corner.
The same blacksmith who bought Strength of 10.
The same blacksmith whose handshake cracked a stone. He's not smiling when Finnian approaches.
Lockwood.
Garen. The blacksmith folds his arms. Massive biceps, soot-stained apron. Heard some things. I hear things too.
Doesn't make them true.
These things have details. What kind of details? Garen shifts his weight. He doesn't want to say it, but he says it anyway. People are saying your potions are dangerous. Dangerous how? Side effects, bad ones. A man on the west side took something of yours, and his hands haven't stopped shaking in 3 days. Finian's jaw tightens.
I don't sell on the west side.
Story doesn't say you did. Story says your potions are the problem, not where they're sold. What else? Woman on Clover Street bought a vitality tonic. Sick for a week. I don't make vitality tonics. She says it had your mark on the bottle. My mark? A silver oak leaf burned into the glass. Finian's blood goes cold. He doesn't put his mark on bottles. He never has. But someone knows his shop, his style, his reputation, and they're using it against him. Clara steps forward. None of that is true. I'm not saying it is. Garen holds up his hands. I'm saying people believe it. That's worse. She opens her mouth to argue. Finian puts a hand on her shoulder. He's right. But if people believe it, it's real enough. Doesn't matter what actually happened. He thanks Garen. Turns back toward Heron Street. Clara follows. He's fuming. He can feel it radiating off her. This is Morgue. I know. She's spreading lies. I know. We have to do something. We will. What? He doesn't answer. Not yet. Because he doesn't have an answer. He has a problem. A big one. And it's only going to get bigger. They walk back to the shop in silence. Door swings shut behind them. The shop is empty. The teacup is still on the counter. Cold now. Finian picks it up. Doesn't drink. Just holds it. Clara stands by the window, watching the street. Why would she do this? Because she can't beat me. What? Morgue has been trying to reverse engineer my potions for months. She can't do it, so she's trying a different approach. He sets the cup down. If she can't compete with my quality, she competes with my reputation. That's vile. That's business. Clara turns from the window. Her eyes are bright, angry. So what do we do? Let her win? No. Then what? Finian walks to the back room, opens a cabinet, pulls out a small leather-bound notebook. Old. Worn. Pages yellowed at the edges. He flips through it until he finds the page he's looking for. Then he smiles. It's not a warm smile. Clara leans in. What is that? My insurance policy. Against what? Against someone trying to destroy my reputation. He turns the notebook so she can see. It's a list. Names. Dates. Transactions. Every customer who's ever bought a potion. What they bought. When they bought it. What they reported afterward. Testimonials. Thank you notes. A record of every satisfied customer who walked through his door. This is every person who can vouch for my work. Clara's eyes go wide. That's a lot of names. 247. You kept track of all of them? I keep track of everything. She looks at him differently now, like she's seeing something new, something she didn't notice before. That's why Morgue can't beat you, isn't it? One of the reasons. What are the others? He closes the notebook. I don't waste time on people who don't matter. Clara blinks. Morgue doesn't matter? Morgue is a symptom, not the cause. He tucks the notebook into his coat. Someone else is behind this. Someone with more resources, more reach. Morgue is just the messenger. How do you know? Because Morgue is a businesswoman. She's cold, calculating. She's not stupid. She wouldn't start a smear campaign unless she knew it would stick. He taps the notebook. This proves my potions are safe, effective, reliable. She knows that, so she wouldn't attack me unless she had backup. Backup from who? That's what we're going to find out. He opens the shop door, steps outside. Clara follows. They walk 3 blocks to a small print shop on Fern Street. The sign above the door reads, Ironwood Press. Reliable pamphlets since the Third Age. Inside, thin man with ink-stained fingers looks up from a typesetting tray. Lockwood, heard your name a lot today. Not in a good way, I'm guessing. Depends on who's talking. Finian slides a silver coin across the counter. I need to know who's been printing the rumors about my shop. The printer eyes the coin. Doesn't touch it. I don't print rumors. I know, that's why I'm asking you. Someone's printing them. I want to know who. The printer studies him for a long moment. Then he pulls a sheet of paper from beneath the counter. Thin, cheap. The kind of stock used for handbills. The headline reads, Lockwood's elixirs, a cure or a curse? Finian reads the rest. It's worse than he expected. 4 anonymous accounts, all claiming side effects. Nausea, tremors. One claims a child was hospitalized. All of it lies. All of it printed and distributed across the city.
When did this start circulating?
Yesterday morning. How many? 1,000, maybe more.
They were distributed to every major market square between dawn and noon.
1,000 handbills in one morning. That's not cheap.
No, it isn't. Finnian slides another coin across the counter.
Who paid for it? The printer hesitates. Then he takes both coins.
Duskwoven tonics.
Clara's hands ball into fists. I knew it. Finnian doesn't react. He expected this, confirmed it. Now he needs to counter it.
Can you print a response? Depends on the response.
I need 2,000 handbills. Testimonials from real customers. Names, dates,
Specific potions.
all verifiable. The printer whistles low.
That's a lot of ink. It's a lot of lies to undo.
How soon? Tomorrow morning. The printer laughs. Then he sees Finnian's face, stops laughing.
You're serious.
I don't joke about my shop. The printer pulls out a fresh sheet of paper. All right, give me the copy.
I'll have my press running within the hour.
Finnian pulls out the notebook, reads off names, dates, testimonials. Clara writes them down.
Her handwriting is neat, precise.
Every name is legible. Every statement is clear. The printer takes the list and starts setting type.
Finnian and Clara step outside.
The sun is setting. Long shadows stretch across Fern Street. Clara exhales. A long, shaky breath.
Is this going to work?
It'll help. Help isn't the same as fixing. No, it isn't. He looks toward the horizon, toward the richer part of town,
Where Duskwoven tonics
sits on a wide avenue with clean windows and a polished sign. Morgue started a war.
She just doesn't know what kind of war she started.
Clara looks at him. What kind is that? One she can't win. She wants to believe him,
He can see it in her eyes. But she's scared, worried.
not for herself, for the shop, for him, for everything they've been building.
He puts a hand on her shoulder. We're going to be fine.
How do you know? Because I've been through worse. Worse than a smear campaign? He doesn't answer that one. Instead, he turns back toward Heron Street. The shop is dark when they arrive. The lanterns haven't been lit. Clara fumbles with the matches.
Finnian stops in the doorway.
Something's wrong. The door is ajar, just half an inch. But it's enough. He holds up a hand. Clara freezes.
Someone's inside.
Finnian reaches for the small vial in his coat pocket. Not a weapon. Not exactly. Flash powder extract. Blinding light.
Disorientation.
Enough to buy them time. He pushes the door open. The shop is trashed. Shelves overturned. Jars shattered.
Potion residue pooling on the floor in a multicolored slick.
The ledger is torn. Pages scattered like dead leaves.
Counter is covered in something dark and sticky.
It smells like burnt sugar and rot. But the worst part is the wall.
Painted in thick black letters.
Dripping. Still fresh. Your potions are poison. Clara's hand flies to her mouth. Finnian doesn't move.
Doesn't speak. Doesn't react.
He just stares at the words. At the wreckage. At the deliberate, calculated destruction of everything he's built.
And he turns to Clara.
Go get Garrett. Where are you going? To have a conversation. With who? He doesn't answer. He doesn't need to.
Because Clara already knows.
This isn't a rumor anymore. This isn't a whisper. This is an attack. A direct one. On his shop. On his work. On his life.
And there's only one person in the city who would go this far.
Morgana Duskwoven. Finnian steps back into the night. His coat billows behind him.
His face is calm.
His hands are steady. But his eyes are blazing.
And somewhere across town,
In a shop with clean windows and a polished sign, Morgana has no idea what's coming for her.
the night air is cold against his face.
Finnian walks. Not fast. Not slow. The pace of a man who knows exactly where he's going and isn't in a hurry to get there, because the person waiting for him isn't going anywhere. Heron Street gives way to Cobbler's Lane. Cobbler's Lane becomes Weaver's Row. The shops get cleaner. The streets get wider. Lanterns burn brighter. This is the part of town where money lives, where shop signs are polished and windows are washed, and nobody paints poison accusations on your walls, because that kind of thing is handled quietly, behind closed doors, with lawyers and contracts and handshakes that mean nothing. Finnian doesn't belong here. He knows it. Everyone who sees him walking past knows it. But nobody stops him, Because there's something in his face tonight that makes people look away. Not anger. Anger is loud. Anger is messy. Anger is Garrett juggling flaming swords in a public square. This is colder. This is a man who has been patient for months while someone poked at his business and whispered lies about his work, and finally crossed a line that should never have been crossed. His shop. His walls. His home. The letters on his wall are still wet in his mind.
Your potions are poison.
He sees them every time he blinks. Duskwoven Tonic sits on Silver Avenue between a jeweler and a tailor, 3 stories tall. White stone facade. A sign with gold leaf lettering that probably cost more than Finnian's entire shop. The windows are dark. The door is locked. Finnian doesn't knock. He walks around the side of the building instead. Finds the service entrance. It's unlocked. Of course, it's unlocked. Rich people always forget the back door. He steps inside. The back room of Duskwoven Tonics is nothing like the front. Where the front is gleaming and polished and designed to impress wealthy clients with more coin than sense, the back is a working laboratory. Shelves of ingredients line the walls. Glass jars filled with dried herbs, powdered minerals, preserved specimens floating in cloudy liquid. A workbench covered in burners and beakers and copper tubing. And in the middle of it all, hunched over a bubbling flask, is Morgana Duskwoven. He doesn't hear him come in, too focused on whatever she's brewing, whatever recipe she's trying to steal this time. Finnian leans against the doorframe, crosses his arms, waits. The potion in her flask hisses, turns from green to yellow, then brown. Then it explodes. Not a big explosion, just a pop. A puff of acrid smoke. The flask cracks down the middle, and the liquid inside turns to sludge. Morgana curses, slams her palm on the workbench. That's the 3rd one tonight! Having trouble? She spins. Her silver hair whips around her shoulders. Her eyes go wide for half a second before narrowing into something hard and sharp and dangerous. Lockwood. Morgue. How did you get in here? Back door was open. It wasn't. It was when I tried it. She stares at him. He stares back. Neither of them blinks. You've got a lot of nerve, she says, showing up here after what you've been selling. What I've been selling works, unlike whatever you just turned into sludge. Her jaw tightens. That's not what the city thinks. The city thinks what you paid them to think. 1,000 handbills, 4 anonymous accounts, all lies. She doesn't deny it, doesn't even try. Smiles a thin, cold smile and crosses her own arms. Prove it. I don't need to prove it. I know it. You know it. The printer at Ironwood Press knows it. Something flickers in her eyes. Just for a moment. Then it's gone. The printer will say whatever you pay him to say. He already told me. Duskwoven Tonics. Paid in full. Printed and distributed yesterday morning. Her smile doesn't falter, but her fingers tighten on her sleeves. Even if that were true, nobody would believe a disgraced shopkeeper over the most established potion supplier in the city. I'm not asking anyone to believe me. Then what are you doing here? He pushes off the doorframe, takes 2 steps into the room, stops just close enough that she has to look up at him. Giving you a warning. She laughs. It's not a real laugh. It's the kind of laugh someone uses when they're trying to prove they're not scared. A warning. From you, the man whose shop is a wreck and whose reputation is in shambles. My shop can be cleaned. My reputation can be rebuilt. I've got 2,000 handbills with real testimonials hitting every market square tomorrow morning. Names, dates, specific potions, all verifiable. Her smile finally cracks. Just a little. Testimonials don't undo fear. People are already terrified of your potions. They're already staying away from your shop. By the time your little handbills circulate, you'll be out of business. You think so? I know so. Then you don't know me very well. She studies him. Really studies him. Looking for the bluff, the weakness, the angle she can exploit. She doesn't find it. What do you want, Lockwood? I want you to stop. Stop what? Everything. The rumors, the handbills, the campaign, the sabotage. All of it. And if I don't? Then I stop you. Another laugh, sharper this time. And how exactly are you going to do that? You're one man, one shop, no guild backing, no noble patronage, no connections. You have nothing. I have 247 customers who say my potions work. I have a city guard who can run from the east gate to the western wall in under a minute. I have an apprentice who brews perfect healing drafts and a blacksmith who can crush rocks with his bare hands. And I have a notebook full of records that prove every single accusation you've made is a lie. He leans in, not threatening, just close enough that she can't look away. You've been trying to reverse engineer my potions for months. Every batch you've tested has failed. Every recipe you've tried to copy has turned to sludge. You can't beat me on quality. You can't beat me on results. So you're trying to beat me on lies. That's business. This isn't business. This is sabotage, vandalism. You sent people to my shop. You painted lies on my wall. Her eyes flicker, just for a fraction of a second. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, you do. I didn't send anyone to your shop. The words are right, but her voice is wrong. Too quick, too flat. Finnian watches her for a long moment. The handbills, I believe. The rumors, I believe. The smear campaign is exactly your style. But the vandalism, he tilts his head. That doesn't feel like you. It wasn't me. Then who? She says nothing. But her eyes shift toward the window, toward the dark street outside, toward something she's not saying. Morgue. She looks back at him. I didn't send anyone to your shop. I'm trying to put you out of business, not get you killed. Who said anything about getting killed? Her mouth presses into a thin line. Morgue. Who are you working with? I'm not working with anyone. You're a terrible liar. And you're a fool if you think I'm the only one who wants your secrets. The words land harder than either of them expects. Finnian straightens, studies her face. She's scared. Not of him, of something else. Someone else? Who else is after my potions? She shakes her head. I've said too much. You've said nothing. I've said enough. Morgue. Leave, Lockwood. Take your warning. Take your testimonials. Take your little apprentice and your flaming guard and your notebook full of satisfied customers. And stay away from dusk-woven tonics. Not until you tell me who's behind this. There's nothing behind it. I saw an opportunity. I took it. That's all. That's not all. You just said someone else wants my secrets. Someone who might get me killed. Who? She doesn't answer, but her hand moves, almost unconsciously, toward a drawer in her workbench. Finnian sees it, steps forward, opens the drawer before she can stop him. Inside is a letter, thick parchment, dark ink, a wax seal he doesn't recognize. He pulls it out. Morgana lunges for it. He holds it out of reach. Give that back. Not until I read it. That's private correspondence. That's evidence. He breaks the seal, unfolds the letter, reads the first line, then the second, then the third. His face doesn't change, but something behind his eyes goes very, very still. This isn't from a business rival. No. This is from someone who wants my potions for something specific. Yes. Something military. She doesn't answer. Doesn't need to. The letter is signed with a crest Finnian recognizes. A black sun over a broken crown, the symbol of the Demon King's advanced scouts. He's been watching you for months, Morgana says quietly. Ever since your firebrand elixir made that guard run across the city in under a minute. He wants your potions. All of them. And he's not the only one. Who else? Duke Aldrich, the Mages Guild, half the nobles in the city. You think I'm your enemy, Lockwood? I'm just the first one to move. Everyone wants what you're making. Everyone. And they're not all going to play as nice as I did. This was nice? Compared to what's coming, your shop getting vandalized is the least of your problems. Finnian folds the letter, puts it in his coat pocket. Morgana watches him do it. Hey, that's mine. Not anymore. You can't just take my correspondence. You can't just run a smear campaign and expect me to do nothing. Consider this even. She opens her mouth, closes it. Her shoulders sag. What are you going to do? First, I'm going to find out who vandalized my shop. Then I'm going to make sure it doesn't happen again. Then I'm going to deal with the Demon King's scouts, Duke Aldrich, the Mages Guild, and anyone else who thinks they can take what's mine. That's insane. You're one man. I'm one man with a shop full of potions that can do things nobody else in this city can even dream of. And I've got people who believe in me. Real people, customers, friends, an apprentice who's going to be better than me someday. He turns toward the door. Your handbills didn't work, Morgue. Your rumors didn't stick, and whoever sent those thugs to my shop made a very big mistake. What mistake? They let me know they're afraid. He stops at the door, looks back over his shoulder. People who are afraid make mistakes, and people who make mistakes lose. He steps out into the night. The back door clicks shut behind him. Morgana stands alone in her laboratory, surrounded by broken glass and failed potions, and the creeping realization that she picked a fight with
someone who isn't afraid of her anymore. The walk back to Heron Street feels different. The air is still cold. The streets are still dark. But Finian's mind is racing. The Demon King's scouts, Duke Aldrich, the Mages Guild. Everyone wants his potions. Everyone is watching his shop. Someone just escalated from rumors to vandalism, from whispers to violence. He needs to move faster, get protection, figure out who the real threat is. When he turns onto Heron Street, he sees light in his shop window. Clara is still there. With Garrett, they've lit the lanterns, started cleaning up the broken glass. Garrett is on his hands and knees, picking up shards with his bare fingers, his face twisted with guilt. I should have been here. Clara sweeps the floor. It's not your fault. I'm a city guard. I'm supposed to protect people, and I couldn't even protect one shop. You were off duty. That doesn't matter. Finnian trusted me. He gave me the firebrand elixir. He made me better than I was, and I couldn't even... He stops. Clenches his fist around a piece of broken jar. Glass bites into his palm. He doesn't seem to notice. Finnian steps through the door. Garrett! The guard looks up. His eyes are red. His face is pale. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I should have been here. I should have... Stop. Garrett stops. Finnian walks over, kneels down, puts a hand on his shoulder. This wasn't your fault. You weren't supposed to be here. And even if you were, one guard against who knows how many attackers isn't a fair fight. But nothing. What's done is done. Now we figure out who did it and make sure it doesn't happen again. Garrett wipes his eyes with the back of his hand. How do we figure that out? Finnian pulls the letter from his coat, hands it to Clara. Read this. She takes it, scans the first few lines. Her face goes pale. This is from the Demon King scouts. I know. They're watching you. I know. They want your potions for their army. I know. Finnian, this is really bad. It's worse than bad. Morgana confirmed it. She's been getting pressure from them for months. She wasn't just trying to put me out of business. She was trying to keep them from getting to me first. Garrett stands up. His hand is bleeding. He doesn't care. The Demon King scouts are in the city? Apparently. Why haven't the guards been alerted? Because they're not stupid. They're not marching through the streets with banners and war drums. They're hiding, wearing plain clothes, using intermediaries like Morg. They've been watching me since the firebrand elixir. Since the... That was my fault. No, that was my fault. I brewed the potion. I sold it to you. I didn't think about who might be watching. Clara folds the letter. Her hands are shaking. What do we do? First, we clean up the shop. Then we get protection. Real protection. The city guard? More than that, we're going to need allies. People who can fight. People who owe us. The customers, Clara says. The customers, Finnian agrees. Everyone who's ever bought a potion from us. Everyone whose life we've made better. We're going to call in every favor we have. Garrett looks down at his bleeding hand, then up at Finnian. I'll talk to my captain. He's still mad about the sword, but he's a good man. He'll listen. Good. And I'll talk to the other guards. Some of them owe me favors. Better. Clara picks up her broom again, starts sweeping with renewed energy. I'll organize the testimonials, get the handbills circulating, make sure everyone in the city knows our potions are safe. Perfect. Finnian looks at the wall. The black letters are still there. He picks up a rag, dips it in a bucket of clean water, starts scrubbing. The paint is thick, clings to the plastic, doesn't want to come off. But Finnian keeps scrubbing, because this isn't just about cleaning a wall anymore. This is about sending a message. You can vandalize his shop. You can spread lies about his work. You can send your scouts and your thugs and your smear campaigns. But you can't break him. You can't scare him. And you sure as anything can't stop him from doing what he does best. Making potions, helping people, building something that matters. Clara joins him at the wall, rag in hand. They scrub together, side by side, master and apprentice. Garrett watches for a moment. Then he grabs a rag too. The three of them work in silence. The night grows darker. The paint slowly fades. By the time the first gray light of dawn creeps through the windows, the wall is clean. The shop is still a mess. Broken jars everywhere. Torn ledger pages still scattered like dead leaves. Potions spilled and dried in multicolored stains on the floorboards. But the words are gone. And in their place, something new is growing. Something that feels a lot like hope. Clara wipes her forehead with the back of her hand, leaves a streak of black paint across her brow. Finnian? Yeah? What are we going to do about the Demon King? He looks at her, young, determined, scared but not letting it stop her. We're going to do what I should have done from the start. Which is? Stop trying to hide. Stop pretending I'm just a shopkeeper. Stop acting like my potions aren't powerful enough to change the world. But I thought you didn't want to change the world. I thought you just wanted to run a quiet shop and help one person at a time. I did. Past tense? He looks at the clean wall, at the broken glass still glittering on the floor, at Garrett's bleeding hand and Clara's paint-streaked face, and the letter from the Demon King's scouts burning a hole in his pocket. Past tense. Because here's the thing about wanting a quiet life, Clara. You can't have one if the world won't let you. And right now, the world is knocking on our door with scouts and thugs and smear campaigns. So we answer. Answer how? He reaches into the cabinet beneath the counter, pulls out a fresh brewing kit, sets it on the cleanest stretch of workbench he can find. We brew, we sell, we build. And when the Demon King comes knocking, we make sure he regrets it. Clara stares at him, then she smiles. A small smile, tired and scared, and maybe a little bit hopeful. I'll get the moon petal. Essence, not extract. She rolls her eyes. I know. I'm not going to blow up the shop again. Garrett looks between them. I have no idea what you two are talking about, but I'm in. Good, Finnian says. Because we're going to need you. All of you. Every customer. Every guard. Every friend. This isn't just my fight anymore. He looks at the window, at the gray dawn light, at the city waking up around them. It's everyone's, and we're going to win it. The sun rises over Heron Street, pale and cold and full of promise. In Lockwood's elixirs, 3 people get to work, cleaning, brewing, preparing. Because the war has already started. They just didn't know it until now. The guild seal on that unopened letter catches the morning light. Finnian stares at it. Clara notices. You've been ignoring that for 3 days. I know. What if it's important? What if it's a bill? She gives him a look, the kind that says she knows he's deflecting. Garrett is already out talking to his captain. The handbills are circulating. The shop is clean. Business is slowly trickling back. A farmer came in at dawn for a crop blessing tincture. A carpenter bought 2 vials of steady hands. And still the letter sits there. Wax seal. Guild crest. Thick parchment that practically screams official business. Finnian picks it up, turns it over, breaks the seal with his thumb, reads it once, reads it again. Well, he says, that's unexpected. What does it say? He hands her the letter. She reads it out loud. Her voice gets higher with every sentence. To Finnian Lockwood, proprietor of Lockwood's elixirs, the Merchants Guild of West Haven extends a formal invitation to enter into an exclusive supply contract. Terms include guaranteed monthly compensation, priority access to rare ingredients, and full guild protection for your shop and person. In exchange, the guild requests first refusal on all potions brewed. The minimum monthly quota of 30 standard grade or 5 exceptional grade creations. Interested parties should present themselves at the guild hall within 3 days of receipt. Clara lowers the letter. Her eyes are enormous. 30 potions a month. That's what it says. You brew maybe 12 on a good month. I'm aware. And they want first refusal on everything you make. Also aware. This is huge, Finnian. Guild protection means no more smear campaigns, no more vandals. The Merchants Guild has lawyers, enforcers, political connections. It also means a quota, deadlines, someone else deciding what I brew and when. She reads the letter again. There's more on the second page. Details about ingredient procurement, quality standards, inspection rights. A clause about exclusive distribution rights within the city. Another clause about penalties for missed quotas. And at the very bottom, in elegant script, the signature of Guildmaster Magnus himself. He came to the shop once, Finnian says, about a year ago. Not a memory-keeping filter for his wife. You never mentioned that. It was a quiet transaction. He paid in full, left a generous tip. I didn't think much of it at the time. And now he wants to sign you to an exclusive contract. Clara sets the letter on the counter, smooths out the creases with her palm. There are still faint green stains on her fingers from yesterday's cleanup. What are you going to do? He looks around the shop. The clean walls. The restocked shelves. The morning light slanting through the window and catching the dust motes floating in the air.
This is his kingdom, small and messy and full of things that go boom if you mix them wrong. But it's his. Every jar, every ledger, every stubborn stain on the floorboards. I'm going to talk to him. The guild hall sits in the center of West Haven. 3 stories of white marble and stained glass. Guards at the door in crisp blue uniforms. A fountain out front with a bronze statue of the first guildmaster. Some old guy with a beard and a very serious expression. Finnian walks through the front doors like he belongs there. He doesn't. His coat still has green goo on the sleeve. His hair hasn't been combed in 2 days. He smells faintly of moon petal and burnt sugar. But he walks like he belongs there, and sometimes that's enough. The receptionist is a young woman with very neat handwriting. She looks up from her ledger, looks at Finnian, looks at his coat, decides not to ask. Finnian Lockwood, I have an appointment with Guildmaster Magnus. Of course, he's expecting you. 3rd floor, last door on the left. The stairs are marble. The railings are polished oak. Every step echoes. Every footstep announces exactly how out of place he is. But he keeps walking. Because that's what you do when the world comes knocking. You answer. Magnus's office is exactly what you'd expect. Big desk, big windows, big painting of himself on the wall behind his chair. The man himself is in his 50s. Gray hair cropped short, sharp eyes, hands that look like they've never done manual labor in their life, but could probably crush a walnut if they wanted to. Finnian Lockwood. He stands, offers a hand. His grip is firm and dry. Thank you for coming. You made a compelling offer. I made a generous offer. There's a difference. He gestures to a chair. Finnian sits. The leather is soft and expensive, probably costs more than his entire stock of moon petal. I've been following your work, Magnus says. The firebrand elixir, the strength of 10 draft. The healing potions you are already producing with remarkable consistency. You have a gift. Brewing isn't a gift. It's 10,000 hours of practice and a stubborn refusal to quit. But Finnian doesn't say that. He just nods. The guild can offer you resources you can't access on your own. Rare ingredients, distribution networks, legal protection. Magnus leans forward. I heard about the vandalism and the handbills. Duskwoven tonics is a nuisance, but they're not your real problem. I'm aware. The Demon King's scouts are watching your shop. Duke Aldrich has expressed interest. The Mage's Guild is circling like a vulture waiting for something to die. You're one man with 1 apprentice and 1 guard who's technically on probation for juggling swords. The sword wasn't stolen. It was borrowed without permission. Magnus waves a hand. The point is, you need allies. The Merchants Guild is the most powerful ally in the city. We can protect you, fund you, give you the freedom to brew without looking over your shoulder. In exchange for 30 potions a month. Minimum. I brew 12 on a good month, 14 if I don't sleep. Then you'll need to scale up. Hire more apprentices. Expand your workspace. Guild can help with that too. Finnian looks at the contract. It's sitting on the desk between them. 20 pages of fine print. Every clause carefully worded. Every contingency planned for. It's the kind of document that takes a team of lawyers 6 months to draft. The quota is non-negotiable? The quota is the point. The guild needs reliable output. We can't protect you if you're only brewing when inspiration strikes. We need consistency, volume, a product we can market and sell. I don't brew products. I brew potions. Each one is unique. And that's exactly what makes them valuable. Exclusivity, scarcity. Every potion becomes a collector's item, a status symbol. We can triple your prices and still sell out in a week. Finnian looks at the contract again. The numbers are generous. The protection is real. For the first time since he left Thaddeus and the hero party, someone is offering him actual security. A future that doesn't involve scrubbing paint off his walls at 4 in the morning. A guarantee that Clara won't have to worry about thugs or smear campaigns. A chance to brew without constantly watching the door. He picks up the pen. One condition, Magnus raises an eyebrow. I retain the right to refuse any commission that violates my ethics. No poison. No mind control. Nothing that strips a person of their will. Acceptable. And I choose which potions to brew. The guild can request. They can suggest. They cannot demand. If inspiration doesn't strike for a fire-based elixir, I won't brew one just because someone ordered it. Magnus hesitates. This is the sticking point. The guild doesn't like giving up control. Neither does Magnus. You can see it in the way his jaw tightens, the way his fingers drum once against the desk. Monthly quota still applies. 30 potions. Guild gets first refusal. You choose what you brew, but you brew something. Deal?
Finnian signs. The first week is manageable. 5 potions. 1 for a sea captain who needed weather sense. 1 for a librarian who wanted to read twice as fast. 2 healing drafts from Clara that passed guild inspection with flying colors. 1 experimental elixir that made the drinker's hair glow faintly in the dark. The guild sold that one to a theater troupe for triple the asking price. Week 2 gets harder. Clara is brewing steadily. 4 healing drafts, 2 steady hands tinctures. Her technique is improving every day. But Finnian is stuck. He sits at his workbench for hours, staring at ingredients, waiting for inspiration. Nothing comes. You're forcing it, Clara says. I know. Maybe take a break, walk around, let it find you. Can't. Quota. He brews a stone skin draft out of sheer desperation. It works. Makes the drinker's skin tough as granite for about an hour. But it's not inspired. It's mechanical. He knows it. The guild knows it. Nobody says anything. Week 3 is worse. The guild sends a representative, a thin man with a thin smile and a very thick ledger. He wants to discuss output optimization. He suggests Finnian streamline his process, use standardized bases, mass-produce simpler potions, and save the one-of-a-kind creations for special clients. That's not how I work. With respect, Master Lockwood, the guild has certain expectations. 30 potions a month. I'm on track. Barely. And the quality of recent output has been noted. Stone Skin Draft sold for less than half the price of your usual creations. The words land like a slap. Finnian doesn't show it. He nods. Thanks the man for his feedback. Closes the door behind him. Then he stands in the middle of his shop and counts to 10. Counts to 20. Counts to 50. His hands are shaking. Clara finds him at the workbench an hour later. He's surrounded by open jars, ground herbs, distilled essences, pages of notes scribbled and crossed out and scribbled again. His eyes are red. He hasn't eaten since breakfast. She sets a plate of bread and cheese beside him. He doesn't look up. Talk to me. I have 6 days to brew 8 potions. So brew 8 potions. I can't. He turns to her. His voice is raw. It doesn't work like that. I can't just sit down and decide to create something extraordinary. It has to come. It has to find me. I've been doing this for 15 years, and I still don't know where the ideas come from. They just arrive. When they're ready. When I'm ready. And right now they're not coming. Then tell the guild. And say what? I already signed the contract. I already took their money, their ingredients, their protection. Garrett's captain listened to him because the guild vouched for us. The handbills stopped because the guild made some calls. We're safer than we've ever been, and I am drowning. Clara pulls up a stool, sits beside him, doesn't say anything for a long moment. Then she picks up one of his crossed-out notes, studies it. Jew 1, the wind speech draft. Didn't work. Gave the test subject hiccups for 3 hours. But the concept is solid, right? Letting someone talk to the wind. Send messages over long distances. That's useful. That's inspired. It's half finished. So finish it. I've tried. 3 times. The essence keeps destabilizing during the final infusion. Then change the infusion method. Use a slow drip instead of direct immersion. Add a stabilizer. I've been reading your old notes. The ones from before the hero party. You used to add powdered quartz as a binding agent for air-based potions. He stares at her. She stares back. You read my old notes? All of them. Twice. You have terrible handwriting. He laughs. It's the first time he's laughed in 3 days. It sounds rusty and strange, but it's a laugh. And somewhere in the middle of it, something clicks. A door opens in his mind. An idea slides through. Powdered quartz. Slow drip infusion. If we add a whisper of storm essence during the 3rd phase, it'll carry the voice further. It'll carry the voice across the entire city. He's already moving, grabbing jars, measuring ingredients. Clara falls in beside him without being asked. They work together in the furious, messy rhythm of creation. Mixing, testing, adjusting, testing again. The first batch destabilizes, the 2nd batch holds, the 3rd batch sings. When Finnian holds up the finished vial, the liquid inside swirls with tiny currents of air, little spirals of contained wind. It whispers to him. Words too soft to hear, but the intent is clear. This potion wants to be used. How many is that? Clara asks. 4 more this week, 5 left to hit quota. You'll make it. We'll make it. Week 4 is a blur. Finnian brews like a man possessed. A clarity filter for a judge who needs to see through lies. A frost touch elixir for a chef who wants to flash freeze ingredients. 2 more healing drafts from Clara that are so pure they practically glow. And on the last day of the month, with 3 hours to spare, Finnian finishes the 30th potion. He sets it on the counter, steps back. His hands are trembling. His back aches. He hasn't slept more than 4 hours a night in 2 weeks. Clara looks almost as exhausted. She's been brewing beside him every day, running deliveries, managing the customers, making sure he eats, making sure the shop doesn't fall apart while he's locked in his own head. The guild representative arrives to collect the final batch, counts the potions, checks the ledger, nods with that thin smile still plastered on his face. Acceptable output. The guild is pleased. Acceptable. Not exceptional. Not inspired. Acceptable. Finnian watches him leave. Then he sinks into the chair behind the counter, puts his head in his hands, sits there in silence while the afternoon light slides across the floor. Clara locks the door, turns the sign to closed, comes back with 2 cups of tea. She hands one to Finnian. He takes it, doesn't drink, just holds it, lets the warmth seep into his fingers. That was too much, she says. I know. Next month's quota is the same. I know. You can't keep doing this. You'll burn out. Or worse, you'll start hating it. Hating the work. Hating the shop. Hating every potion you brew because it's just another box to check. He looks at her, young and fierce, and full of that stubborn determination he recognizes, because it's the same thing that kept him going all those years ago. What do you suggest? The contract has a renegotiation clause. Page 14, paragraph 3. Either party can request revised terms after the first month. You read the whole contract 3 times. Your handwriting is worse than the legal jargon. He laughs again. It's still rusty, but it comes easier this time. Revised terms. Lower quota? Or no quota, just a retainer. The guild pays for exclusive access. You brew what you can, when you can. They still get first refusal. They still protect us, but they stop treating you like a factory. That's a big ask. You're a big deal. They know it. That's why they offered the contract in the first place. They need you more than you need them. He sips his tea, thinks about it. The exhaustion is still there, the ache in his back, the tremor in his hands. But underneath it, something else is stirring. That same stubborn fire that made him leave the hero party. That made him open this shop with nothing but a handful of recipes and a lot of misplaced confidence. He hasn't lost it. It was just buried under a month of quotas and deadlines and thin men with thinner smiles. Tomorrow, he says. Tomorrow we go back to the guild hall. We sit down with Magnus, and we tell him the terms are changing. Because we're not a factory. Because we're not a factory. Because Lockwood's elixirs doesn't mass produce. Because every potion we brew is a one-of-a-kind creation, and you can't put that on a deadline. Clara raises her teacup. He raises his. They tap them together. A toast. To stubbornness. To quality over quantity. To the quiet, exhausting, wonderful work of making something that matters. The sun sets over Heron Street. The shop is dark and quiet. Outside, the city hums with its evening rhythm. Somewhere across town, Morgana Duskwoven is probably plotting her next move. Somewhere further, the Demon King's scouts are still watching. And somewhere in his manor, Duke Aldrich is waiting for the right moment to strike. They're all still out there. The threats haven't gone away. But tomorrow, Finnian Lockwood is going to walk into the guild hall and demand better terms. And he's going to bring Clara with him, and Garrett, if he can get the time off, and every satisfied customer who's willing to write a testimonial. Because this isn't just his fight anymore. It never was. It's everyone's. Every farmer with a lame horse. Every carpenter with shaky hands. Every nervous young man who just needs a little confidence to ask out the girl he likes. Every guard who wants to protect his city. Every apprentice who's just learning that her work can change someone's life. The war is already here. It's being fought in contracts and quotas and smear campaigns. In quiet shops and crowded guild halls. In the stubborn refusal to compromise on the thing you do best. And Finnian Lockwood is just getting started. The morning after the guild pickup, Finnian stands behind the counter with a fresh cup of tea. He's staring at the shelf of finished potions, counting them again. Something isn't right. Clara walks in with fresh bread from the baker down the street. She stops when she sees his face. What's wrong? Finnian turns to the ledger, flips back 3 pages, points at a line from last week. I brewed 17 potions this month, sold 14, guild took 5. That leaves, he taps the shelf, 12. I'm counting 11. Clara sets the bread down. Maybe you miscounted? I don't miscount. She walks over and counts the vials herself, touches each one, comes back with the same number. 11. Exactly. A missing potion isn't a disaster. A missing potion that's untraceable, unlabeled, and full of experimental magic is something else entirely. Finnian pulls out his notebook, checks the records. There's no sale logged for it. It didn't walk out of here in someone's hands. Are you sure you didn't just forget to write it down? He gives her a look. Clara raises her hands. Okay, right. You don't forget. It's a 3/4 full vial of something he calls a whisper drop draft, and for a diplomat who wanted to hear conversations happening 3 rooms away. Finnian had shelved it because the side effects were still too unpredictable. Now it's gone. He checks the lock on the back window, checks the front door. No signs of forced entry. Nothing broken. Nothing disturbed. Just one potion. Vanished. You think someone stole it? Clara asks. He doesn't answer right away. Most people don't know what's on these shelves. Most people don't know what half of these potions even do. But there's one person who's been paying very close attention. One person who's been in this shop 11 times in the last month. Rowan. The mysterious wanderer with the quiet voice and the sharp eyes. She always buys something small. A mild healing draft. A night vision tincture. Nothing that draws attention. But she asks questions. Lots of questions. What's that one? How does this work? Where did you learn to brew something like that? Finnian liked her at first. She had a good smile. She treated potions with respect. But now he's wondering if he liked her a little too much, if he answered a few too many questions. She comes in every 3 or 4 days, he says. Rowan? She never buys the big stuff. She never draws attention. But she watches everything, reads every label, studies every color and consistency. She's the only person besides you and me who knows what's on these shelves. Clara frowned. You think she's been stealing from us? I think I'm going to find out. 2 days later, Rowan walks through the door. Same dark hair pulled back in a braid. Same weathered cloak. Same easy smile. She buys a simple night vision tincture, pays in silver, chats about the weather, and then she does the thing she always does. She lets her eyes wander across the shelves, over the labels, lingering on the ones that aren't for sale yet. Finnian watches her. He's not pretending to organize jars. He's not filling out the ledger. He's just watching, and Rowan notices. Her smile flickers. You seem distracted today, Finnian. Long month. I heard about your guild contract. Congratulations. Thanks. The word comes out flat. Too flat. Rowan's hand pauses on the door handle. She looks back at him like she's trying to read a label she can't quite decipher. Then she's gone. Clara steps out from the back room. That was subtle. I wasn't trying to be subtle. You basically accused her with your eyebrows. My eyebrows are very expressive. He waits 5 minutes. Then he grabs his coat and heads for the door. Keep the shop running. I'll be back in an hour. Clara calls after him. Where are you going? To see where she goes. Finnian tails Rowan through the morning market. She's not hard to follow. She walks at an easy pace, stops to look at a fruit stall, buys an apple, takes a bite. Completely normal, completely relaxed, like she has nothing to hide. He keeps his distance, stays behind a cart of cabbages, pretends to examine a display of leather boots. He was never a great spy. Mage eyes and mage hands don't make you subtle. But apparently, they're enough to follow a woman who isn't expecting trouble. Rowan turns down Copper Street, past the baker, past the bookbinder, past the fountain where Finnian once saw Garrett do a backflip while on fire. She stops at a narrow building with a green door, glances over her shoulder. Finnian presses himself against a wall behind a stack of barrels. His heart is hammering, not from exertion, from something else. The feeling that he's about to learn something he doesn't want to know. Rowan pushes open the green door, disappears inside. Finnian counts to 30. Then another 30. He crosses the street, presses his ear to the wood. Muffled voices. 2. Maybe 3. He can't make out the words. The door is old, thick, built to keep out the cold and the curious. He's about to pull back and wait across the street when the door suddenly opens. Rowan stands there with her arms crossed. That took longer than I expected. You're not very good at this. She's not angry. She's not afraid. She's smiling, like this was exactly what she expected.
You've been following me since I left your shop.
Finnian straightens up. You stole a potion from me. I borrowed it. Borrowed implies permission. You didn't ask. I'm asking now, after the fact. Isn't that how borrowing always works? He stares at her for a long moment. What's inside that building? Come see for yourself. She steps aside, gestures for him to enter. Every instinct tells him this is a bad idea. He's a mage, not a fighter. His potions are back at the shop. Clara doesn't know where he is. But curiosity is a powerful thing, and Finnian Lockwood has always been more curious than cautious. He walks through the green door. Inside, the building opens into a wide room lit by a dozen candles. Books are stacked on every surface. Tables, chairs, the floor, loose papers pinned to the walls with thumbtacks. A man and a woman sit at a large table covered in maps. They look up when he enters. The man is older, graybeard, scar across his left cheek. The woman is younger, sharp features, intense eyes. Neither of them looks surprised to see him. Rowan closes the door. Finnian Lockwood, the potion mage of Heron Street. Everyone, meet our host. The older man stands. Ezra Voss. I apologize for the theatrics. We weren't sure how else to get your attention. You could have come to the shop. We couldn't risk being seen. So this is a secret meeting. Finnian folds his arms. Risk being seen by who? Rowan exchanges a glance with the younger woman. The same people who've been watching your shop, the woman says. The Demon King's scouts. Duke Aldrich's spies. Morgana Duskwoven's informants. You've got quite a fan club, Mr. Lockwood. We're just the only ones who want to help you. Finian's jaw tightens. I've heard that before. We're not like the guild, Rowan says. We don't want exclusive rights. We don't want quotas. We don't want to own you. What do you want? Ezra gestures to the maps on the table. He moves closer and looks at them. They're city maps, detailed, hand-drawn, marked with dozens of small red pins. He leans in. Each pin has a tiny label. He reads the nearest one. Lockwood's Firebrand Elixir. Black market auction. Opening bid, 3,000 gold. His stomach drops. Another pin. Strength of 10 draft. Sold to Rogue Mercenary Company. Price undisclosed. Another. Clara's Healing Draft. Counterfeit copy. Ineffective. 3 buyers hospitalized. He grips the edge of the table. Where did you get these? Rowan steps up beside him. We've been tracking your potions for 2 months. Every sale. Every resale. Every black market listing. Someone's been funneling your work into channels you know nothing about. And you've been doing what exactly? Watching? Trying to stop it. We've shut down 6 auctions in the last month. Intercepted a shipment of counterfeit healing drafts with your name on them. Recovered. She pulls a familiar glass vial from her coat pocket. This. Finnian stares at the vial. Pale silver liquid. Almost translucent. The whisper drop draft. You left it in the shop, he says. I put it back this morning, after I finished analyzing it. Someone sold a copy of your clarity filter to a merchant in the Northern District. Took it before a major negotiation. Ended up hearing everyone's thoughts for 6 hours straight. He's currently in a sanatorium. Finnian closes his eyes. That's not how clarity filter works. It is if someone's diluting your potions and adding unlicensed ingredients to stretch the volume. Then they slap your name on the bottle and sell it for full price. He opens his eyes. The room feels smaller now. The candles are too bright. Why should I trust you? Rowan looks at Ezra. Ezra nods. Because we're the ones who've been cleaning up your mess, the younger woman says. And because we're about to offer you something no one else can. A name. The person who's been stealing your potions and selling them. Finnian looks at her. The counterfeits aren't yours, Ezra says. They're low-quality copies. But the real ones that end up on the black market? Those are authentic. Someone inside your operation is selling them. There's no one inside my operation except me and Clara. And the thieves you haven't caught yet, the ones who hit your shop. The ones Morgana Duskwoven claims she didn't send. Someone else has been getting in. Someone quiet. Someone careful. Someone who knows exactly what they're looking for. Finnian thinks about the missing potion. The unlocked back window that showed no sign of forced entry. The fact that he's been exhausted and distracted for weeks. Working through the nights. Barely home. Barely paying attention to the corners of his own shop. You know who it is? He asks. We have a name, Rowan says. We need your help to prove it. What kind of help? She hands him a folded piece of paper. He opens it. A time. A place. The address of a warehouse in the dock district. There's a black market auction happening tonight, she says. We have intel that your potions will be on the block. If we catch the seller, we catch your thief. But we can't do it without you. Why not? Because you're the only one who can identify your own work with absolute certainty. If we accuse the wrong person, the whole operation goes underground. We lose them. They keep stealing. The reputation keeps getting dragged through the mud. He looks at Rowan. really looks at her. The sharp eyes, the steady hands, the way she doesn't flinch under his gaze. He's been suspicious of her for weeks. But she's not the threat. She's been trying to help. What happens if I say no? We close this operation down, move on to the next crisis. Let someone else clean up the pieces. And you keep bleeding potions into a black market that's going to ruin you. He folds the paper, puts it in his pocket. What time? Rowan smiles. Midnight. Wear something dark, and bring your best identification spells. He walks back to the shop in a daze. The sun is high. The streets are full. The city is alive with all the normal rhythms of a Tuesday morning. Finnian Lockwood is marching straight into a black market auction. Clara is waiting at the counter when he gets back. She takes one look at his face. It's bad, isn't it? He tells her everything. The secret meeting, the tracking operation, the counterfeit potions, the black market, the thief who might be someone he knows. She listens without interrupting. When he's done, she sets a cup of tea in front of him. You're going tonight? Yes. Alone? Rowan will be there, Ezra, his partner whose name I didn't catch. I won't be alone. But you'll be in danger. Probably. She crosses her arms. I'm coming with you. Absolutely not. I've been brewing potions for a month. I can identify a counterfeit healing draft at 20 paces. I know your work as well as anyone. You're 17, Clara. I'm your apprentice. And you said we were in this together. Is that a lie or just a thing you said when it was convenient? He stares at her, remembers the green goo on the ceiling, the 2 perfect healing drafts, the flower petals in her hair, the stubborn tilt of her chin that reminds him so much of himself it hurts. You stay behind me the whole time. You do exactly what I say. If there's trouble, you run. You don't look back. Deal. She holds out her hand. He shakes it. Midnight, she says. I'll bring the flash powder. I didn't authorize that. I don't remember asking. She walks into the back room to start preparing. Finnian stares after her. Then he laughs. The same rusty sound from before. It's getting easier. And tonight, he's going to find out who's been stealing from him, one way or another. Midnight hits. Finnian and Clara are crouched behind a stack of salt barrels. The dock district smells like dead fish and bad decisions. Rowan kneels next to them, her hood pulled low. Ezra and the unnamed woman are somewhere across the warehouse, waiting for the signal. The auction's already in progress. A man with a waxed mustache stands on a crate, waving a dark purple vial. Genuine Lockwood's Fear Dissolve elixir. He's lying. Finian's never brewed anything called Fear Dissolve. The bidding hits 400 gold before the vial shatters against the floor. It was just colored water. The crowd groans. The mustache man shrugs and pulls out the next item. This one's real. Finnian recognizes the pale silver shimmer immediately. The whisper drop draft Rowan returned to him this afternoon, which means someone stole it again. Or Rowan's not as trustworthy as she seems. He files that thought away for later. The bidding opens at 2,000 gold. Clara grips his sleeve. That's yours, she whispers. He nods. A hooded figure in the back raises a gloved hand. 3,000? 4,000. The mustache man is practically vibrating with excitement. 5,000. Sold. The hooded figure approaches the crate, hands over a heavy pouch, takes the whisper drop draft, and turns just enough for the lantern light to catch their face. Finnian stops breathing. It's the courier, the one who bought Windstep from him weeks ago. The one who came back twice since then. Always friendly, always asking questions about how the brewing works. Always buying just enough to seem like a regular. The courier pockets the potion and walks toward the side exit. Rowan touches Finian's arm. Now? Now. She raises a small copper whistle to her lips. The sound it makes isn't a whistle at all. It's a low thrum that vibrates through the warehouse floor. Every lantern in the place flickers at once. Ezra's signal. The mustache man looks up. What in the... The warehouse doors slam open. 6 city guards flood in, led by Garrett. His eyes are glowing faintly red in the dark. The firebrand elixir still hasn't fully worn off. Nobody move! The mustache man jumps off his crate and bolts for the back. Garrett's already there. He didn't run. He just leaped the entire length of the warehouse in one bound. The mustache man crashes into his chest and bounces off like a toy. Courier sees the chaos and ducks behind a stack of crates. Finnian is already moving. Clara's right behind him, clutching a small glass orb. Flash powder. She brought it anyway. Of course she did. The courier weaves through the panicking crowd, drops low, slips through a gap in the wall that Finnian didn't even know existed. They follow.
The gap leads to a narrow alley between two warehouses.
The courier is fast, wind-step fast.
He's already at the far end, turning the corner. Finnian pulls a slim green vial from his belt. Swift foot draft. He downs it in one gulp. His legs tingle. The world blurs at the edges. He runs. The alley becomes a smear of stone and shadow.
He catches up to the courier in 3 seconds flat.
Blocks the alley exit. The courier skids to a halt. His hand goes to his belt.
A very sharp knife is suddenly visible.
That's a bad idea, Finnian says. You're not a fighter, the courier says. His voice is calm.
Too calm for a man who just got chased through a warehouse.
You're right. I'm not. Finnian holds up his hand.
5 small vials sit between his fingers.
Want to guess what these do? The courier hesitates. Could be flash powder. Could be acid burst.
Could be something that makes you sneeze uncontrollably for 6 hours.
I brewed that last month by accident. Clara catches up behind them, breathing hard. She's holding her flash powder orb like a weapon.
Courier looks between them,
Calculating. Then he does something unexpected. He laughs.
You think I'm the thief?
You're holding my whisper drop draft. I'm holding a potion I bought at auction. Legally, with gold. Gold you got from selling my other potions. The courier's smile fades. Finnian steps closer. You bought Windstep from me 3 weeks ago. Strength of 10 last week. Clear Mind Elixir the week before that.
You've been in my shop 8 times in the last month.
You ask questions. You watch where I keep things.
You notice the back window doesn't lock properly.
I'm a curious person. You're a thief. The courier's hand tightens on the knife.
You can't prove that.
Actually, says a voice behind Clara. Rowan steps out of the shadows. She's holding a leather ledger. The courier's ledger.
Can.
She opens it. Pages and pages of transactions. Dates, times, potions, buyers.
Every single one of Finnian's missing potions.
Logged in neat handwriting. You kept records, Rowan says.
That was stupid.
The courier's face goes pale. I didn't. You sold a firebrand sample to a mercenary company in the southern provinces. Strength of 10 to a fighting pit in the lower wards. 3 healing drafts to a known poisoner in the dock district.
You've been operating for 2 months.
Rowan snaps the ledger shut. The guards are going to love this. The courier drops the knife.
It clatters on the cobblestones.
He runs. Straight into Garrett, who appears out of nowhere and catches him by the collar.
Nice try.
Garrett's grin is enormous. His eyes are still glowing. The courier dangles in the air like a kitten.
I've got him!
Put him down, Finnian says. Garrett drops him. The courier lands in a heap.
Clara steps forward and places her flash powder orb on the ground next to his head.
Don't move. He doesn't.
Back at the warehouse, the mustache man is in irons.
3 other black market dealers are lined up against the wall. The guards are cataloging evidence. Ezra's partner, the unnamed woman, is carefully packing confiscated potions into a padded crate.
At least half of them are counterfeits.
Cheap knockoffs with Finnian's seal slapped on the cork. The real ones are worth more. Much more.
They find 4 authentic potions in the mustache man's private stash.
A strength of 10. 2 healing drafts.
A small vial of something Finnian doesn't recognize.
He picks it up. The liquid inside is dark red. Almost black.
It swirls on its own,
even when the vial is perfectly still. I didn't brew this. Rowan takes it from him. She holds it up to the lantern light.
The liquid pulses, like it has a heartbeat.
This is blood magic, she says quietly. The mustache man looks up from his irons.
Found that in the courier's bag.
Wasn't part of the auction. He was holding it for someone else. Who? The mustache man shrugs. Didn't ask.
Don't want to know.
But the seal was weird. What seal? Black sun. Broken crown. Never seen it before. Finnian's blood goes cold.
Rowan's face tightens.
The Demon King's scouts. Clara steps closer.
What does that mean?
It means, Rowan says, someone's been giving your potions to the Demon King's agents.
Not just selling them on the black market,
delivering them directly. The courier. He wasn't just a thief. He was a middleman. And Finnian's potions are now in the hands of the enemy. Garrett drags the courier back into the warehouse, tosses him next to the mustache man.
The courier's bravado is gone.
He looks small, scared. I didn't know who they were, he says. Who? The scouts. The ones with the black sun seal.
Came to me 3 weeks ago. Said they'd pay triple for anything I could get from your shop.
And you didn't think that was suspicious? I thought they were just rich.
Collectors.
I didn't know they were. You didn't ask.
The courier stares at the floor. I needed the money. Clara's voice is sharp.
Everyone needs money.
Not everyone sells out the person who trusted them. The courier flinches. Finnian kneels down next to him.
What did they want? I don't know, they never said. Just told me to keep bringing potions. Any potions. They were especially interested in the ones with long-term effects, like Firebrand, and Windstep, and your healing drafts. They wanted anything that could be useful in a fight.
Finnian stands up. His hands are shaking, not with fear, with rage. His potions, his work,
In the hands of the Demon King's army.
every Firebrand elixir could make an enemy soldier faster.
Every healing draft could save a commander from a fatal wound.
Every strength of 10 could turn a scout into a weapon.
He's been arming the wrong side.
Rowan puts her hand on his shoulder. This isn't your fault. Feels like it is. You didn't sell to them.
He did.
She points at the courier. The difference matters. Clara steps up on his other side.
You can't control what people do with your potions after they leave the shop. You've said that 100 times.
I know. But you don't believe it. He doesn't answer.
The guards load the courier and the mustache man into a wagon.
Ezra finishes cataloging the evidence.
Garrett is still standing guard.
Arms crossed, looking extremely proud of himself. Rowan studies the blood magic vial.
We need to find out what this is. And how many more of your potions are already in the Demon King's hands?
How do we do that? We follow the money. She taps the courier's ledger.
Every sale is in here.
Every buyer, every location. We can trace exactly where your potions went.
And who's holding them now?
Finnian takes the ledger. It's heavier than it looks. 2 months of theft.
2 months of his work being funneled to the enemy.
We start tomorrow. Tonight, Clara says. She's still holding her flash powder orb.
Her jaw is set.
You said we're in this together. So we're in it together. All of it. Rowan looks at her. Then at Finnian.
She's not wrong.
Finnian tucks the ledger under his arm. Fine. Tonight. But first, I need to do something. He walks to the courier's wagon.
Man looks up through the bars.
His eyes are wet. I'm sorry. Finnian stares at him for a long moment. Don't be sorry. Be gone.
You're never coming near my shop again.
If you do, I'll brew something special just for you.
And you won't like the side effects.
The courier shrinks back. Finnian turns and walks away. The night air is cold. The stars are sharp.
The city is quiet,
except for the distant clatter of the wagon wheels. Rowan matches his pace.
There's something else.
Of course there is. Duke Aldrich. He's been buying your potions through the black market too. Not through the courier.
Through a different channel, one we haven't tracked yet.
Finnian keeps walking. He's arming his personal guard, quietly, off the books.
Whatever he's planning, it's going to happen soon.
How soon? Weeks, maybe days. They reach the end of the dock district.
The street lamps are sparse here.
Shadows pool in every doorway. We need allies, Rowan says. More than just me and Ezra. More than the guild.
You need people who will stand with you when the Duke makes his move.
I don't have people. You have Clara. She's 17. You have Garrett.
He's a city guard.
You have a notebook with 247 customers who owe you their health, their strength, their confidence.
You've spent months giving people exactly what they needed.
Maybe it's time to ask for something back. Finnian stops walking, looks at her.
You've been planning this.
I've been watching you for 2 months. Figuring out what kind of person you are.
What kind of person stays up all night brewing potions for a farmer with a lame horse?
What kind of person teaches a teenage girl how to brew healing drafts instead of sending her home?
What kind of person walks into a black market auction with nothing but a handful of vials and a 17-year-old apprentice?
She meets his eyes.
You're worth protecting, Finnian.
The city just doesn't know it yet. They walk the rest of the way in silence. The shop is dark when they arrive.
Paint on the wall still reads,
"Your potions are poison." It's faded now. Almost a week of rain has turned the letters gray. Clara touches the wall.
We should repaint.
Tomorrow. You said that last week. Tomorrow. She sighs. But she's smiling. Rowan stops at the door.
I'll be back in the morning.
We'll start going through the ledger. Ezra's already tracking the blood magic vial.
We'll have answers soon.
She hesitates. There's one more thing you should know. What? The Demon King's scouts.
They didn't just want your potions.
They wanted you. Specifically. The courier didn't know why, but the scouts kept asking about you. Your schedule.
Your habits. Where you sleep.
Finnian feels a chill that has nothing to do with the night air. They were planning to take you, Rowan says.
The black market operation was just a side hustle for the courier.
His real job was gathering information. For them. Why? I don't know. But whatever the Demon King wants with you, it's personal. And it's not over. She pulls her hood back up. Get some sleep. Tomorrow's going to be a long day. She disappears into the dark. Finnian stares at the empty street for a long time. Clara touches his arm. You okay? No. But he goes inside anyway, locks the door, lights the lamp, pulls out his brewing ledger, and starts writing. Not potion recipes. Names. Every customer he's ever helped. Every person who might stand with him. Because whatever's coming, he's not facing it alone. 2 days later, the knock comes. Early morning. Finnian is in the middle of brewing a new batch of Windstep when Clara opens the door. A man in expensive velvet stands on the doorstep. He has a scroll in one hand and a very official-looking wax seal on his lapel. The seal of Duke Aldrich. I have a summons for Finnian Lockwood. Clara's hand tightens on the doorframe. What kind of summons? The Duke requests your master's presence at the Silver Keep. Immediately. Finnian looks up from his cauldron. Requests. Or demands. The messenger doesn't blink. The Duke is not accustomed to being refused. Clara steps in front of the door. Her voice is remarkably steady for someone who's only been an apprentice for a few weeks. The shop is closed for private brewing today. You'll have to come back. That's not how this works. That's exactly how this works. She's holding a small blue vial behind her back. Finnian recognizes it. Frost Touch Extract. 1 drop freezes a full bucket of water. He taught her to brew it last week. He didn't teach her to threaten people with it, but he's not about to stop her either. The messenger looks at Clara, then at the vial, and back at Clara. Is that a threat? It's a weather report. Finnian walks to the door. His hands are still covered in moon petal dust. I'll come, but my apprentice stays here, and the shop stays closed until I return. The messenger nods stiffly. 1 hour. Don't be late. He turns and marches away. Clara closes the door. You're not actually going. I have to. It's a trap. Probably. She blocks his path. Then why? Because if I don't go, he sends guards, then more guards. Then things get worse. If I go, I can at least find out what he wants. She crosses her arms. You're taking Garrett. Garrett's on duty. Then you're taking me. Absolutely not. The same argument they had before the auction. Same stubborn tilt of her chin. She's not backing down, and honestly, he's not sure he wants her to. Fine. But you stay in the waiting room. You don't follow me in. You don't argue. You don't threaten any nobles with Frost Touch. Can I threaten them with something else? No. She sighs dramatically. You're no fun. They leave a note for Garrett on the counter, just in case. The Silver Keep sits at the heart of the noble district. It's less of a keep and more of a monument to Duke Aldrich's ego. White marble, silver trim, guards at every entrance wearing polished armor that's never seen actual combat. Finnian's been here once before. Years ago, when the hero party was still together. Thaddeus had given a speech in the Great Hall about duty and sacrifice. Finnian had stood in the back and wondered why he felt so empty. Now he's back, with an apprentice who's trying to look innocent and failing badly. The door is open. A steward leads them through corridors lined with paintings of dead ancestors, all of them staring down with the same smug expression. The Duke must practice it in the mirror. They reach the Great Hall. Duke Aldrich is seated at the far end, on a throne. Because of course he is. He's older than Finnian remembered. Gray hair, cold eyes, a smile that doesn't reach them. Finnian Lockwood, the famous potion maker. I've heard so much about you. You've also sent people to harass my shop, spread rumors about my potions, and tried to pressure me into a contract I didn't want. The Duke's smile doesn't waver. Business is business. What do you want? The Duke leans forward. You, your potions, exclusive access. I want everything you brew from this moment forward to come to me. In exchange, I'll offer you something the guild can't. Which is? Absolute protection. From the Demon King. From the Mages Guild. From anyone who wants to take what's yours. I have the resources. The soldiers. The influence. Sign with me, and no one touches a hair on your head. Or your apprentices. Clara stiffens. Finnian's jaw tightens. The guild already provides protection. The guild has rules, bureaucracy, limitations. I don't. I can end your smear campaign with a single order. I can have your shop guarded around the clock. I can make your enemies disappear. All I ask is that you work for me. And if I refuse? The Duke's smile finally drops. Then I stop being your protector. I become something else entirely. Is that a threat? It's a weather report. Clara makes a small choking sound. She's trying not to laugh. Finnian keeps his face neutral. I'll need time to think about it. You have 3 days. That's not enough time. That's the offer. 3 days. Then I'll assume your answer is no, and I'll act accordingly. The Duke gestures to the steward. The audience is over. They're escorted out. Back through the corridor of smug ancestors. Back through the polished guards who've never seen real combat. Back into the cold morning air. Clara exhales. That was terrifying. It's going to get worse. I know. What do we do? He's been asking himself the same question. But now he has an answer. We do what Rowan said. We find allies. Everyone I've ever helped. Everyone who's ever bought a potion from me. Everyone who owes me a favor. That's a lot of people. Good. We're going to need all of them. They walk back to Heron Street. The shop is still standing. Garrett is waiting outside with a concerned expression and a half-eaten loaf of bread. What happened? Are you okay? Did they hurt you? We're fine. The Duke wants exclusive access. 3 days to decide, or else. Garrett's expression hardens. Then we don't give him 3 days. We gather everyone. Now, tonight, I'll talk to my captain. He owes you for that time you brewed the antidote for the sewer poison. Finnian blinks. I forgot about that. Most of the guard didn't. Clara is already pulling out the customer ledger. I'll start organizing. We need names, addresses, testimonials, people who'll speak up for us, people who'll stand outside the shop and refuse to leave if it comes to that, people who'll sign a petition. Finnian stares at her. A petition. You taught me that words matter, that proof matters, that if you want something to change, you have to make it impossible to ignore. She flips open the ledger. Let's make it impossible to ignore. The next 3 days are chaos. Clara organizes like a general planning a campaign. She divides the customer list by district, assigns messengers to each one, writes letters, knocks on doors, explains the situation. Garrett talks to the city guard. At least 30 of them agree to sign. Some of them remember the poison antidote. Some remember the time Finnian brewed a stamina draft that let a night patrol survive a griffin attack. Some just really don't like the Duke. The blacksmith, Garen, is the first civilian to sign. He shows up at the shop with a massive hammer and an even more massive scowl. Heard the Duke's trying to strong-arm you. That's not happening on my watch. He signs the petition with a charcoal stick the size of a child's arm. The farmer with the fertility filter signs. Then his entire extended family. 27 signatures in one afternoon. The midwife who bought Steady Hands tincture signs. Then every midwife she's ever trained. 12 more signatures. The theater troupe that bought the glowing elixir signs. They also offer to perform a dramatic reenactment of the Duke's villainy in the town square. Finnian politely declines. The nervous young man comes back. He doesn't look nervous anymore. He looks determined. I heard what's happening. My landlord signed. Everyone in my building signed. We're up to 87 names. 87 becomes 150. 150 becomes 300. By the end of the second day, Clara's petition is 4 pages long. The signatures are crammed so tight you can barely read the names. On the morning of the third day, Rowan arrives with a gift. 300 more signatures. From the dock district. From the lower wards. From the merchants who've been using Finnian's potions without him even knowing. The courier's ledger traced sales to places Finnian never reached. Rowan visited every single one of them. Thought you might need these. Finnian stares at the stack of pages. How did you... I told you, you're worth protecting. The city just didn't know it yet. 600 signatures. A petition demanding that Duke Aldrich cease his harassment of Lockwood's elixirs. Demanding that Finnian Lockwood be allowed to operate his shop freely. Demanding that the community stand together against the kind of power that crushes the vulnerable. Clara attaches a cover page. At the bottom, she's written one final line. Signed by the people whose lives you've saved. Now let us save yours. Finnian reads it twice. It's not a business ledger anymore. It's a shield. Clara smiles. That's the idea. The third day ends. Duke Aldrich's messenger returns, expecting a surrender. Expecting a broken potion maker who spent 3 days terrified and alone. Instead, he finds 600 people gathered in the street outside the shop. Garrett stands at the front with 30 city guards. Garen the blacksmith has his hammer. Clara has her petition. Finnian has a teacup. He sips it calmly. You can tell the Duke my answer is no, and he's welcome to act accordingly. But he should know that 600 people are watching. The messenger stares at the crowd. His face goes pale. He turns and leaves without a word. The street erupts in cheers. Clara hugs Finnian so hard he spills his tea. Garrett lifts Garen onto his shoulders. Somewhere in the crowd, someone starts singing. It's not a good song, but it's a victory song. And for the first time in weeks, Finnian Lockwood laughs without any rust at all. The celebration on Heron Street lasts well into the evening. Someone breaks out a barrel of ale from the tavern 3 doors down. Garen the blacksmith challenges 3 city guards to an arm wrestling contest and wins all 3. Garrett tries to give a speech, but forgets every word halfway through and just starts cheering instead. Clara stands on a crate, holding the petition above her head like a trophy, flower petals still tangled in her hair. Finnian Lockwood watches it all from his shop doorway with a fresh cup of tea. The cup is not his favorite one. That one's still a decorative paperweight, crystallized in green goo from Clara's first disaster. But this one's warm in his hands, and that's enough. He takes a sip, and something shifts behind his eyes. The laughter doesn't quite reach them. Clara notices. She's been getting very good at noticing things about her mentor. She hops off the crate and weaves through the crowd, grabbing his sleeve. She asks if he's okay. He says he's fine. She doesn't believe him. And honestly, neither would anyone else watching. Because Finnian Lockwood has the look of a man who just remembered something he's been trying very hard to forget. He sets down the teacup. He tells Clara he needs to take a walk. She asks if she should come with him. He pauses. Most times, Finnian Lockwood would say no. He's a solitary creature by nature, this potion maker, happiest alone in his shop, with nothing but bubbling cauldrons and the smell of crushed moon petal. But tonight, he looks at Clara's worried face. He sees the flower petals still stuck in her hair. He sees the ink stains on her fingers from the petition. He sees someone who's earned the right to know. So he nods. And together they slip away from the party. The noise fades behind them as they walk. Past the blacksmith's forge, cold and dark at this hour. Past the printer's shop, where 2,000 handbills once saved a reputation. Past the city gates, where Garrett ran 40 seconds flat on a firebrand elixir. Finnian doesn't speak. Clara doesn't push. She's learning that too. The road leads east, out of the city proper, toward the old district. The buildings grow smaller here. The streets grow quieter. The cobblestones grow rougher underfoot. And eventually, they reach a low stone wall with an iron gate. Beyond it, rows of markers catch the fading light. A graveyard. Clara's breath catches. She suddenly understands that this is a place Finnian has been avoiding. The gate creaks when he pushes it open. He walks like a man who knows exactly where he's going and wishes he didn't. 3rd row from the wall. 5th marker from the path. Simple stone, no grand monument, just a name and a date, and 2 words carved underneath. Clara reads them silently. Ki nam ven, beloved friend. Finnian stops in front of the marker. His hands hang at his sides. The evening breeze stirs his uncombed hair, but he doesn't move to fix it. He just stands there, and Clara stands beside him. And for a very long moment, nobody says anything at all. The sun dips lower. Shadows stretch across the graveyard, like long fingers. Finally, Finnian speaks. His voice is quieter than Clara has ever heard it. He tells her that Kinam was his mentor and best friend. 5 years ago, before the hero party, before the shop, before any of this. She was brilliant, he says. More talented than he was at her age. Hungry to learn. Fearless in her experiments. Maybe too fearless. Clara waits. She knows the shape of a story that hurts to tell. The wind picks up, rustling the leaves of an old oak tree nearby. Finnian crouches down. He brushes a few fallen leaves off the marker with a gentleness that makes Clara's chest ache. He says he was working on something new back then. An experimental potion. Something he thought would change everything. A draft that could permanently boost a mage's natural mana reserves. He called it the Wellspring Elixir, and Kinam wanted to help. She was so eager to prove herself, so convinced she could handle whatever came. Finnian's voice breaks on the next words. He says the 3rd trial batch was unstable. He knew it was unstable. He told her to wait, but she was afraid he'd shelve the project. She was afraid he'd give up on his greatest work. So she tested it on herself when he wasn't looking. The breeze stills. Even the birds seem to stop singing. Finnian says the reaction took 6 hours. He tried every counter-agent he knew. He tried 12 different stabilizing infusions. He tried things he'd never attempted before and has never attempted since. Nothing worked. He says her body couldn't contain the mana surge. Her channels burned out from the inside. And by dawn, she was gone. He was 22 years old. He'd just killed his best friend. Clara doesn't say anything. What could she possibly say? She does the only thing that makes sense. She kneels down beside him in the grass. She puts her hand on his shoulder. She stays there. Finnian says he shut down the shop for 6 months after that. He stopped brewing entirely. He almost stopped being a mage. Every time he looked at a cauldron, he saw Keenam's face. Every potion recipe reminded him of the one that failed. He joined the hero party a month later because he didn't know what else to do. Because Thaddeus convinced him he could use his talents for something bigger, something safer, something that wouldn't hurt anyone he loved. Clara asks softly if the hero party knew. Finnian shakes his head. He never told them. He never told anyone. He says he left the party 2 years ago because he finally understood something. It wasn't about being a hero. It wasn't about fighting monsters or saving kingdoms. It was about one person at a time, one potion, one customer, one life that he could actually be sure he'd helped. He opens his own shop because he couldn't bear the thought of never brewing again. Because potion making was the only thing he was good at. Because he needed to prove to himself that his work could heal instead of harm. Clara looks at the gravestone. She looks at the date. 5 years. She's been gone 5 years, and Finnian has been carrying this alone the whole time. She asks if that's why he's so careful with her training. Why he makes her do everything 3 times before she gets to touch real ingredients. Why he watches her like a hawk every time she's near an open flame. Why he insisted on moon petal essence instead of extract. Finnian nods. He says he will not make the same mistake twice. He says he will not lose another apprentice. He will not lose her. Clara feels something hot behind her eyes. She blinks it back. She tells him he's not going to lose her. Because he's not the same mage he was 5 years ago. Because he's a better teacher than he knows. Because he's the reason she can brew a simple healing draft with her eyes closed. Because he's the reason 600 people signed a petition to save a potion shop from a greedy duke. Because everything he's done since Keenam's death has been about making sure it never happens again. And that's not the mark of a failure. That's the mark of someone who learned. Finnian doesn't respond right away. He stares at the carving on the stone. Beloved friend. Clara says she wishes she could have met Keenam. She bets they would have gotten along. She bets they would have blown up at least 3 cauldrons together before breakfast. A sound escapes Finnian's throat. It's somewhere between a laugh and a sob. He says Keenam would have liked her. He says Keenam would have probably tried to convince Clara to help her steal ingredients for a secret side project. She was like that. Always pushing, always curious. Always a little too reckless for her own good. Clara smiles. It's a sad smile, but it's real. She asks what Keenam's favorite potion was. Finnian thinks about it. He says she loved anything that made things float. Levitation draughts, cloud step elixirs. She once brewed a wind glide draft that let her coast 3 feet off the ground for an entire afternoon. She spent the whole day terrorizing the neighborhood cats. Clara laughs. She can picture it perfectly. Some wild-haired girl floating down the street while cats yowl and scatter in every direction. The image feels right. It feels like something that should be remembered. Finnian stands up slowly. His knees pop. He says he should have come here sooner. He's been avoiding this place for years. Every time he thought about visiting, he found an excuse. Too busy. Too tired. Too many orders to fill. But the truth was simpler and uglier. He was ashamed. Ashamed to face her. Ashamed to admit what happened. Ashamed to say out loud that he'd let his ambition kill someone he cared about. Clara stands up too. She brushes the grass off her knees. She tells him that shame doesn't help anyone. Keenam wouldn't want him to punish himself forever. She'd want him to keep brewing, keep teaching, keep helping people one at a time. Finnian looks at Clara. Really looks at her. This girl who walked into his shop with a failed healing draft and a head full of flower petals. This girl who organized 600 signatures in 3 days. This girl who knelt beside him in a graveyard without being asked. He says she's right. He knows she's right. But knowing and feeling are different things. Clara says that's okay. Feelings take longer. She's learned that from watching him. He's not always patient with himself, but he's patient with everyone else. Maybe it's time to flip that around. Finnian reaches into his pocket. He pulls out something small. A tiny glass vial, empty, with a cork stopper. Clara recognizes it immediately. It's one of the vials from his very first batch of potions. The kind he used before he upgraded to better glassware. Finnian places it on top of the gravestone. He says it's not much. It's not a wellspring elixir, it's just an empty reminder that he's still here. Still brewing. Still trying to get it right. The breeze picks up again. The little vial catches the last light of sunset. It glints like a tiny star. And then Finnian Lockwood does something he hasn't done in 5 years. He says goodbye. Not to the stone. Not to the name. To the guilt he's been carrying like a second spine. He tells Keenam he's sorry. He tells her he'll never stop being sorry. He also tells her he's found something worth protecting again. An apprentice, a shop, a community that signed a petition to save him. He's not going to waste it. Clara reaches over and squeezes his hand. He squeezes back. They stand there together as the sun finishes its descent. The graveyard settles into twilight. Somewhere in the city behind them, the celebration is still going. Garrett is probably challenging someone to another ridiculous contest. Garen is probably telling the story of how he stared down the Duke's messenger for the 5th time. Rowan is probably somewhere in the shadows, watching over everything with that quiet intensity of hers. But here, in this quiet corner of the old district, something else is happening. Finnian Lockwood is letting go. Not all the way. Not completely. Grief doesn't work like that. But enough. Enough to breathe a little easier. Enough to look at his apprentice without seeing a ghost superimposed over her face. Enough to believe that maybe, just maybe, he deserves the life he's built. Clara asks if he's ready to go back. He nods. They walk toward the gate together. The iron hinges creak the same way they did when they arrived. But something feels different now. Lighter. Less like a wound and more like a scar. Finnian stops at the gate. He looks back one more time. Little glass vial is still there on the stone, catching starlight. He says he'll come back. Not in 5 years. Maybe next month. Maybe with flowers. Maybe just to talk. But he won't avoid it anymore. Clara smiles. She says she'll come with him if he wants. He says he'd like that. They walk back through the city streets. The noise of the celebration grows louder as they approach Heron Street. Someone has lit torches. Someone else has brought out a fiddle. Garrett is attempting to dance, and it looks like a flamingo having a seizure. Garen is laughing so hard he's crying. Rowan is leaning against a wall with the faintest hint of a smile on her face. And Finnian Lockwood walks back into the middle of it, with his apprentice at his side. He picks up his teacup. It's cold now, but that's okay. Clara asks if he wants her to heat it up. He says no. He'll make a fresh pot. Because some things are worth starting over. Some things are worth doing right. And as the fiddle plays and the torches burn and 600 signatures sit safely in a leather-bound folder inside the shop, Finnian Lockwood feels something he hasn't felt in a very long time. Peace. Not the temporary kind that comes from distraction. Not the fragile kind that shatters at the first reminder of loss. The real kind. The kind that comes from finally telling the truth. The kind that comes from knowing you're not alone. The kind that settles into your bones and whispers that you're allowed to keep going. He pours the tea. He hands a cup to Clara. They stand in the doorway of Lockwood's Elixirs. The shop that almost fell apart. The shop that 600 people saved. The shop that 2 potion makers now call home. And Finnian Lockwood raises his cup in a quiet toast. To Keenom. To second chances. To one person at a time. Clara clinks her cup against his. She says he's going to be okay. For the first time in 5 years, Finnian Lockwood actually believes it. The celebration continues into the night. But something has shifted in the potion maker. Clara can see it in the way he stands a little straighter, in the way he laughs a little easier, in the way he looks at the shop not as a hiding place, but as a home. She knows there are still battles ahead. The Demon King's scouts are still out there. Duke Aldrich is still scheming. The Mages Guild is still circling like vultures. But tonight, none of that matters. Tonight, a man visited a grave and left some of his guilt behind. And his apprentice was there to witness it. She won't forget this night. She won't forget the story he told her. She won't forget the promise she made to herself while kneeling in the grass beside him. She's going to be worthy of his trust. She's going to be the best potion maker this city has ever seen. And she's going to make sure Finnian Lockwood never has to bury another apprentice. Not ever. The next morning dawns bright and clear. Clara arrives at the shop with fresh bread as usual. She finds Finnian already at his workbench. There's a new cauldron bubbling. A new set of ingredients laid out in neat rows. A new glint in his eye that wasn't there before. She asks what he's working on. He says it's something new. Something he's been thinking about for a while but never had the courage to attempt. Something inspired by a girl who loved to make things float. Clara's eyes go wide. She asks if he means what she thinks he means. He says he's going to try the Wellspring elixir again. But this time, he's not doing it alone. This time he's going to do it right. Slowly. Methodically. With every safety protocol he's learned in 5 years of careful brewing. And with his apprentice watching every step, Clara sets down the bread. She rolls up her sleeves. She asks where they start. Finnian hands her a pair of goggles. He says they start at the beginning. And together, master and apprentice, they get to work. The past is behind them. The future is uncertain. But the present is a bubbling cauldron. And the smell of crushed moon petal, and the quiet rhythm of 2 people who trust each other completely. And that's more than enough. The celebration on Heron Street is a memory now. 3 days have passed since the visit to Keenom's grave. Finnian Lockwood stands at his workbench with his sleeves rolled up. The shop is quiet. Too quiet. Clara sorts moon petal stems at the front counter, humming something off-key. The new Wellspring Elixir project sits in a sealed crucible, simmering on its 3rd day of low-heat infusion. Finnian checks the temperature with the back of his hand. Still stable. Still terrifying. He hasn't told Clara how much this brew scares him. She probably knows anyway. She's sharp like that. The hour is late. Outside the window, Heron Street is empty except for a stray cat and a single flickering street lamp. Finnian yawns and tells Clara to head home. She says she'll finish restocking the powdered silver first. He doesn't argue. He's learned that arguing with Clara about work ethic is like arguing with a stone wall. Except the stone wall eventually gives up. Clara doesn't. She's in the middle of labeling a jar when the shop's back window explodes inward. Glass shatters across the floor in a spray of jagged diamonds. Clara screams. Finnian spins around. A dark figure drops through the broken window and lands in a crouch. Black clothes, black mask, 2 curved daggers already in both hands. No warning. No demand. Just steel and intent. The assassin moves fast. Faster than anyone Finnian has ever seen up close. One moment he's by the window. Next he's halfway across the shop, with both blades aimed at Finnian's throat. Clara shouts his name. Finnian's hand is already in his pocket. He's been keeping a small vial there for exactly this reason. Ever since the vandalism. Ever since the letter with the black sun seal. Ever since he realized how many powerful people want what he can make. The vial shatters against the floorboards between him and the assassin. Thick white smoke erupts in a column. Blinding screen draft. One of the first things he taught Clara to brew. Talcum base. Powdered pearl. A single drop of condensed fog from the marshes east of the city. The assassin coughs once. Then he stops moving. He's good. He's waiting. Finnian grabs Clara's wrist and pulls her behind the heavy oak counter. She's shaking, but her eyes are clear. She whispers that the back door is unlocked. Finnian knows. He also knows that running outside in the dark against an assassin is a death sentence. At least in here they have options. Lots of options. The shop is practically a bomb waiting to go off. The smoke begins to thin. Finnian reaches up to the shelf above the counter. His fingers find 3 small vials. He doesn't need to look. He knows every bottle in this shop by touch. The assassin speaks for the first time. His voice is flat and professional. He says Morgana Duskwoven sends her regards. Finnian's jaw tightens. Of course it's Morgana. The handbills weren't enough. The rumors weren't enough. Now she's escalated to murder. The assassin says she wants the Wellspring formula. Finnian almost laughs. The Wellspring formula killed his first apprentice. Now Morgana wants to finish the job. Clara's hand finds his arm. She's holding something too. A small glass orb about the size of a walnut. Flash powder. She made it herself last week. Finnian nods. The smoke is almost gone now. The assassin takes 1 step forward. His boots crunch on broken glass. Finnian stands up from behind the counter. He holds the 3 vials in his left hand. The assassin tilts his head. He says the mage wants to bargain. Finnian says he doesn't bargain with people who break his windows, and he throws the first vial. Not at the assassin, at his own feet. The floorboards ripple. Roots erupt through the wood. Thick brown tendrils as wide as Finnian's wrist. Ground grasp elixir. It takes 60 hours to brew and requires a live mandrake cutting. Finnian only had 1 dose. But 1 is enough. The roots wrap around the assassin's ankles. He stumbles. His daggers flash down and cut through 2 of the tendrils. But 3 more take their place. Clara throws the flash powder. The little orb arcs through the air and detonates 3 feet from the assassin's face. White light floods the shop. The assassin grunts and throws an arm over his eyes. He's blinded. Finnian throws the second vial. This one is simpler. Concentrated sleeping draft mixed with aerosol base. It hits the assassin's chest and bursts into a fine blue mist. He breathes it in. His movements slow. The daggers dip. Finnian's heart is pounding. He's not a fighter. He's never been a fighter. He left the hero party for exactly this reason. He brews potions. He sells them to people who need them. He doesn't stab assassins in his own shop. But right now he doesn't have a choice. The assassin wrenches 1 foot free from the roots, then the other. He's strong, stronger than the ground grasp should allow. He must be using something. A potion of his own, maybe. Or some kind of enhancement magic. Either way, the roots won't hold him much longer. Clara grabs Finian's sleeve. She points at the shelf behind him. The third vial is still in his hand, but he doesn't need it yet. What Clara is pointing at is a beaker of clear liquid on the second shelf, labeled in her own handwriting. Do not touch. Experimental. Property of Clara. Finnian doesn't know what it does, but he trusts his apprentice. He grabs the beaker and hurls it at the assassin. It spins through the air and shatters against the man's shoulder. Nothing happens for 1 second. 2 seconds. The assassin lunges forward with one blade raised, and then his entire body locks up. Every muscle goes rigid. He topples forward like a statue. His face hits the floorboards with a sound like a dropped sack of flour. Finnian stares. Clara stares. The shop is silent except for the crunch of settling glass. Clara whispers that she calls it stone limb serum. She says it's supposed to paralyze someone for about 10 minutes. She didn't know if it would work. Finnian looks at her. He says it definitely works. He grins. It's a little shaky around the edges, but it's a grin. Finnian grabs a coil of rope from the supply closet. Together, they tie the assassin to the heaviest chair in the shop. Finnian adds 3 extra knots just to be safe. Clara asks if they should call the city guard. Finnian says yes, but first he wants to have a conversation. He pulls off the assassin's mask. The face underneath is unremarkable. Brown hair, pale skin, a thin scar across the left cheekbone. No one Finnian recognizes. The man's eyes are still open. He can't move, but he can hear. Finnian pulls up a stool and sits down in front of him. He asks how long Morgana has been planning this. The assassin's lips twitch. The paralysis is already starting to fade. Just the facial muscles. He can talk. He says Morgana has been planning it since the day Finnian walked into her shop. Finnian isn't surprised. He asks how many more are coming. The assassin blinks slowly. He says he doesn't know. He was hired for one job. Break in, find the wellspring formula, eliminate the mage if necessary. Clara's face goes pale. She asks if that means Morgana was okay with murder. The assassin looks at her. His expression doesn't change. He says Morgana was very specific. She wants Finnian dead. She wants Clara alive. Clara takes a step back. Finnian's hands go cold. He asks why alive. The assassin's lips curl into something that might be a smile. He says Morgana believes the apprentice has potential. She wants to offer Clara at dusk-woven tonics. Clara's voice is barely a whisper. She says she would never work for that woman. The assassin doesn't respond. His eyes flick to the shelf behind Finnian, the shelf where the wellspring elixir is still simmering in its sealed crucible. He says Morgana will get what she wants eventually. She always does. Finnian stands up. He walks to the front door and opens it. The cold night air rushes in. He tells Clara to run to the guardhouse. Wake up Garrett. Bring him and as many guards as he can gather. Clara nods. She grabs her coat and bolts out the door. Her footsteps fade down Heron Street. Finnian turns back to the assassin. He sits down again. He asks if the man has a name. The assassin says no. He's not supposed to. Finnian says that's fine. He'll just call him the man who broke the wrong window. The assassin's eyes narrow. Finnian leans forward. He says Morgana made 2 mistakes tonight. First, she sent one man. Second, she threatened his apprentice. The assassin says those aren't mistakes. Those are calculations. Finnian shakes his head. He says Morgana has been calculating since the moment they met. She calculated that handbills would ruin his reputation. She calculated that vandalism would scare him off. She calculated that an assassin would solve her problem permanently. But she keeps getting the math wrong. Because she doesn't understand something fundamental, the assassin raises one eyebrow. The paralysis is fading faster now. His fingers are starting to twitch. Finnian says he's not competing with Morgana. He never was. He's not trying to build an empire. He's not trying to dominate the potion market. He's just trying to brew things that help people. And people can tell the difference. The assassin's other eyebrow goes up. He says that's very noble. He says it won't stop Morgana. Finnian says he knows. That's why he's going to stop her himself. The front door bursts open. Garrett charges in with his sword drawn and his eyes glowing faintly red. Firebrand elixir is still in his system. It's been weeks. Finnian really needs to figure out the half-life on that formula. Behind Garrett come 3 more guards. Then Clara. She's out of breath, but she's holding a small crossbow. Finnian didn't even know she owned a crossbow. He'll ask about that later. Garrett takes one look at the tied-up assassin and grins. He says Finnian threw a party and didn't invite him. Finnian says the guest of honor just arrived. Garrett laughs and hauls the assassin to his feet. The paralysis has worn off enough for the man to stand. Barely. The guards drag him out into the street. Garrett claps Finnian on the shoulder. He says the captain is going to have questions. A lot of questions. Finnian says he'll answer all of them. Tomorrow. Right now, he needs to clean up the shop. Garrett nods. He says he'll post 2 guards outside for the rest of the night. Just in KPS, Morgana gets creative. Finnian thanks him. Garrett leaves. Clara sets down her crossbow. Her hands are still shaking. She looks at the broken window, the shattered glass, the torn-up floorboards. She asks if this is what it's going to be like from now on. Finnian doesn't answer right away. He walks to the shelf and checks the sealed crucible. The wellspring elixir is still stable, still intact. The assassin never even got close to it. He turns back to Clara. He says it might be like this for a while. He says Morgana isn't going to stop. Neither is Duke Aldrich. Neither are the Demon King's scouts. There are a lot of people who want what he can make, and some of them are willing to kill for it. Clara nods slowly. She asks if he's scared. Finnian thinks about it. He thinks about Keenam. He thinks about the small empty vial he left on her gravestone. He thinks about the promise he made to himself, one about never having to bury another apprentice. He says he's terrified, but he's not running. Not this time. Clara looks at him for a long moment. Then she picks up a broom. She says they should start cleaning. The glass isn't going to sweep itself. Finnian almost laughs. He grabs a dustpan. They work side by side as the moon sinks lower in the sky. By the time dawn breaks, the shop is mostly put back together. The window is boarded up. The floor is patched where the roots burst through. The broken vials have been swept away. Finnian makes a pot of tea. He pours 2 cups. He hands one to Clara. She takes it with both hands. Her fingers are still trembling a little, but her eyes are steady. Finnian says she did good tonight. Really good. She says she was just following his lead. He says she did more than that. She threw the flash powder at exactly the right moment. She brewed the stone limb serum that brought the assassin down. She ran through the dark to get help without hesitating. That's not following. That's acting. That's what a real potion maker does. Clara stares into her tea. She says she was scared the whole time. Finnian says being scared is fine. It's what you do while you're scared that matters. She looks up at him. She asks if he was scared with Keenam. The question hangs in the air. Finnian takes a long sip of tea. He says he was terrified with Keenam every single day. Not because of the brewing, because he knew what could go wrong. He knew one mistake could cost everything. And in the end, it did. But that doesn't mean the brewing wasn't worth it. Clara sets down her cup. She says she doesn't want to end up like Keenam. Finnian says she won't. He says he's going to teach her everything he knows. Every safety protocol. Every stabilizer. Every failsafe. He's going to make sure she's the best prepared apprentice in the history of potion making. And he's not going to let her near anything dangerous until she's ready. Clara nods. She picks up her tea again. She says she's going to hold him to that. Finnian smiles. It's a tired smile, but it's real. Outside, the sun is rising over Heron Street. The city is waking up. The guards Garrett posted are still standing outside the shop. Their presence is a comfort. A small one, but a comfort nonetheless. Finnian knows this isn't over. Morgana will try again. Maybe not tonight. Maybe not this week. But eventually, he needs to be ready. He needs Clara to be ready. He needs allies. More than just Garrett and a couple of guards. He needs people who can help him fight back. He thinks about Rowan, about Ezra and his maps, about the courier and the ledger. He thinks about the black sun seal on the Demon King's letter. He thinks about Duke Aldrich and his personal guard. One problem at a time. First Morgana, then the rest. He finishes his tea and sets the cup down. He tells Clara to go home and get some sleep. She says she'll be back in 4 hours. He doesn't argue. He knows she will be. She grabs her coat and heads for the door. Before she leaves, she turns back. She says she's glad she's his apprentice. She says she wouldn't want to learn from anyone else. Then she's gone. Finnian stands alone in his shop. The morning light spills through the boarded-up window. The shelves are a little emptier than they were yesterday. The floor is scarred. The back door needs new locks. But the wellspring elixir is still simmering in its sealed crucible, and his apprentice is coming back in 4 hours. And somewhere out there, Morgana Duskwoven is waking up to the news that her assassin failed. Finnian allows himself a small smile. He picks up Clara's empty cup and carries it to the sink. Tomorrow, he'll deal with Morgana. Tomorrow, he'll start building his defenses. Tomorrow, he'll figure out how to protect the people he cares about from the storm that's coming. Today, he's going to brew, because that's what he does. That's who he is. And no assassin in the night is going to change that. He ties his apron. He rolls up his sleeves. And Finnian Lockwood gets back to work.
The wellspring elixir bubbles softly in its crucible.
The steam rises in lazy spirals. The shop smells like moon petal and resin, and the faint electric tang of condensed magic. Outside, Heron Street stirs to life. Somewhere a blacksmith's hammer rings. Somewhere a cart rattles over cobblestones. And inside Lockwood's elixirs, a potion maker and his apprentice have just survived their first assassination attempt. Survive the next one too. But they don't know yet that the next one won't come from Morgana. It'll come from someone they trust. And that will hurt a whole lot worse. 3 days pass. The shop looks almost normal again. New glass sits in the back window. The floorboards don't creak where the roots came through. Finnian replaces the locks himself. He installs a second bolt on the front door too. Clara reorganizes the shelves. She labels everything twice. She starts carrying a small pouch of flash powder on her belt. Finnian notices but doesn't say anything. He's doing the same thing with a sleeping draught. Morning of the 4th day. A knock at the door. Not a customer. It's a city guard. Not Garrett. This one's older. Gray at the temples. He's holding a rolled parchment with a wax seal. He knows that seal. City magistrate. The guard asks if he's Finnian Lockwood. Our boy says yeah. The guard hands him the parchment. Says he's been summoned. Official inquiry. Room 3. The guild hall. 1 hour. Finnian reads the parchment twice. Clara watches from behind the counter. She asks what it says. He tells her it's about Morgana. The guard is already walking away. Finnian grabs his coat. Clara starts to follow. He tells her to stay. Keep the shop open. She doesn't like it, but she nods. Finnian walks to the guild hall. The streets are busy. Market day. Nobody pays attention to one more potion maker in a hurry. He reaches the big oak doors. The clerk directs him to room 3. Room 3 is small. A table. 4 chairs. Magistrate Voss is already seated. Gray hair, sharp eyes, a stack of papers in front of her. She's not alone. Morgana Duskwoven sits in the corner, hands bound, 2 guards flanking her. She looks tired. Her silver hair is tangled, her fine clothes are rumpled, but her eyes are sharp as ever. They lock onto Finnian the moment he walks in. She doesn't look defeated. She looks like a cat who knows something you don't. Finnian takes the empty chair. Magistrate Voss gets straight to business. She says Morgana Duskwoven has been charged with conspiracy, hiring an assassin, attempted murder of a guild-registered merchant. Finnian blinks. He wasn't expecting it to move this fast. Magistrate Voss slides a document across the table. The assassin's confession. Signed. Witnessed. The man gave up everything. Morgana's money, her instructions, her promise of more coin if he made it look like an accident. Finnian reads the confession. His hands are steady. The assassin wrote down every detail. The back window, the smoke, the roots, the stone limb serum. He even complains about the stone limb serum, says it still makes his fingers tingle. Finnian almost smiles. Magistrate Voss asks if he verifies these events. He says yeah, that's exactly what happened. She makes a note. Morgana speaks for the first time. She says this is a misunderstanding. She says she never told him to kill anyone. She just wanted the formula. The wellspring elixir. That's all. The assassin was supposed to steal it, not hurt anyone. The magistrate doesn't look convinced. She asks Morgana why she hired a known killer to steal a piece of paper. Morgana doesn't have a good answer. Finnian watches her. He remembers their conversation in her laboratory. The handbills, the smear campaign, the vandals she swore she didn't send. He believed her about the vandals. He still does. But the assassin is different. An assassin is a line you don't cross. Magistrate Voss pushes another document forward. Testimony from the printer. Confirms Duskwoven tonics paid for the smear handbills. Morgana doesn't deny it. She says it was just business. Competition. Nothing personal. The magistrate's eyebrow goes up. She says hiring an assassin makes it personal. Morgana falls silent. The magistrate turns to Finnian. She asks if he wants to press full charges. Finnian looks at Morgana. She's watching him. Her expression is unreadable. He thinks about Clara, about the back window exploding, about those curved daggers coming through the smoke, about the fear in Clara's eyes when she threw the flash powder. He says, yeah, full charges. Morgana's face doesn't change, but something in her shoulders sags. Just a little. The magistrate nods. She stamps the document. 2 guards haul Morgana to her feet. She doesn't fight. As they walk her past Finnian, she stops. Just for a second. She says this isn't over. She says there are people who want what he has. People worse than her. Then the guards pull her away. The door closes. Finnian sits alone with the magistrate. She tells him the trial will be in 2 weeks. He'll need to testify. He says he'll be there. She gathers her papers, stands up, offers her hand. He shakes it. She says she's sorry this happened. Says the city needs more people like him. Good people. People who make things instead of breaking them. Finnian doesn't know what to say, so he just nods. He walks out of the guild hall. Sun is high now. Market day is in full swing. He passes a fruit stand, a baker's cart, a group of kids chasing a stray dog. Everything looks normal. Everything looks the same. But something feels different. Maybe it's relief. Maybe it's exhaustion. He can't tell. He walks back to Heron Street. The shop comes into view. Clara is standing in the doorway. She's been waiting. The moment she sees him, she runs. She asks what happened. He tells her everything. The confession, the testimony, Morgana in chains, the trial in 2 weeks. Clara's eyes go wide. She says it's over. Finnian wants to believe her. He really does. But Morgana's last words are still echoing in his head. People worse than her. He pushes the thought aside. Today is a good day. Morgana is arrested. The assassin is in a cell. Clara is still here. He tells Clara they should celebrate. She grins. Says she'll run to the bakery. Get those honey pastries he likes. He hands her a few coins. She takes off down the street. Finnian steps into the shop. The wellspring elixir is still bubbling in its crucible. Day 6 of infusion. 2 more days to go. He checks the seals. All tight. He checks the temperature. Steady. He runs his finger along the shelf. The vials are lined up. Clara's labels are neat. Every ingredient is in its place. He feels something loosen in his chest. Maybe Clara was right. Maybe it really is over. The door opens. Footsteps. Heavy. Not Clara. Finnian turns. A man stands in the doorway. Tall, broad, polished armor. A white cloak with the crest of the hero party. Our boy knows that crest. He knows that armor. He knows that face. Thaddeus. The paladin. His old party leader. Thaddeus smiles. But it's not a friendly smile. It's the smile of a man who's been waiting. He says it's been a long time. Finnian's hand drifts toward his belt, toward the sleeping draft. He asks what Thaddeus wants. The paladin steps inside. He looks around the shop. The vials. The crucible. The boarded-up window. He says he heard about the attack. Says it's a shame. Says the city guard does good work. Finnian doesn't relax. He knows Thaddeus. Knows how he operates. The paladin never shows up without a reason. Thaddeus picks up a vial from the shelf. Clara's healing draft. He holds it up to the light. Says it's good work. Solid craftsmanship. He sets it down. Turns to face Finnian. Says he's here because of the assassin. Finnian asks what the hero party has to do with it. Thaddeus's smile doesn't waver. He says the assassin wasn't just working for Morgana. He was also on the hero party's payroll. As an informant. Thaddeus keeps talking. Says the man had been feeding them information for months. About black market potion sales. About Demon King scouts in the city. About Finnian's operations. Finnian asks if Thaddeus knew the man was an assassin. Thaddeus says, of course not. He was just an informant. A useful one. And now he's in a cell, confessing to attempted murder, and his confession implicates Finnian. Finnian doesn't understand. He's the victim. The assassin tried to kill him. Thaddeus nods. Says that's true. But the assassin's confession also says Finnian knew about the black market sales. Knew his potions were ending up in the wrong hands. Did nothing to stop it. Finnian says that's a lie. Thaddeus shrugs. Says it doesn't matter what's true. It matters what the confession says. And the confession says Finnian Lockwood was complicit. At minimum, negligent. At worst, a willing supplier to Demon King agents. Finnian's fists clench. The paladin stops smiling. His eyes go hard. He says he wants Finnian to come back. Rejoin the hero party. Brew potions for the war effort, where they can keep an eye on him. Make sure his talents don't fall into the wrong hands again. Finnian says no. Thaddeus expected that. He pulls a folded document from his cloak, sealed with the guild crest. He hands it to Finnian. Says it's a suspension order, effective immediately, pending investigation. Finnian's guild contract is frozen. He can't sell potions, can't brew for sale, can't access guild resources. Finnian reads the document twice. It's real, signed by Guildmaster Magnus. Thaddeus says Magnus was very concerned, very cooperative, once he saw the assassin's confession. Finnian looks up from the paper. He says this is a setup. Thaddeus doesn't deny it.
He says it's an opportunity.
Finian's choice is simple. Come back to the hero party, work for the crown, or lose everything. His shop,
His reputation. His apprentice.
Thaddeus glances toward the door, says Clara has real talent. It'd be a shame to see her dragged into this.
Finian's vision goes red. He steps forward.
The sleeping draft is in his hand. Thaddeus sees it, doesn't flinch, says violence won't help, says if Finnian attacks a hero party paladin, the charges get worse. Much worse. Finnian stops. He knows Thaddeus is right. He lowers the vial.
Thaddeus nods.
Says he'll give Finnian 3 days to think about it. He turns and walks out the door. His armored boots clank on the cobblestones.
Finnian stands in the middle of his shop.
The suspension order crumpled in his fist. The door opens again. Clara. She's holding a paper bag.
Honey pastries.
She sees his face. Drops the bag. Asks what happened. He hands her the suspension order. She reads it. Her face goes pale.
She says they can't do this.
He says they already did. Clara's hands are shaking. She says they caught the real criminal. Morgana is arrested.
That should be the end.
Finnian says it's not the end. It's a different fight now. A worse one. The door opens again. Both of them turn. Garrett.
His eyes are still faintly red.
He's holding his helmet under one arm. He says he heard the news. Says the whole guardhouse is talking about it.
The suspension. The confession.
The hero party, he asks if it's true. Finnian says yeah. Garrett's jaw tightens. He says, this stinks. Says everyone knows Finnian's not a traitor. Everyone who's actually bought from him. Everyone who's seen what his potions can do.
Finnian says it doesn't matter what people know.
And the confession says what Thaddeus wants it to say. Clara asks what they do now.
Finnian looks at the wellspring elixir.
Still bubbling. Still infusing. Day 6 of 9. He can't sell it.
Can't even finish it under guild suspension without breaking the contract.
He says they wait. They fight. They find a way.
Garrett says he'll talk to his captain.
See if the guard can vouch for Finnian. Clara says she'll gather testimonial
From every customer who's ever walked through that door.
Finnian looks at them both. His apprentice. His first real customer. His friend.
He says thank you.
Garrett claps him on the shoulder. Says that's what friends do. Then he's out the door. Heading back to the guardhouse.
Clara picks up the honey pastries.
The bag is a little crumpled, but the pastries are fine. She hands one to Finnian. He takes it.
They eat in silence.
The shop feels smaller than it did an hour ago. The walls a little closer, the light a little dimmer.
But the wellspring elixir is still bubbling.
And his apprentice is still here. And somewhere out there, Garrett is arguing with his captive.
Finnian finishes his pastry.
He brushes the crumbs off his apron. He walks to the counter, pulls out his leather notebook,
One with 247 customer records.
He flips through the pages. Names, dates, transactions, testimonials. He finds a blank page, starts writing.
A list of everyone who might help.
Everyone who owes him a favor. Everyone who believes in what he does. The list is long. Longer than he expected.
He keeps writing.
Clara watches from across the room. She asks if he has a plan. He says he's working on it. She smiles. Just a little. Says good.
She grabs a broom. Starts sweeping.
The shop already clean. But she sweeps anyway. Because that's what you do when everything's falling apart.
You keep moving. You keep working.
You don't stop. Finnian writes another name. Then another. Outside the boarded-up window, the sun is still shining.
City is still alive.
Market day continues. Somewhere Thaddeus is waiting for an answer. Somewhere Morgana is sitting in a cell. Somewhere the Demon King's scouts are still searching. But in this moment, there's just a potion maker and his apprentice. A notebook and a broom.
And a list of people who might just be crazy enough to help.
Finnian looks up from the page. He tells Clara they're going to need more pastries.
She laughs.
It's a tired laugh, but it's real. She says she'll get more tomorrow. He nods. Returns to his list. The ink dries. The crucible bubbles. And Finnian Lockwood keeps writing. Because he's not done yet. Not even close. Finnian Lockwood hasn't slept in 2 days.
The suspension order sits on his counter like a dead thing.
He stares at it while the wellspring elixir bubbles softly in the corner.
Day 7 of 9.
Clara arrives at dawn with fresh bread and a worried look. She asks if he's eaten. He hasn't. She doesn't push.
She just puts the bread on the counter next to the suspension order
and starts reorganizing the moon petal jars. Again. The shop is spotless.
It's been spotless for days.
No customers to mess it up. No potions to brew for sale. No deliveries from the guild. Just quiet. The kind of quiet that makes every creak of the floorboards sound like a threat. Clara breaks the silence first. She asks what the plan is. Finnian looks up from his notebook. The list of allies has grown to 37 names. He says they start there. Clara nods. She pulls out her own list. 13 customers who've already agreed to provide written testimonials. She's been busy. Finnian almost smiles. Almost. Tells her she's doing good work. She says she learned from the best. Then the door opens. No knock. Just the bell above the frame jangling like an accusation. Both of them turn. It's Garrett. He's not wearing his helmet, but his face is wrong, tight, like he's holding something back. Finnian asks what happened. Garrett says the captain won't vouch. The guard can't get involved. Magistrate's orders. He says he's sorry. Finnian nods slowly. He expected that. Garrett isn't done. He says there's more. He says Thaddeus left the city this morning. Took a horse from the north gate, traveling fast. Clara asks where he's going. Garrett doesn't know, but he had a package. A small wooden box with a wax seal. The seal of the hero party. He asks what was in the box. Garrett says he couldn't see. The box was heavy for its size, and it clinked when Thaddeus moved. Like glass. Like a potion vial. Finnian is already moving. He grabs his coat, his sleeping draft, his notebook. He says if Thaddeus has one of his potions, he needs to know which one and where it's going. She grabs her flash powder pouch, says she's coming. Garrett blocks the door, says it's too dangerous. Clara looks at him, really looks at him. She says she already helped take down an assassin. She can handle a paladin. Garrett looks at Finnian. Finnian nods. They're in this together now. All three of them. They head north. The north road stretches into low hills and thin forest. It leads toward the Duke's estate. And beyond that, the borderlands, the Demon King's territory. Finnian's mind is racing. He knows every potion he's ever brewed, every single one. Most of them are harmless out of context. Strength of 10 wears off. Firebrand fades. Windstep is just fast feet. But some of his work is different. The Wellspring elixir could amplify mana reserves permanently. The Frost Touch could freeze a lake solid. The Clarity Filter could sharpen a mind to dangerous levels. And there are others. Potions he brewed years ago. Before the shop. Before Clara. Before he understood what his work could do in the wrong hands. They follow the road for 3 hours. The sun climbs. The air gets colder. Clara spots something in the mud. Hoofprints. Fresh. Garrett crouches to examine them. He says it's a single horse. Heavy load. Moving fast but not panicked. Finnian asks how he knows. Garrett says he was a tracker before he joined the guard. Before the city. Before everything. Finnian doesn't ask further. They keep moving. The road crests a hill, and there it is. The Duke's estate. It's not a castle, more like a fortified manor. High stone walls, iron gates, guards at every corner, and in the courtyard a single horse, lathered with sweat. Thaddeus's horse. Clara whispers that they're too late. Finnian says they don't know that yet. He pulls out a small vial from his coat. Swift foot draft. He chews his lip, then pockets it again. Stealth first, speed later. They circle the estate from the tree line. Garrett points out the guard rotations. Every 3 minutes, a patrol passes the east wall. That's their window. Finnian pulls out a different vial. Whisper drop draft. The pale silver liquid catches the light. He says this will muffle their footsteps for about 20 minutes. Clara asks if there's enough for all 3 of them. Finnian says there has to be. He pours a drop onto each of their boots. The liquid vanishes on contact. Garrett tests it. Takes a step. Then another. Not a sound. He grins. It's a little unsettling. They move. The east wall is stone with narrow windows. No glass, just slits for archers. Finnian counts the patrol. 3 minutes exactly. When the guard passes, they slip through the gap. Garrett goes first. Boosts Clara up. Then Finnian. Then himself. Inside the courtyard is quiet. Horse is being led away by a stable hand. The main doors are oak. Heavy. Slightly ajar. Finnian signals them to wait. He hears voices inside. 2 men. One is Thaddeus. The other is colder. More controlled. Duke Aldrich. Finnian creeps closer. Through the crack in the door, he sees them. Thaddeus stands in the middle of a stone hall. His white cloak is dusty from the road. In his hands is a small wooden box. The seal is broken. Duke Aldrich sits in a high-backed chair. Lean. Graying temples. eyes like wet stone. He's holding the potion. Finnian recognizes it immediately. It's the Frost Touch elixir. He brewed it 6 months ago, sold it to a courier, thought it was harmless, a novelty, something to cool drinks on a hot day. But he knows better now. In the wrong hands, it could freeze water mains, destroy crops, or worse, amplify dark magic. Duke Aldrich turns the vial in his fingers. He asks if this is the genuine article. Thaddeus says it is. Taken from Lockwood's shop during the break-in. One of the potions the courier never got to sell. Duke Aldrich smiles. He says it's perfect. Finian's heart is a cold stone in his chest. The break-in. The assassin. Morgana's reach was wider than he thought. Or someone else was involved. Someone who wanted more than just the wellspring formula. Duke Aldrich stands. He walks to a map on the wall. It's not a map of the city. It's a map of the borderlands. Red ink marks the old seal. 100-year-old boundary. The Demon King's prison. Duke Aldrich says the seal is weakening. Has been for years. The hero party knows this. The Mages Guild knows this. But nobody wants to start a panic. He says it's only a matter of time before the Demon King breaks free. Thaddeus asks what that has to do with the potion. Duke Aldrich turns. His eyes are very cold. He says the Demon King's power is tied to the cold. To frost and ice and the death of living things. Potion that amplifies frost magic would be a catalyst. A key. He says with this he can accelerate the seal's collapse. Open the door from this side. Thaddeus's hand goes to his sword. He says that's treason. Duke Aldrich laughs. It's a dry sound, like stones grinding together. He says it's opportunity. Finnian feels Clara's hand on his arm. She's trembling. Garrett's jaw is tight enough to crack teeth. Duke Aldrich keeps talking. He says the Demon King is inevitable. The seal will break. The invasion will come. The only question is, who controls the terms? He says if he opens the door first, he can negotiate. Become the Demon King's steward in the mortal realm. Rule what's left after the conquest. Thaddeus draws his sword. The blade glows faintly gold. Paladin's light. He says he won't let that happen. Duke Aldrich doesn't flinch. He says Thaddeus already has. He holds up the potion. Says this is Lockwood's work. Taken by Thaddeus. Delivered by Thaddeus. If Thaddeus kills him now, the potion still exists. The evidence still exists. And the hero party will have to answer for what their paladin enabled. Thaddeus hesitates, just for a second, but that's all Duke Aldrich needs. He uncorks the vial. The liquid inside glows pale blue. Cold mist curls from the opening. Finnian knows what happens next. He's seen the Frost Touch in action. It's not a weapon. It's an amplifier. And Duke Aldrich presses the vial to his own chest. Clara gasps. Garrett mutters something profane. Finnian just watches. Duke Aldrich's veins go blue. His breath becomes visible. His eyes frost over. But he doesn't freeze. He's prepared for this. Some dark magic, some pact. The Frost Touch sinks into him. And then he points. Toward the north. Toward the borderlands. A beam of frozen light shoots from his hand. It arcs over the estate walls. Over the forest. Over the hills. Heading straight for the old seal. The ground rumbles. Somewhere far away, something cracks. Like ice breaking on a frozen lake. But it's not ice. It's a century-old prison, and it's opening. Duke Aldrich lowers his hand. His face is pale. Frost clings to his eyelashes. But he's smiling. He says it's done. Thaddeus stares at him. His sword is still drawn. His knuckles are white. He says he didn't know. Duke Aldrich says it doesn't matter. He says you brought the key. You opened the door. You're part of this now. Thaddeus sheathes his sword. His face is gray. He turns and walks toward the door. Finnian pulls Clara and Garrett back into the shadows. They press against the cold stone as Thaddeus passes. He doesn't see them. He's not looking at anything. His eyes are empty, like a man who just watched his soul leave his body. Then Finnian moves. He steps into the hall. Clara hisses his name, but he doesn't stop. Garrett follows. Hand on his sword. Clara behind him. Flash powder ready. Duke Aldrich is still standing by the map. His frost-limbed fingers trace the borderlands. He doesn't turn around. He says he was wondering when Lockwood would show up. Finnian asks how he knew. Duke Aldrich says the Whisper Drop draft has a distinct magical signature. He's been tracking it since they crossed his gates. He turns. His eyes are still frost-white. But he's smiling. That same grinding stone smile. He says he's been waiting for this moment. Finnian holds up his sleeping draft. He says he's not here to talk. Duke Aldrich waves a hand. Says violence won't help. The seal is already cracking.
By morning, the borderlands will be overrun. By week's end, the Demon King's vanguard will reach the city. Finnian says he'll find a way to stop it. Duke Aldrich laughs.
He says Finnian already made that choice.
He chose to sell his potions. Chose to trust couriers and guilds and black market middlemen.
He chose to believe his work couldn't be used for harm.
He says now the bill has come due. Finnian's grip tightens on the vial. Clara steps forward.
She says Finnian isn't responsible for what a monster does with his work.
Duke Aldrich looks at her. He says she's brave.
He says bravery won't save her when the Frost Knights arrive.
Garrett draws his sword. Says they'll take their chances. Duke Aldrich sighs.
He says they're free to leave.
The damage is done. Killing him won't reseal the Demon King. It'll just make Finnian a murderer.
Finnian Lockwood is many things.
Foolish, naive, idealistic. But he's not a killer. Finnian stares at him.
The sleeping draft feels very small in his hand.
He knows Duke Aldrich is right. Killing him won't fix this. And it's not who Finnian is.
He lowers the vial.
Duke Aldrich nods. Says he thought so. He turns back to his map. Says they should run. Gather their allies. Fortify the city.
Prepare for what's coming. Because it is coming. Nothing can stop it now.
Finnian pockets the sleeping draught. He takes Clara's hand.
She's shaking, but her jaw is set.
Garrett is already backing toward the door. His eyes are still red. They slip out of the hall. Through the courtyard.
Past the guards who don't see them.
Into the forest. They don't speak for a long time. The sun is starting to set. The air is getting colder.
Too cold for this time of year.
Clara finally breaks the silence. She asks what they do now. Finnian thinks about his notebook. 37 names.
People who believe in him.
People who've seen what his potions can do. He says they go home. They finish the wellspring elixir.
And they start preparing.
Because Duke Aldrich was right about one thing. The Demon King is coming. But he was wrong about another.
Finnian Lockwood isn't just a potion maker.
He's a man who built a community. One customer at a time. One potion at a time. One friend at a time.
And communities fight harder than armies.
Clara nods. She says she'll start brewing more flash powder. Garrett says he'll talk to the guard again.
Captain or no captain.
They'll listen when the Frost Knights are at the gate. They keep walking. The city lights come into view.
Small and warm in the gathering dark.
Finnian's shop is still there. The wellspring elixir is still bubbling. His notebook is still full of names.
And somewhere in the north,
the Demon King stirs. But Finnian Lockwood isn't done. Not even close. When he gets back to the shop, he opens his notebook,
turns to a fresh page,
and starts writing. New potions. New ideas. New ways to fight. Clara gets the crucible ready. Garrett sharpens his sword.
Outside the window, the first snowflake falls.
It's not natural snow. It's frost from the broken seal. Cold magic drifting south.
Faster than it should.
The invasion has already begun, and so has the resistance. They walk in silence for another hour.
The first unnatural snowflakes catch in Clara's hair.
She doesn't brush them away. Her fingers are wrapped tight around her flash powder pouch.
Garrett walks point.
His sword is out. His eyes cut red tracks through the falling dark. He hasn't said a word since they left the Duke's estate.
Can't blame him.
Thaddeus was his captain once. Now he's the man who handed the Demon King the keys. Finnian's mind is already 3 steps ahead.
He's thinking about his notebook.
37 names. 13 testimonials. A shop that can't legally sell potions.
A wellspring elixir that won't be done for 2 more days.
Not exactly an army, but it's what he's got.
They crest a low hill,
and the city lights finally flicker into view. Small and warm. Still there. Finnian exhales.
He didn't realize he'd been holding his breath.
Clara says she can see the shop from here. She's pointing at the distant glow of Heron Street.
Garrett grunts.
Says he needs a drink. Finnian says he needs 12. And about 40 more allies. They keep walking. The snow gets thicker.
Not natural snow.
Frost that hums with old magic. Cold that seeps through your coat and settles in your bones.
Clara asks if the seal is really going to break by morning.
Finnian says he doesn't know. He says Duke Aldrich seemed pretty confident.
Which means they have maybe 12 hours.
Maybe less. Garrett says that's not a lot of time. Finnian says he knows.
They reach the city gates just as the watch is changing.
The guards look spooked, more than usual. One of them asks Garrett if he's seen the snow.
Garrett says he's seen where it comes from.
He doesn't elaborate. The guard doesn't ask. They hurry through. The streets are quieter than usual.
People are staying inside,
watching the sky, waiting. You can feel it in the air. Something bad is coming.
Everyone knows it. When they reach Heron Street, the shop is still standing. The new window glints in the lamplight. Clara practically runs the last few steps.
She's checking the locks.
The door. The wards Finnian drew in chalk 3 nights ago. Everything's intact. Finnian pushes open the door, and the familiar smell hits him. Dried moon petal. Brewing crucible. Old parchment. Home. Day 7 of 9. Almost there. Clara lights the lamps. Garrett drops onto the bench by the door. He stares at his sword. 37 names.
He starts circling the ones he trusts most.
Garen the blacksmith. The printer on Candle Lane. The midwife who bought 3 vials of steady hands. The theater troupe that paid triple for the glowing elixir. Not warriors, but they're people who believe in him. That's something. Clara is already at the workbench. She's measuring flash powder into small glass orbs. Her hands are steady. Finnian says they brew. He says they brew everything they can. Strengthen the allies they have. Protect the people who can't protect themselves. And hope it's enough. Clara nods. She says that's not a great plan. Finnian says he's open to suggestions. The door opens. Garrett is on his feet instantly, sword up.
But it's not an assassin. It's Rowan.
She's standing in the doorway, snow melting in her dark hair. Her cloak is torn. There's a cut on her cheek.
She looks like she's been running for hours.
She says she needs to talk to Finnian. Now. Garrett doesn't lower his sword. He asks why he shouldn't throw her out. Rowan ignores him. She's looking at Finnian. She says she's been lying to him since the day they met.
Finnian sets down his notebook.
He says he figured that part out already. Rowan shakes her head. She says he doesn't understand. She says the courier wasn't the only one stealing from him. She was too. The room goes very quiet. Clara's hand freezes over the flash powder. Garrett's sword doesn't move an inch. Finnian asks what she took. Rowan says she took notes, samples, brewing methods,
Every potion he's sold in the last 6 months.
She's been sending detailed reports to someone who wanted to understand how Finnian's magic works. Finnian asks who. Rowan says she can't tell him yet.
He says there's something he needs to see first.
Garrett says that sounds like a trap. Rowan says it probably is. She says she won't blame him if he doesn't trust her. She won't blame him if he throws her out. But if he wants to understand why his potions ended up in the Demon King's hands, if he wants to know who's really behind all of this, he needs to come with her. Now. Before it's too late. Her eyes are tired, scared, but not lying. He's seen enough liars in the last month to know the difference. He asks where. Rowan says there's a place beneath the city. Old tunnels.
Dug before the walls were built.
She says there's something down there that shouldn't exist. A font of pure magical light, hidden for centuries. She says it's the source of everything. His potions, his power. The reason the Demon King's scouts are here. The real reason Duke Aldrich wanted the frost touch. Finnian feels something cold slide down his spine. He asks what the font has to do with him. Rowan says everything. She says his potions aren't just clever alchemy. They're channeling something older, something that's been sleeping under the city since before the kingdom was founded. She says she was sent to confirm it, to study him, to report back. But now she's telling him instead. Because the people who sent her are about to use the font, and if they succeed, Finnian won't just lose his shop. He'll lose the ability to brew anything, ever again. Clara steps forward. She asks why Rowan is telling them now. Rowan's jaw tightens. She says because the people who sent her didn't mention the Demon King. They said they wanted to preserve old magic, protect it. She was supposed to be a scholar, not a spy for an invasion. She says she didn't sign up for the end of the world. Garrett snorts.
Says that's convenient.
Rowan meets his eyes. She says she knows what she's done. She knows she's betrayed their trust. She'll accept whatever judgment they want. After. But right now the people in those tunnels are preparing a ritual. And if Finnian doesn't stop them, the font dies. And every potion he's ever brewed becomes just colored water. Finnian stares at her. He thinks about the wellspring elixir, bubbling in the corner. 7 days of infusion, almost ready. He thinks about Clara, her flash powder, her steady hands. He thinks about Garrett, eyes still red, sword still drawn. He thinks about Kinam, about a grave marker in the East District, about a promise he made to do best. He stands up. He says he'll go. Clara says she's coming too. Garrett sighs, says he figured. He asks Rowan if there's room in those tunnels for a guy with a sword. Rowan almost smiles. She says maybe, if he doesn't mind the dark. Garrett says he's a city guard. Dark is half the job. Finnian grabs his coat, the sleeping draft. 3 vials of flash-brewed Swiftfoot draft. He tells Clara to bring the flash powder, the experimental stuff, the really loud kind. Clara grins. She's been waiting for an excuse. Rowan leads them out the back door, through the narrow alleys behind Heron Street. The snow is still falling, thicker now. Crunches under their boots. The streets are empty. Everyone's inside, waiting for the storm to break. Rowan stops at an old well. It's been boarded up for years. The wood is rotted. She pulls away the planks like she's done it before. Probably has. She says the entrance is about 40 feet down. There are handholds. If you know where to look. Garrett peers into the darkness, asks if there's another way. Rowan says there's a door in the wine cellar of a closed tavern 3 streets over. But it's guarded by people who won't ask questions before they start swinging. Garrett says the well it is. Rowan goes first, then Finnian, then Clara. Garrett brings up the rear. The stone is cold and slick with old moisture. Finnian's fingers go numb after the first 10 feet. He doesn't stop. The darkness swallows them. Absolute black. The kind that makes you forget what light looks like. Then, a glow. Faint at first. Blue-white. Coming from below. Rowan drops the last few feet. Splashes down in ankle-deep water. She says they're close. Finnian lands beside her. His boots crunch on something that isn't stone. Old bones. Small ones. He decides not to think about it. Clara drops down. Her flash powder orms clink softly in her pouch. Garrett lands last. Water up to his shins, his sword still drawn. The glow is brighter now. Coming from a tunnel ahead. Rowan says the font is just through there. She says she'll warn them once. What they're about to see. It's not like anything they've ever encountered. Not a potion. Not a spell. It's older than magic itself. Pure light made liquid, dripping from a crack in the world. Finnian asks who's guarding it. Rowan says her former employers. 3 of them. All mages. All trained in combat. She says they'll know she's betrayed them the moment they see her, so she won't be able to talk their way through. Garrett cracks his neck. Says he was getting bored anyway. They move forward. The tunnel opens into a cavern, and there it is. The font. Finnian stops breathing. It's a pool of light. Literally. Liquid radiance spilling from a fissure in the cavern wall. It drips slow as honey. Glows like captured starlight. The air around it hums. Not sound, pressure. Like standing next to a thunderstorm that hasn't broken yet. Finnian's fingers tingle. Every potion he's ever brewed, every elixir that bubbled in his crucible, it all came from this. Or something like it. He can feel the connection now, like a thread pulled taut between his chest and that glowing pool. Rowan was right. This is the source. And standing around it, 3 figures in dark robes, their faces hidden, their hands raised, chanting in a language Finnian doesn't recognize. A ritual. They're draining the font, pulling the light into a crystal vessel the size of a human heart. The vessel is already half full. Rowan whispers that they're almost done. Finnian asks what happens when it's full. Rowan says the light dies. The font goes dark, and every potion tied to it, every brew that's ever drawn from this source, becomes inert. Finnian thinks about the wellspring elixir, 2 days from completion, his masterpiece, the culmination of everything he's learned since Keenom died. He thinks about Clara's flash powder, about the guards who trusted his potions, about the midwife with her steady hands, about everyone who ever walked into his shop and walked out better. No, not happening. He reaches into his coat. 5 vials, Swiftfoot draft, sleeping draft, and 3 small orbs of something Clara's been working on, something she calls Thunder Flash. She said it's too unstable to test. He said he'd use it anyway. Guess that day has come. He tells Garrett to take the one on the left, Clara the one on the right. Rowan asks what she should do, at the cut on her cheek, at the exhaustion in her eyes. He says she's already done it. She told the truth. Now he needs her to get that crystal. Stop the ritual. Whatever it takes. Rowan nods. She says she won't fail him again. Finnian uncorks the Swiftfoot draft, downs it in one gulp. His legs tingle. The world around him slows. Just a little. Just enough. He throws the first thunder flash. It arcs through the cavern like a falling star, hits the ground between the 3 mages. The explosion is deafening. White light, thunder echoing off stone. Clara whoops. She throws hers too. Garrett charges, sword swinging, red eyes blazing in the darkness. The mages scatter. One of them fires a bolt of crackling energy. Garrett deflects it. Barely. His sword glows from the impact. Finnian throws his sleeping draft. It shatters at the feet of the second mage. Blue mist erupts. The mage stumbles, drops to one knee, but doesn't fall. They've got resistance training. Of course they do. Clara is already moving. She's circling around. Flash powder ready. Rowan slips through the chaos. Low, fast, straight for the crystal. Finnian throws his last thunder flash. The third mage raises a barrier. The explosion slams against it. Holds. But the mage grunts with the effort. Garrett is on him before he can recover. Sword against barrier. Sparks flying. Red light against blue. The first mage is still standing. Bolt after bolt of energy. Finnian dodges. Swiftfoot makes him faster than he's ever been. But it won't last forever. He needs to end this. One vial left. Clara's experimental stone limb serum. Stuff that took down an assassin. She gave him a spare before they left. Said it might come in handy. He uncorks it. Aims. Throws. The vial shatters against the mage's chest. Clear liquid splashes across his robes, and his arms lock up. Mid-cast. His energy bolt fizzles. He topples. Rigid as a statue. 10 minutes of paralysis, give or take. Clara is cheering. She's throwing flash powder at the second mage. Blinding bursts, one after another. He can't get his bearings. Garrett finishes off the barrier. His sword slams through. The third mage drops. Exhausted. Defeated. And Rowan. Rowan reaches the crystal. She grabs it with both hands. The light is so bright Finnian can barely look at it. She lifts it from the pedestal. And the chanting stops. The ritual breaks. The font pulses. Once. Twice. And the flow of light resumes, stronger than before, like a river undammed. Rowan turns, crystal in her hands, half full of stolen radiance. She's crying. She says she's sorry. She says she should have done this sooner. Finnian walks toward her. Swiftfoot draft fading. His legs feel heavy again. He takes the crystal. It's warm in his hands, humming with power. Power that was almost lost forever. He says it's not too late. He says it's never too late to choose the right side. Rowan wipes her eyes. She asks what happens now. Finnian looks at the font, at the liquid light dripping from the crack in the world, at the three mages lying unconscious on the cavern floor. He thinks about Duke Aldrich, about the Demon King, about a broken seal and an invasion that's hours away. He says now they finish what they started. They protect this place. They protect the city. And they make sure no one ever uses this font for harm again. Clara is already examining the font, her fingers hovering just above the light. She says it's beautiful. Finnian agrees. He hands the crystal back to Rowan, tells her to keep it safe. It's evidence. And maybe, just maybe, it's the key to everything that's coming. Garrett sheathes his sword, asks if anyone else is thirsty. Clara laughs. Rowan almost smiles. And far above them, in the city streets, the snow keeps falling, colder every hour. The seal keeps cracking. Demon King stirs. But down here, in the dark, beneath everything, a font of pure magical light keeps flowing, and Finnian Lockwood has just found another reason to fight. Rowan turns the crystal over in her hands. The light inside it pulses like a heartbeat, warm and golden, and full of stolen radiance. Finnian watches her from a few paces away. His legs are still heavy from the fading Swiftfoot draft. The three mages lie unconscious on the cavern floor behind them. Garrett is catching his breath, sword still drawn. Clara is grinning, flash powder residue on her fingers. They won. They actually won. And then Rowan lifts her head. She looks at Finnian, really looks at him, and there's something in her eyes that wasn't there before. Something cold, something guilty. She says his name, very quietly, almost a whisper. Finnian takes a step toward her. He asks if she's hurt. Rowan shakes her head. She says she's sorry. She says she really didn't want it to come to this. Finnian stops walking. His hand drifts toward his coat. The sleeping draft is gone. He used it on the second mage. The stone limb serum too. He's got nothing left but empty vials. Clara's smile fades. She asks what Rowan means. Rowan doesn't answer her. She's still looking at Finnian. The crystal pulses again. Brighter this time. She says the Demon King made her an offer months ago, before she ever walked into Finnian's shop, before she ever became a regular customer, before she ever pretended to be his ally. She says she was supposed to watch him, learn his methods, find the font, and when the moment was right, take everything. Finnian's chest goes cold. He asks if any of it was real. Rowan doesn't answer that question. She looks down at the crystal. Her fingers tighten around it. The light intensifies, and the font behind them begins to flicker. Clara shouts. She throws a flash powder orb, but Rowan is faster. She raises one hand. A barrier shimmers into existence. The orb detonates against it. White light floods the cavern. Clara stumbles back, shielding her eyes. Garrett charges, sword swinging, red eyes blazing. Rowan gestures with her free hand. A column of force slams into Garrett's chest. He flies backward, crashes into the cavern wall. His sword clatters to the stone. He doesn't get up. Finnian is running. Swiftfoot draft completely gone now. His legs feel like lead. But he's still moving. Rowan looks at him. Tears are streaming down her face. But her expression is hard. She says she made a choice. She says the Demon King promised her something. Something Finnian could never give her. Her family. Her real family. Trapped in the borderlands. Hostages for 3 years. The Demon King has them, and he'll let them go, if she delivers the font's essence. Finnian reaches her. He grabs for the crystal. Rowan sidesteps, easily. She's faster than he is. Always has been. She says she didn't want to hurt anyone. She says she tried to find another way. She says she spent weeks hoping Finnian would figure it out. Hoping he'd stop her. Hoping he'd give her a reason not to go through with it. But he never did. And now it's too late. She raises the crystal above her head. The light explodes outward. Golden radiance floods the cavern. Finnian throws up an arm to shield his eyes. The font screams. Not a sound, a feeling. A vibration that rattles his bones and sets his teeth on edge. The liquid light pouring from the crack in the world reverses direction. It flows upward, toward the crystal, toward Rowan. She's absorbing it, all of it. Clara is shouting something. Finnian can't hear her over the roar of the light. He stumbles forward, grabs Rowan's wrist. She looks at him. Her eyes are glowing gold now. She says his name again. And then she shoves him, hard. He flies backward, lands on the stone beside Garrett. His head cracks against the floor. Everything goes blurry for a second. When his vision clears, Rowan is floating, suspended in the air. The crystal fused to her chest. The font's essence pouring into her. And the font itself. The crack in the world. It's closing. No, not closing. Shrinking. The light is dimming. The flow is stopping. Rowan is taking all of it, draining the source dry. Finnian pushes himself up. His head throbs. His ribs ache. He doesn't care. He shouts her name. Rowan looks down at him. She's crying, genuinely crying. She says she really did like him. She says she really did believe in what he was doing. But her family comes first. It always has. She reaches into her cloak. The whisper drop draft, the one she returned to him, except it's not the same vial. Finnian can see the difference now. Same shape, same size, same color. But the liquid inside is darker, almost black. She drops it. The vial shatters on the stone. Black mist erupts, thick and oily. It spreads fast. Clara screams. Finnian tries to run. The mist reaches his ankles. His legs lock up. He drops to his knees. Clara is frozen too. Garrett is still unconscious. The mist coils around them, cold, heavy, alive. Rowan descends slowly. The crystal's light has dimmed. Most of the font's essence is inside her now. She lands on the stone, walks toward Finnian, kneels in front of him. She says the mist will hold them for about an hour. She says she timed it carefully. She says by the time they're free, she'll be long gone. Back to the borderlands. Back to the Demon King. She reaches out, touches Finnian's cheek. Her fingers are cold. She says he's a good man. She says he's the first good man she's met in a very long time. She says that's why this hurts so much. She stands up, turns away. The black mist swirls around her. And then she's walking. Toward the cavern entrance, toward the surface, toward the city. Finnian strains against the mist. It doesn't budge. He can't move his legs, can't move his arms. He can only watch. Rowan pauses at the cavern mouth. She looks back over her shoulder. One last time. She says she left something in his shop. A letter. It explains everything. Her family. Demon King's deal. The real reason she came to the city. She says she hopes one day, when this is all over, he can forgive her. And then she's gone. The black mist is silent. The font is dark. The liquid light has stopped flowing completely. The crack in the world is still there, but it's empty now. A dead thing. A wound with no blood left. Finnian kneels on the stone, frozen, helpless. His head is spinning. Everything he thought he knew about Rowan was a lie. Every conversation, every cup of tea, every question she asked about his potions. It was all intelligence gathering. She was never his ally. She was a spy. A very good one. He fell for it completely. Clara is crying, quietly. Her voice shakes when she speaks. She asks if Rowan is really gone. Finnian doesn't answer. He's staring at the spot where she disappeared. The sword on the stone, the shattered vial, the dormant font, the 3 unconscious mages, all of it. A trap within a trap. Rowan used the Duke's men as a distraction. She let Finnian and his team fight them, waste their potions, exhaust themselves, so they'd be helpless when she made her move. And it worked perfectly. Garrett groans. He's waking up. He pushes himself onto his elbows, looks around, asks what he missed. Clara tells him, in 3 sentences, flat and disbelieving. Garrett stares at her, then at Finnian, then at the empty cavern entrance. He says one word, a very bad word. Finnian can't argue with it. The black mist finally starts to thin. An hour, Rowan said. It's been maybe 20 minutes. She lied about that too. Or maybe she was just wrong. Finnian doesn't know anymore. He can move his fingers now, then his hands, then his arms. He pushes himself to his feet. His legs are shaky. Clara stands too. She wipes her eyes with her sleeve. At the dead crack in the world. At the place where light used to pour out like liquid hope. He thinks about Rowan, about the Demon King, about a hostage family and a deal made in desperation. He thinks about Duke Aldrich and his frost-white eyes, about the seal cracking open on the borderlands, about the snow falling colder every hour. He says they go back. They go back to the shop. They find the letter Rowan left. They read it. And then they figure out how to stop her. Before the Demon King gets what he wants. Before the font's essence is used to tear the seal wide open. Before the city, and everyone in it, becomes the first casualty of an invasion that's already begun. Clara nods. She's scared. Finnian can see it in her eyes. But she's also angry, really angry. She says Rowan is going to regret this. Finnian almost smiles. Almost. He says that's the spirit. Garrett retrieves his sword. He asks if they should tie up the 3 mages. Finnian looks at them, still unconscious, still breathing. He says leave them. Not the real threat anymore. They never were. Rowan played everyone. The Duke, the mages. She played them all. And she won. For now, Finnian starts walking toward the cavern entrance, toward the surface. Clara and Garrett fall in behind him. The climb out of the cavern is slow. The stairs are narrow. The darkness is thick. But Finnian doesn't slow down. He can't stop thinking about her face, the way she looked at him before she left, the tears on her cheeks, the apology in her voice. She meant it. He's sure of that. She really didn't want to do it. But she did it anyway, because she thought she had no choice. Because the Demon King had her family. Because 3 years of being a spy broke something inside her. Finnian understands. He doesn't forgive her. Not yet. Maybe not ever. He understands. They reach the surface. The door in the old well opens onto a side street. Empty. Dark. Snow falling softly. The city is quiet. Too quiet. The cold is worse now. Finnian's breath plumes in the air. His coat isn't enough. He starts walking toward Heron Street. Clara at his side. Garrett behind them. The streets are empty. No guards. No merchants. No late-night drunks stumbling home from the tavern. Just snow. And silence. And the distant sound of something cracking. Far to the north. Beyond the city walls. Beyond the Duke's estate. Beyond the borderlands. Finnian stops. He looks toward the sound. The seal. It's breaking faster now. Rowan must have delivered the essence already. Or she's close. Very close. Garrett asks if that noise is what he thinks it is. Finnian says yes. He says they're out of time. They reach the shop. The front door is still locked. The new locks. The second bolt. All intact. Finnian unlocks it. Steps inside. The shop is dark. Cold. Empty. But on the counter, in the exact center, is a folded piece of paper, sealed with wax. No mark. No crest. Just a thumbprint. Finnian picks it up, breaks the seal, unfolds the letter. It's 3 pages long, written in Rowan's handwriting. Small and neat and precise. He reads. Clara lights a lantern. Garrett stands by the door. The snow keeps falling. And far away, in the darkness of the borderlands, the Demon King stirs. He's felt the font's essence enter his domain. He knows what's coming. He knows who's bringing it, and he smiles. They reach the shop just as the first real blizzard hits. Snow is coming down so thick, Finnian can barely see the street lanterns. He unlocks the new locks, slides the second bolt, and pushes the door open. The shop is freezing. No fire in the hearth. No bubbling elixir humming in the corner. Just cold, dark, and that letter waiting on the counter like a confession. Clara lights the lantern with shaking fingers. Garrett stays by the door, sword half drawn, eyes still glowing faint red. He is watching the street. Nobody followed them, for now. Finnian picks up the letter. 3 pages. Rowan's handwriting. Neat. Precise. Every letter perfectly formed. Even her betrayal is tidy. He reads it standing up. Clara watches his face. Her own expression flickers between anger and heartbreak. Garrett asks what it says. He reads the whole thing twice. Then he hands it to Clara. She reads it aloud because Garrett can't see well in the dark. Rowan tells them she is sorry. Like, genuinely, deeply sorry. She never wanted any of this. The Demon King took her family 3 years ago. Her mother, her little brother, her uncle who taught her to track. He promised to release them if she brought him the font's essence. She believed him. She had to believe him. There was no other choice. She had been spying on Finnian for months, learning his brewing methods, watching his customers, mapping his supply routes. Every question she asked at the counter was intelligence. Every visit was reconnaissance. She hated every second of it because her brother is 9 years old. And the Demon King showed her a vision of him screaming. Clara stops reading for a moment. Her voice is thick. Finnian just nods. He already knew what it said. Garrett mutters a curse under his breath. Then Clara keeps going. Rowan says the font's essence will be delivered to the Demon King's fortress by tomorrow night. Once he absorbs it, the seal will shatter completely. But there is still a chance. A small one. The essence can be extracted again if the vessel, Rowan herself, is subdued before absorption. It requires a specific counter-ritual. Something about moon petal essence and a binding circle. She included the diagram, a rough sketch in the margin. Finnian recognizes the symbols immediately. It is dangerous. It requires getting close to the Demon King, and it requires the font's essence to still be inside Rowan. If the Demon King takes it first, the window closes forever. Rowan ends the letter by saying she hopes they never have to use the ritual. She hopes the Demon King keeps his promise. She hopes her family gets to live. But she also knows hope is not a strategy. So she left the instructions, just in case. Clara finishes. The lantern flickers. Nobody speaks. Finnian folds the letter carefully and puts it in his coat. The diagram will need study. But that has to wait, because right now there is a sound outside. Not wind, not snow. Boots. Heavy boots. A lot of them. Garrett pushes the door open an inch. His face goes pale, which is really saying something for a guy with glowing fire eyes. He says there are at least 20 soldiers out there, all wearing Duke Aldrich's crest. And they are not normal soldiers. Their armor has frost creeping across it. Their breath fogs the air, even though theirs is the only breath visible. Some of them have eyes that glow pale blue. They have been enhanced. Duke Aldrich's personal guard, and they are surrounding the shop. Garrett asks if Finnian has any combat potions left. Finnian pats his belt. Nothing. Ground grasp was used on the assassin. The swift foot draft faded hours ago. The stone limb serum was Clara's last vial, and he can't brew anything in 30 seconds. Clara pulls out her flash powder pouch. She has 2 orbs left, maybe 3. She says she can buy them a few seconds. Garrett tells her that won't be enough, but it is all they have. The front door splinters. Wood shatters inward like a frozen log snapping. The first soldier steps through. He is massive, 7 feet tall if he is an inch. His skin has a bluish tint. His eyes are the color of lake ice. He looks at Finnian with no expression. He says the Duke requires his presence. No, please. No choice. Finnian tells Clara to stay behind him. She does not stay behind him. Of course she doesn't. She steps forward with flash powder in each hand. Our boy's apprentice has guts. He always knew that. The frost soldier takes another step. Garrett swings his sword. The blade connects with the soldier's shoulder. It does not cut. It bounces off like he hit a granite statue. Soldier doesn't even flinch. He just backhands Garrett across the room. Garrett slams into the potion shelves. Glass shatters everywhere. Moon petal jars, empty vials, a half-finished tincture. All of it crashes down around him. He groans, tries to stand. slips on a puddle of something green. Clara throws the first flash powder orb. Boom. Bright white light floods the shop. The frost soldier staggers back. His night vision is toast. 2 more soldiers push through the door. They are not blinded. They must have stayed further back. Smart. One of them raises a hand. Ice crystals form in the air around his fingers. He snaps his wrist. A jagged shard of ice shoots across the room. Finnian tackles Clara to the floor. The ice misses her by inches, punches through the back wall, and keeps going. This is bad. This is really bad. Another soldier grabs Finnian by the collar, lifts him off his feet like he weighs nothing. Finnian is not a fighter. He is a shop owner, a mage who brews tea and stirs crucibles. The soldier's grip is so cold it burns. Frost spreads across Finnian's coat. He can feel it biting into his skin. Clara screams his name. She throws her last flash powder orb. It hits the soldier holding Finnian right in the face. Another blinding flash. The soldier drops him. Finnian hits the floor hard. Can't breathe for a second. Clara grabs his arm and drags him toward the back room. But the back door is already open. 2 more soldiers are standing there. They must have circled around. The shop is completely surrounded. There is nowhere to run. Garrett charges back into the fight from the corner. He is bleeding. His armor is dented. His sword has a chunk of ice the size of a fist embedded in the blade. He does not care. He swings anyway. The frost soldier catches the sword in his bare hand, snaps it in half like a twig. Then he punches Garrett in the chest. Garrett goes down. This time he does not get up right away. A soldier picks up Clara. She kicks and bites and scratches. None of it works. The soldier holding her is a woman with frost-white braids. She does not hurt Clara. She just holds her still, firm, unbreakable. Finnian pushes himself to his feet. He is shaking. From cold, from fear, from fury. But he stands. He faces the frost captain. He says they can take him. But let the girl go. She is just an apprentice. She doesn't know anything useful. Clara shouts that this is a lie. She knows plenty. She knows moon petal ratios and flash powder ratios and exactly which shelf holds the paralytic serum samples. She is not shutting up. The frost captain looks at her. Then at Finnian. She says the Duke wants them both. The apprentice witnessed a lot. She stays as insurance. Finnian tells her he will cooperate. She says that's nice. But he doesn't get a choice. A soldier grabs his arms and binds them with leather straps. Not rope. Rope he might slip out of. These are thick, reinforced straps with metal buckles. They cinch him tight. Circulation cutting tight. Clara is bound too. Her flash powder pouch is confiscated, along with her crossbow, her small knife, and 3 empty vials she had in her pocket. The frost captain picks up Finnian's leather notebook. She hands it to another soldier and says to burn it later. Finnian's stomach drops. Not the notebook. Those records are his insurance. His proof that his customers are real people, not weapons dealers. Without that book, he has no paper trail. But the soldier just nods and stuffs it into a pouch. The frost captain motions toward the door. Drag Garrett out of the debris. He groans and swears. They chain him to the shop's front post, not taking him, just leaving him outside in the snow. He yells something about coming for them. The frost captain ignores him. Finnian and Clara are pulled into the street. The blizzard is howling now. Snow is piling up knee-deep. The soldiers move through it without slowing down. Their bodies are so cold, the snow doesn't even melt on their skin. They march Finnian and Clara toward the Duke's estate. Clara is beside him, bound, shivering, but still glaring at every soldier as if she could set them on fire with her eyes. He is terrified. Deeply, bone-deep terrified. But he is not running. He made that promise. What he feels is not courage. It is stubbornness. He will not abandon her. Not again. The walk is long, through empty streets, past shuttered windows, past the printer's shop where handbills were once printed in his defense, past the blacksmith's forge where Garen once arm-wrestled 3 guards and past the city gates, which are wide open for the first time in Finnian's memory. The guards are all gone. Nobody stops the Duke's soldiers. The Duke's castle rises out of the snow like something carved from ice. It is not the warm stone fortress Finnian remembers from visits years ago. The walls are sheathed in frost. Icicles hang from the battlements like fangs. Blue flames flicker in the torches. The air here is colder than anywhere else in the city. This is the epicenter. The Duke has been busy. They enter through the main gate. The courtyard is full of soldiers in varying states of frost enhancement. Some have just pale eyes. Others are fully transformed, skin gleaming like frozen meat, joints cracking with every movement. Finnian counts at least 50. This is not a noble's guard. This is an army. They are led to the dungeon. Down a spiral staircase. Deeper and deeper into the frozen earth. The walls are weeping ice. Water that froze mid-drip. Their breath hangs in the air. Even the frost soldiers shiver slightly as they descend. The dungeon level is a long stone corridor lined with iron doors. Each door is crusted with frost. Some have small windows. Finnian can see figures huddled inside. Are they other prisoners? People the Duke considers threats? He doesn't get a good look. A soldier shoves him forward. They reach the last cell. The iron door swings open. Inside is just stone, no bed, no blanket. No heat source whatsoever, just cold. Deep, ancient, bone-killing cold. Clara is pushed in first. She stumbles and hits the floor hard. Then Finnian. His straps are cut. His hands are free but red and swollen from the binding. The door slams shut. The lock clicks. Footsteps retreat, and then silence. Just the distant whistle of wind through some crack in the stone, and the sound of Clara's teeth chattering. Finnian kneels down beside her. He takes off his coat and wraps it around her shoulders. She tells him he will freeze. He says he will be fine. He is not fine. He is hypothermic and terrified, and his whole body is aching. But he doesn't say that. He sits with his back against the frozen wall. Their cell is small, maybe 8 feet by 8 feet. No window, no torch. Only a thin sliver of blue light from under the door. Clara leans against him. Finnian thinks about Rowan's letter, about the diagram in the margin, about the binding circle and the moon petal essence. He thinks about Garrett, chained to the shop post, but still alive and still furious. He thinks about the 247 customers in that burned notebook. They are not just names, they are people who owe him. A blacksmith who arm wrestles for fun. A courier turned spy. A city guard captain who might still be reached. A theater troupe that paid triple for a glowing elixir. A midwife with steady hands. A nervous young man who bought his confidence from a bottle. Finnian has spent years giving people power. Now, he needs them to give some back. He says they sit tight for now. He needs to think. Clara tells him that's a terrible plan. He almost smiles. She is scared and freezing, and still snarking at him. That's his apprentice. The cold deepens. The frost spreads along the walls. Somewhere far above, the Demon King's seal cracks a little more. And in the darkness of the borderlands, Rowan walks toward a fortress where a monster waits. She holds the font's essence in a crystal fused to her chest. Light pulses weakly. A heartbeat. A countdown. And for the first time in decades, the Demon King stirs. He knows every step she takes. He has been waiting. The iron door is frozen solid. Frost crusts every surface in this 8 by 8 stone box. Finnian's breath comes out in white puffs, shallow and quick. Clara shivers under his coat, her lips turning blue. She asks how long they've been down here. He has no idea. Hours, probably. The cold down here isn't natural cold. It's the Duke's magic, seeping through the walls like a living thing. Finnian presses his palm against the frozen floor. There is frost, yes, but underneath it he feels something else. Stone. Old, ordinary stone. Dungeon predates the Duke's frost enchantment, which means the magic is layered on top, not woven into the foundation itself. He starts thinking like a mage, not a prisoner. Frost is water. Water has properties. Magical frost still obeys most physical laws, unless it's actively being reinforced. And right now, nobody is down here reinforcing anything. The guards are all upstairs, fighting a blizzard and an invasion. This is their opening. Clara watches him with chattering teeth. She tells him to work faster. Our boy almost smiles at that. He examines the cell door. Iron, heavy, frozen shut. But the hinges are on the inside. Old construction probably predates the Duke's renovation. The frost has made the metal brittle, but it's also made one thing possible. Condensation. Finnian presses both hands against the door near the hinge. His body heat is the only warmth source in this cell. It's not much, but it's something. He holds his hands there for 30 seconds, then 60. Clara asks what he's doing. He tells her to trust him. A tiny trickle of water runs down the iron. Just a drop, then another. His hands are going numb, but the frost near the hinge is thinning. Not melting completely, just weakening. He pulls his hands back and gestures for Clara to come closer. She crawls over, still wrapped in his coat. He positions her hands where his were. Body heat, he says. She presses her palms against the metal. He moves to the other hinge and does the same. For 5 minutes, they just breathe on the iron. Their combined warmth isn't enough to melt solid frost. It's enough to create microfractures where the metal meets the ice. Finnian backs up. He tells Clara to move aside, and he kicks the door right at the top hinge. The impact sends a shock through the frozen iron. A crack appears. Not in the door, in the frost sealing the hinge. He kicks again. And again. On the fourth kick, the top hinge snaps. The door tilts slightly, still held by the bottom hinge and the lock. But it's enough. Finnian wedges his fingers into the gap and pulls. The bottom hinge groans. Clara grabs the edge too, and they pull together. With a shriek of tortured metal, the second hinge gives way. The door doesn't swing open. It falls outward, lock and all, slamming into the corridor floor with a crash that echoes forever. Finnian winces. If any guard heard that, they've got maybe 30 seconds. He grabs Clara's hand. They step into the corridor. Blue light from under the other doors casts eerie shadows across the frozen walls. Finnian looks both ways. Left leads to the stairs they came down. Right is darkness. He goes left. Clara follows, still wrapped in his coat, her feet bare on the frozen stone. They pass cell after cell. Some have small windows. Figures huddle inside. Finnian stops at one and peers through. A man with a gray beard sits against the far wall, half frozen but alive. The man looks up at him. No recognition, just exhaustion. Finnian tells him they're getting out. The man doesn't respond. He's too far gone. But the next cell has someone more coherent. A young woman in merchant's clothing. She sees Finnian and her eyes go wide. She asks if he's real. He tells her he's very real and very cold. Clara is already working on the door. Same trick. Body heat on the hinges. Finnian joins her. The woman asks what they're doing. He tells her to get ready to run. The hinges on this door are older, weaker. 3 kicks, and it's open. The merchant woman stumbles out. She asks who he is. He tells her his name. She knows it. Everyone in the city knows it. The potion seller who got arrested. She says there are 12 more prisoners down here. Finnian looks at Clara. She's already moving to the next cell. That's his apprentice. They free every cell on the corridor. Some prisoners can walk. Some can't. A few are too frostbitten to move at all. Finnian gives instructions to the ones who can stand. Help the others. Follow the stairs up. Find the east exit, through the kitchen, past the cold storage. He remembers the layout from his visit years ago, before the Duke went mad with frost magic. The merchant woman takes charge of the evacuation. She's got that look in her eye, the look of someone who just got handed a second chance and isn't wasting it. Finnian and Clara move ahead to scout the stairs. The spiral staircase is slick with ice. They climb carefully. Finnian's fingers are so numb he can barely feel the wall. Halfway up, they hear footsteps above. He pushes Clara against the wall. A frost soldier descends, his pale eyes scanning the stairwell. He hasn't seen them yet. Finnian has no combat potions, no sleeping draft, no ground grasp. Nothing but his bare hands and a freezing apprentice. But he does have one thing, the condensation trick. He scoops a handful of frost from the wall and presses it against the step above him. The soldier's boot comes down exactly where he wants. The frost melts instantly under body warmth and pressure. The soldier's foot slides. Not much. Just a few inches. But it's enough to throw off his balance on an icy staircase. The soldier grabs for the wall. Finnian shoulder checks his knee. Leg buckles. The soldier tumbles, head over heels, clattering down the stairs past Clara. He hits the bottom with a sickening crunch and doesn't get up. Clara stares at Finnian. She says that was insane. He says it worked. They keep climbing. The top of the stairs opens into a deserted guard room. Tables, chairs, a dying torch in a wall sconce, and a weapons rack. Clara grabs a short sword. It's too big for her, but she holds it like she means it. Finnian takes a dagger. He's no fighter, but it's better than nothing. They move through the castle's lower corridors. The frost is thicker here. It crawls up the walls in crystalline patterns, pulsing faintly with blue light. The Duke's power is growing. Every hour, every minute, it seeps deeper into the stone. They pass a window. Outside, the blizzard rages harder than before. Snowdrifts pile against the glass, reaching halfway up the frame. The city is buried, and somewhere out in that white hell, the Demon King's forces are marching. Finnian wonders if the invasion has already begun. Then he hears shouting, not distant, close. They round a corner and find a skirmish. 2 frost soldiers are fighting a group of kitchen staff armed with cleavers and pots. The kitchen crew is losing badly. One of them is already down, frost creeping across his chest. Finnian doesn't hesitate. He grabs a heavy iron pot from a shelf and hurls it at the nearest soldier. It bounces off the soldier's helmet with a satisfying clang. Soldier turns. Clara lunges with her short sword. She's not trained, but she's angry and scared. And she stabs with everything she has. The blade sinks into the soldier's thigh. He roars and backhands her. She flies into a table. Finnian charges, not with his dagger, with a bag of flour. He rips it open and throws the contents into the soldier's face. Flour meets frost magic. The result is a sticky, blinding paste that coats the soldier's eyes and nose. He can't see. He can't breathe. He staggers backward, clawing at his face. The kitchen staff swarm him with cleavers. The second soldier turns to run. Clara, still on the floor, sweeps her sword at his ankles. He trips, hits the stone hard, and a cook drops a full cauldron on his head. Finnian helps Clara up. She's got a bloody lip and a bruise spreading across her cheek. But her eyes are bright. She asks if he planned the flour thing. He says he's a potion maker. Improvising is what he does. The kitchen staff gather around. A grumpy old cook with flour in his beard asks what they're supposed to do now. Finnian tells him the prisoners are coming up the stairs. Get them warm, get them fed, then arm them. The cook nods like this is just another dinner rush. They move on. Finnian knows they can't stay in the castle. The Duke is somewhere up there, in the highest tower, channeling frost magic into the blizzard. If they try to fight him directly, they'll die. The priority is getting back to the city, back to Garrett, back to the shop, back to the wellspring elixir, bubbling on day 7 of 9. If they can finish that potion in time, it might be enough to tip the scales. They find an exit through the scullery, a small door leading to the outer courtyard. Clara looks out first. The courtyard is chaos. Frost soldiers are mobilizing, forming ranks, moving toward the main gate. At least 30 of them, maybe more. But they're not looking at the scullery door. They're looking outward, toward the city. Finnian crouches beside Clara. He whispers that they need to move fast and stay low. She nods. They wait for a gap in the patrols. A soldier passes, then another. A gap of maybe 10 seconds. They run. Across the frozen courtyard, snow crunching under their feet, breath coming in desperate gasps. Finnian's lungs burn with cold. Clara is limping slightly from where she hit the table. But they don't stop. They reach the outer wall, a small postern gate used for deliveries. Locked, of course. Finnian doesn't have time to pick it. He pours his dagger into the lock mechanism and wrenches. The metal groans. The lock holds. Clara hands him her short sword. He uses both blades as a lever. The lock snaps. They push through and stumble into the city streets. The blizzard hits them full force. Visibility is maybe 10 feet. Snowdrifts reach their waists in places. But Finnian knows these streets. He's walked them for years. Past the blacksmith's forge. Past the printer's shop. Past the city gates. Everything is buried, dark, and silent. The whole city is holding its breath. They reach Heron Street. The shop is just ahead. Chained to the front post, half buried in snow, Garrett is still there. Still alive. Barely. His eyes flicker red when he sees them. He says he knew they'd come back. Finnian cuts the chains with his dagger. It takes 3 tries. The metal is frozen solid. When the last chain falls, Garrett tries to stand and collapses immediately. His leg is broken, or frostbitten so bad it might as well be. Clara grabs him under one arm. Finnian takes the other. They drag him inside the shop. The interior is a wreck. Shelves overturned. Glass everywhere. The counter splintered. But the back room is intact, and in the corner, the wellspring elixir is still bubbling. Day 7. 2 more days until it's ready. Finnian settles Garrett against the wall and wraps him in every blanket they have left. Clara starts a fire in the small hearth. It's dangerous, risking smoke or light, but if they don't get warm right now, Garrett will die. Finnian examines his friend's leg. The frost has turned the skin gray. He needs a potion. Something to restore circulation, counteract the frost. But he has nothing left. No ingredients, no brewing time, just his knowledge. He looks at Clara. He tells her to check the back room. Anything useful. She returns with 3 things. A half-empty jar of moon petal essence, a single vial of distilled sunlight from last summer, and the diagram from Rowan's letter, the counter ritual. Finnian stares at the diagram, the binding circle, the moon petal essence, the instructions for extracting the font's power from Rowan before the Demon King absorbs it. He can't brew it now. He doesn't have the font's essence, but the diagram gives him an idea.
Moon petal essence amplifies magical absorption.
Distilled sunlight counteracts frost magic on a fundamental level.
If he combines them, he doesn't finish the thought. He just starts working.
Clara watches him crush the remaining moon petal essence into the vial of sunlight.
He stirs. He heats it over a candle flame.
He doesn't have proper equipment.
He doesn't have time. But he has inspiration. The mixture glows. Soft gold like morning through a window.
Not a proper potion.
Not even close. But maybe enough for a localized effect. He pours it over Garrett's leg. The gray skin flushes pink.
The frost recedes,
Melting away, leaving healthy but bruised flesh underneath. Garrett gasps. He says it burns.
Finnian tells him burning is better than freezing.
Within minutes, Garrett can move his toes. He won't be running anytime soon.
But he won't lose the leg.
Garrett grabs Finian's arm. He says the Duke's soldiers took something. The notebook. Finnian freezes. His leather notebook.
247 customer records.
Names, addresses, what potions they bought, how they reacted. The Frost Captain ordered it burned.
Garrett says he doesn't know if they did it.
Finian feels something cold that has nothing to do with the blizzard. That notebook is his insurance.
His leverage.
His proof that his potions helped people. Without it, he's just a suspended mage with a wrecked shop and a price on his head.
Clara puts her hand on his shoulder.
She says the notebook doesn't matter right now. What matters is stopping the invasion. Finnian knows she's right.
But he also knows that notebook represents everything he's built.
He takes a breath. He lets it go. For now, they have bigger problems.
The Demon King's forces are coming.
The Duke is in league with them, or at least profiting from the chaos.
Rowan is walking toward a fortress in the borderlands with the font's essence in her chest.
And they're sitting in a ruined shop with no potions, no allies, and a city buried in snow. Then at Garrett,
Then at the wellspring elixir,
bubbling softly in the corner. He says they need allies. Garrett asks who's left. 37 names on his list.
13 customers for testimonials.
Most of them are ordinary people.
But ordinary people, he's learned, can do extraordinary things when you give them the right tools.
He doesn't have potions to give them now.
But he has something else.
A reputation. A ruined shop. And a very angry apprentice with a bloody lip who just took down 2 frost soldiers with a bag of flour and a short sword.
Clara asks what the plan is.
Finnian stands up. He says they're going to make some noise. The blizzard howls outside. The frost creeps along the windows. Somewhere in the distance, a horn sounds. Deep and cold and wrong. The invasion has begun.
And our boy,
standing in his wrecked shop with his broken best friend and his bruised apprentice, starts to grin. Because he is Finnian Lockwood,
ocean maker, improv artist,
and he is not going to let his city fall without a fight. He grabs a piece of charcoal from the cold hearth. He walks to the shop's front wall, where the plaster is cracked but still standing. And he starts writing. Not a recipe. Not a potion list.
a call to arms.
Every customer who ever bought from him. Every guard who saw Garrett run with literal fire in his veins. Every printer, baker, blacksmith, and midwife who knows his name. He writes their names. All 37. All 13. Every single one. Underneath, he writes 4 words. He writes them big enough to see through the snow. Big enough to matter. The shop is open. Finnian stares at the charcoal words on his shop wall. Garrett shifts against the blankets, his leg propped on a sack of flour. He asks if anyone can even see that message through the blizzard. Finnian says they'll see it. Clara looks at him like he's lost his mind.
And maybe he has.
But guess what? Our boy is done waiting. The first knock comes 20 minutes later. 3 sharp raps on the splintered doorframe.
Clara grabs her short sword.
Finnian pulls the door open with his dagger in his other hand. A woman stands in the snow.
She wears a baker's apron under 3 coats.
Her name is Maris. She bought strength of 10 3 months ago to stop her kneading trough from crushing her ribs. Now she's holding a basket of bread.
She says she saw the words from her window.
She says her husband told her not to come. She came anyway. Finnian lets her in.
The second knock comes 5 minutes after that.
A printer's apprentice.
Not the master printer himself,
But the kid who watched Finnian order 2,000 handbills. He's shivering so hard his teeth click. He's carrying 6 rolls of fresh parchment and a sealed ink pot. He says the master printer saw the words. He sent the kid with supplies.
Finnian takes the parchment.
He says this is exactly what they need. Within the hour, the shop fills up. Not the whole list, not yet, but enough.
Garen the blacksmith arrives with his massive arms wrapped in chainmail and his beard crusted with frost.
He's dragging a sled loaded with iron scraps and a portable forge.
He says he figured Finnian might need metal for something. The courier who once stole from Finnian walks in behind him. He's pale and jumpy. He says he knows he doesn't belong here. He says he still owes a debt. Clara glares at him. Finnian tells the courier to make himself useful or get out. The courier stays. Garrett props himself up against the wall. He watches the crowd grow. He mutters that this is insane. His leg still looks rough, but color has returned to his foot. The improvised mixture worked. Not a proper potion. Not even close, but it bought them time. Finnian climbs onto the broken counter. He raises his hands. The room quiets. He tells them what's coming. Demon King's seal is cracking. Duke Aldrich is channeling frost magic from his tower. The blizzard is just the beginning, and the only thing that can seal the Demon King again is the font's essence. The same essence Rowan tore out of the world and fused into her chest. Someone asks where Rowan is now. Finnian says she's walking toward the borderlands. She's delivering the essence straight to the Demon King. The room goes silent. Garen breaks it. He asks what happens if the Demon King absorbs the essence. Finnian says the seal shatters completely. The invasion becomes unstoppable. The blizzard becomes permanent. The city freezes solid. Garrett struggles to his feet. He says they need to stop her. Finnian says they can't chase her. Not without potions. Not without speed. Not with the Duke's soldiers between them and the North Road. Clara steps forward. She holds up Rowan's letter, the diagram, the counter ritual. She says Rowan included this for a reason. Finnian takes the letter. He studies the diagram again. The binding circle. The moon petal essence. The instructions for extracting the font's power before absorption. He's been staring at this for hours. But something clicks now. Something he missed. The counter ritual doesn't just extract the essence, it transfers it. You need a vessel. Something capable of holding that much magical energy. Something already attuned to absorption and amplification. Clara asks what kind of vessel. Finnian looks at the corner of the shop. The wellspring elixir, bubbling softly. Hour 7 of 9. He says, a potion. Not just any potion. A sealing potion. Brewed with moon petal essence and charged with the font's power. If they can extract the essence from Rowan before the Demon King absorbs it, they can seal him again. But they need to reach Rowan first. They need to finish the wellspring elixir to have a vessel strong enough. 2 days. The seal won't hold that long. Maris the baker raises her hand. She asks what they can do right now. Finnian looks around the shop. At the baker. The printer's apprentice. The blacksmith. The courier. Garrett with his busted leg. Clara with her bruised face and steady hands. He says they hold the city. He says the Duke's soldiers are frost-enhanced, but they're not invincible. They still breathe. They still bleed. They still feel pain. And they're not expecting an organized resistance. Garen grins. He says he's been waiting to hit something all week. Printer's apprentice spreads parchment across the floor. Finnian dictates. Maris writes. Not a call to arms this time, a battle plan. 3 fronts. First front, the city gates. Garen takes 20 volunteers. They set up barricades using the portable forge and scrap iron. They hold the main road against any frost soldiers trying to push deeper into the city. Second front, evacuation. The merchant woman from the dungeon, Keenam's old cellmate, arrives at the shop door. She's already moved 30 prisoners into the temple basement. Finnian puts her in charge of getting civilians off the streets. Every basement, every cellar, every reinforced storeroom becomes a shelter. Third front, the Duke's tower. Finnian needs to stop Aldrich from channeling more frost magic. Every hour the Duke stays in his tower, the seal weakens further. If they can disrupt his concentration, they buy time. Maybe enough time to finish the wellspring elixir. Maybe enough time to reach Rowan. Garrett limps forward. He says he knows the tower layout. He was stationed there for 3 months before transferring to the lower city. He draws a rough map on the wall with charcoal. 3 guard posts, a main spiral staircase. The Duke's ritual chamber at the top. Finnian says that's where they're going. Clara asks how they get past 30 frost soldiers. Finnian looks at the courier. The jumpy little guy flinches. Finnian asks if he still has contacts in the black market. The courier says maybe. Finnian asks if he can find someone who deals in distraction magic, smoke bombs, false signals, anything loud and flashy. The courier thinks for a moment. Then he nods. He says he knows a guy. He leaves through the back door, vanishing into the snow. Maris distributes bread. Garen fires up his portable forge in the middle of the shop. The room fills with the smell of hot iron and fresh bread. Clara stands at Finnian's side. She asks if this is really going to work. He says he's never planned a siege before. He's a potion maker, not a general. Clara punches his arm. She says he's Finnian Lockwood, improv artist, potion maker, the guy who escaped a frost dungeon by melting a hinge with body heat. She says if anyone can pull this off, it's him. Then he laughs. A real laugh. The first one in days. 3 hours pass. The blizzard rages outside. The courier returns. He's dragging a sled loaded with canvas sacks. Smoke bombs. 12 of them. Industrial grade. Used by thieves to trigger guard patrol responses. Finnian examines one. He says it's perfect. Courier also brings news. The Duke's soldiers have seized the North Gate. They're marching toward the Merchant District. They'll reach Heron Street by midnight. Finnian checks the sky through the cracked window. They have maybe 4 hours. Garen finishes 3 iron barricades. He loads them onto the sled with Garrett's help. The blacksmith asks if Finnian has any potions left. Nothing combat ready. Just the wellspring elixir. And that won't be done for 2 more days. Garen shrugs. He says they'll do this the old-fashioned way, with steel and stubbornness. Garrett tests his leg. He can put weight on it now. Not enough to run, but enough to stand. Enough to fight if he has to. Finnian tells him to stay behind. Garrett says absolutely not. He says he didn't survive frostbite and a broken sword just to sit in a blanket fort. Clara tosses him a short blade. She says he's stubborn. Garrett says that's the nicest thing she's ever said to him. The printer's apprentice finishes copying the battle plan. 6 copies. He hands them to Maris, who sends runners to every district. Within an hour, the resistance knows the strategy. Finnian stands at the door. He watches the snow, the unnatural cold. The horn sounds again. Closer this time. The invasion is here. But so is something else. A flicker of torchlight moving through the storm. Then another. Then 10 more. People are coming. Not soldiers. Not enemies. Ordinary citizens. Bakers, blacksmiths, dock workers, weavers, midwives, street sweepers. They've seen the words on the wall. They've heard the runners. They're answering the call. Finnian steps outside. The blizzard howls around him. He raises his voice. He tells them what they're facing. The Demon King's magic. Duke Aldrich's frost soldiers. A seal that could shatter at any moment. He tells them he can't promise victory. He can't promise safety. But he can promise this. They will not go quietly. The crowd cheers. And guess what? Our boy grins. Potion maker. Improv artist. And he just raised an army. The next morning, dawn barely breaks through the storm. Finnian hasn't slept. He's been studying Rowan's diagram for hours. Clara brings him tea. She says the barricades are holding. Garen's volunteers have repelled 2 frost patrols. The merchant woman has sheltered over 200 civilians. Garrett is coordinating runners between fronts. The city is still standing. Finnian says it won't be enough. Not if Aldrich keeps channeling. Not if Rowan reaches the Demon King. He needs to understand the sealing potion. He spreads the diagram on the counter. The binding circle, the moon petal essence, the transfer mechanism. And then he sees it. Something Rowan wrote in the margin. A single line. Small and precise. The essence attunes to the vessel's original purpose. Finnian freezes. The vessel's original purpose. The wellspring elixir was designed to amplify mana, to draw power inward and hold it. But if the essence attunes to that purpose, it means the sealing potion won't work unless the vessel already contains something to seal against. It needs a fragment of what it's meant to contain. It needs a piece of the Demon King's power. Clara asks what that means. Finnian says it means they can't seal the Demon King from a distance. They need to get close. Close enough to collect a sample, close enough to touch him. Clara stares at the diagram. She says that's a death sentence. Finnian says maybe. Or maybe it's an opportunity. Because if they can get close enough to collect a sample, they can also get close enough to extract the essence from Rowan. 2 objectives, 1 location. The Demon King's fortress. Garrett limps over. He says the fortress is in the borderlands. A 3-day march in good weather. In this blizzard, it'll take a week. Day 8. 1 more day until it's ready. He says they don't have a week. They have maybe 48 hours before the seal shatters. They need speed. They need a shortcut. And guess what? The courier speaks up. He says he knows one. The courier explains. There's an old smuggler's tunnel beneath the North Road. It runs from the city's old sewer system to an abandoned watchtower 3 miles from the borderlands. The Duke's soldiers don't know about it. The Demon King's scouts haven't found it. The courier used it for years to move stolen goods. Finnian asks if it's still passable. The courier says it was last month, but no guarantees. Finnian says that's good enough. He starts packing. The wellspring elixir, the diagram, the remaining moon petal essence, the distilled sunlight. Clara packs too. Garrett tries to stand. Finnian puts a hand on his shoulder.
He says Garrett can't make this journey.
Not with his leg. Not through a frozen tunnel. Garrett starts to argue. Finnian says he needs someone to hold the city, someone to lead the resistance while he's gone, someone he trusts. Garrett stares at him, his red eyes dim. Then he nods. He says he'll hold the city. He says Finnian better come back. Finnian says he's planning on it. Clara straps on her short sword. She looks at Finnian. She says this is insane. Walking into the Demon King's territory with no combat potions, no backup, no plan beyond get close and hope. Finnian says that's not quite true. He holds up the wellspring elixir, still bubbling, still unfinished, but already glowing with potential. He says he has a plan. He just doesn't know if it'll work. Clara says that's not reassuring. Finnian grins. He says he's Finnian Lockwood. When has he ever done anything reassuring? The courier leads them to the tunnel entrance, a rusted grate in the basement of an abandoned tannery on the north edge of the city. Finnian drops through first. Clara follows. The courier stays at the entrance. He says he'll keep it open as long as he can. Finnian nods. Then he turns and walks into the dark. The tunnel is narrow, frozen. The walls glisten with ice that shouldn't be there this far south. The Demon King's influence is spreading. Finnian can feel it. A cold that isn't just temperature, something deeper, something watching. They walk for hours. The tunnel slopes upward, away from the city. Clara holds a torch. Finnian carries the wellspring elixir, wrapped in cloth and pressed against his chest. His body heat keeps it from freezing. Barely. They don't talk much. There's nothing to say. The mission is clear. Reach the fortress. Find Rowan. Extract the essence before the Demon King absorbs it. Collect a fragment of the Demon King's power for the sealing potion. Get out alive. Simple. Impossible. Finnian keeps checking the wellspring elixir. Day 8 almost complete. 24 more hours until it's fully charged. He just hopes they arrive in time. The tunnel ends at a wooden ladder frozen solid. Finnian climbs first. He pushes open the trapdoor. Snow and wind blast his face. They're in the ruins of the abandoned watchtower, 3 miles from the borderlands. In the distance, through the storm, Finnian sees it. The Demon King's fortress. A black spike of stone jutting out of the frozen wasteland. At its peak, a red light pulses. The seal, cracking, almost shattered. Finnian climbs out and helps Clara up. She stares at the fortress. She says it looks like a tomb. Finnian says it won't be theirs. Not if he has anything to say about it. They push forward through the snow. The cold is worse here, deeper, magical. It seeps through their coats and settles in their bones. Finnian's breath freezes in his beard. Clara's lips turn blue, but they keep moving, one step after another. The fortress grows larger. The red light grows brighter. And then, at the base of the fortress, they see movement. A figure in the snow, walking toward the main gate. A woman, dark hair, a crystal fused to her chest, pulsing with stolen light. Rowan. She's almost at the gate. Finnian breaks into a run. The snow drags at his legs. The cold burns his lungs. But he runs anyway. And he is not letting her walk through that door alone. Finnian plows through the snow like a freight train made of spite. His beard is a slab of frozen sweat. The cold doesn't just bite anymore. It chews. But he doesn't slow down. Rowan already has her hand on the black gate. Her crystal is blazing like a second heart. He screams her name. She doesn't look back. The iron groans. A ring of violet runes ignites across the stone. And just like that, the world swallows them whole. No door opens. No wall crumbles. The fortress simply deletes them from the snow. Finnian's stomach lurches. His vision goes white. He slams into a floor made of black glass. The impact knocks every swear word right out of his lungs. Rowan crashes down 10 feet away. The alchemist Clara lands in a heap behind them, goggles cracked. Their 2 hired grunts hit the ground like sacks of potatoes. Groans all around. Finnian hauls himself up and takes stock of the nightmare they've landed in. They're in an arena, a coliseum of twisted obsidian spires and bleeding red light. No sky, no ceiling, just a churning crimson vortex and a floor littered with old bones. The air stinks of rust and regret. Rowan staggers to her feet, clutching her chest. She looks just as lost as the rest of them. Her crystal is pulsing way too fast now. This isn't the fortress. This is a trap. A trial. The Demon King's welcome mat. Finnian doesn't get a chance to ask questions. The ground shakes. The bones rattle. A massive shape coalesces in the center of the arena. Black smoke pours from the cracks in the glass floor. It weaves together into a colossal, hound-shaped nightmare. 4 blazing red eyes open in its skull. Its mouth is a furnace. Its claws are carved from the screams of the damned. This is the gatekeeper, and it's already drooling. Clara swears under her breath. One of the grunts starts praying to a god he forgot existed. Finnian unsheathes his blade. Old and chipped, sure, but it's held murder demons before. He charges forward without a second thought. Because our boy doesn't believe in waiting for a monster to make the first move. The hound swipes a paw the size of a wagon. Finnian dives under it. The claw shreds the ground where he stood. Jagged glass explodes into the air. Rowan screams a warning. The beast is fast. Way too fast for something that big. It pivots and snaps at Finnian, with jaws that could crush a castle gate. He rolls. The jaws miss his skull by a finger's width. The heat from its breath singes his eyebrows. Clara hurls a vial of alchemical acid. It shatters against the hound's flank, hissing and steaming. The monster doesn't even flinch. It just turns one of its 4 eyes toward her. Big mistake. Finnian uses that split second to slash at its leg. His blade cuts through shadow flesh, but the wound sizzles and closes instantly. That's not great. The grunts try to help. One of them throws a javelin. The weapon embeds itself in the beast's shoulder. The gatekeeper snarls and whips its tail around. A length of solid black bone slams into the poor guy. He flies into a pillar and doesn't get up. His buddy panics and bolts for the edge of the arena. The hound doesn't chase him. It doesn't need to. A wall of crimson lightning erupts from the perimeter and zaps the runner into next week. The trial doesn't allow quitters. Finnian grits his teeth. Stalling won't work. He needs a weak point. Rowan's crystal flashes again, and he notices something. Every time that stolen light pulses, the hound's eyes narrow. It flinches. Just a little. The light hurts it. Not the physical beast, but the consciousness inside it. He barks at Rowan to get closer. She hesitates. The crystal is part of her. Using it like this is agony. But the hound lunges at Clara. Clara's out of vials. She's got nothing. Rowan sees her about to die. She makes a choice. Rowan runs toward the beast, not away. She places herself between the jaws and the alchemist. The crystal flares like a dying star. The hound recoils. Its 4 eyes bleed black smoke. The light burns it. Finnian doesn't waste the opening. He vaults off a chunk of fallen pillar and drives his blade straight into the center of the monster's forehead. The sword sinks deep, but it's not enough. The hound thrashes, sending him flying. Rowan presses her advantage. She steps forward, screaming, and the crystal erupts. A beam of pure, blinding radiance punches through the gatekeeper's skull. The light is too much. The crystal cracks. A jagged fracture runs across its surface. Rowan's face twists in agony. The hound howls. The entire arena shudders. Finnian scrambles to his feet. He sees the fracture spreading. The crystal is going to shatter. He doesn't think. He just moves. He tackles Rowan to the ground as the crystal explodes. A wave of white light vaporizes the gatekeeper on the spot. The beast's ashes scatter like burnt paper. The crystal shards dissolve into glitter. Rowan lies gasping, her chest heaving. A ragged, empty socket now sits where the crystal was fused. She's free, and she's completely broken by it. The arena doesn't celebrate their victory. Ground lurches. The obsidian floor cracks open. A staircase made of molten light spirals upward into the void. The trial isn't over. It just changed its stage. Clara pulls Rowan to her feet. Finnian checks the fallen grunt, still breathing, but out for the count. They've got no choice. They climb. The steps lead them into a cylindrical chamber. Stone walls covered in ancient script. At the center, a pedestal of polished black marble. On it, a crystalline vial glowing with liquid daylight. The wellspring elixir. The font essence. Finnian's heart hammers. This is what they came for. It's also guarded. Not by monsters this time, by chains. Against the far wall, 2 prisoners huddle. An older woman with silver-streaked hair and a boy who can't be more than 10. Rowan gasps. The woman is her mother. The boy is her brother. They're alive. And they're anchored to the wall with shackles that feed directly into the pedestal. The elixir is tied to their life force. Take it. Kill them. Leave it. Fail the mission. Finnian doesn't hesitate. He starts examining the runes. Clara shouts at him to wait, to study the mechanics first. But our boy's already slicing into the magical conduit with his blade. The runes flare red. Alarms wail through the fortress. The Demon King's voice, low and furious, rolls through the stone. He knows what they're doing. The chains tighten. The mother screams. The boy cries. Rowan drops to her knees and tries to pull the shackles apart with her bare hands. It's useless. The metal is reinforced with a curse. Finnian snarls. He's done playing by the Demon King's rules. He sheathes his blade and places his hand directly on the pedestal. The same pedestal that will probably incinerate. The magic, hungry for a sacrifice, shifts its focus. The chains slacken just a hair. Enough for Clara to jam a lockpick into the boy's manacle. She works fast. Finnian's face goes pale as the curse starts to drain him. His life force pours into the pedestal. The elixir glows brighter. The mother's chain snaps. Clara frees the boy. Rowan catches her family as they collapse. Finnian holds on for 3 more seconds. 3 seconds of pure, white-hot agony. Then he rips his hand away. The connection breaks. The pedestal shatters. The elixir floats for a split second, suspended. Then gravity remembers it exists. He catches the vial before it hits the stone. The moment his fingers close around it, the fortress screams. Not a voice this time. A physical, structural howl. The walls crack. The floor tilts. Shadowy forms begin to ooze from the walls. The shadow guards. Dozens of them. Finnian shoves the wellspring elixir into his coat. He turns to grab Rowan. She's still staring at the hollow in her chest. The shattered crystal gone. Her face is a mess of grief and relief. He doesn't have time for therapy. He tells her they've got what they came for. Now they have to survive long enough to use it. Her mother clutches the boy against the far wall, eyes wide with terror. The shadow guards finish forming, skeletal figures with blades for arms and empty, hungry sockets. Clara pulls out her first flash powder orb. She weighs it in her palm. The fuse sizzles. She locks eyes with Finnian. He nods. They've done worse. This is just another Tuesday. The orb's fuse burns down to nothing. Clara hurls it. Clara hurls the first flash powder orb. The chamber goes white. 3 shadow guards shriek and recoil, their dark forms flickering like blown-out candles. Finnian shoves the glowing wellspring elixir into his coat. He grabs Rowan's wrist. She's still staring at the shattered crystal, her chest heaving. He says they've got what they came for. Rowan's mother clutches the boy against the far wall. The shadow guards are already reforming. Clara throws the second orb. Finnian shouts for everyone to move. They scramble up the stone stairs, boots slipping on ancient dust. The fortress groans around them. It's angrier now. The Demon King knows exactly what they've taken. His voice rolls through the stone like thunder. He says the wellspring is his. He says the girl's betrayal will cost them everything. Rowan flinches. Finnian doesn't let her slow down. He tells her to keep climbing. The east tower door is just ahead. Clara reaches it first and shoves it open with her shoulder. They spill into the narrow corridor beyond. It's colder here. The walls are lined with frost. Finnian's breath puffs white. He can feel the Demon King's attention pressing down on them like a physical weight. The fortress is waking up. Every shadow in this place is about to become a weapon. Rowan says there's a servant's passage ahead. It connects to the lower kitchens. From there, they can reach the main gate. Finnian asks how many guards between here and there. Rowan says she doesn't know anymore. Her knowledge is 3 years old, and everything's changed. The corridor splits ahead. Left leads down. Right climbs toward the upper battlements. Finnian hesitates. A shriek echoes from below. More shadow guards. He chooses left. They descend narrow stone steps 2 at a time. Boy, Rowan's brother, is struggling. He can't keep up. His mother is trying to carry him, but she's exhausted too. Finnian scoops the kid up without stopping. The boy is lighter than he expected. Probably hasn't eaten properly in weeks. He tells the kid to hold on tight. The kid does. They reach the lower level. The servant's passage is small, barely wide enough for one person at a time. Rowan leads. Her mother follows. Finnian hands the boy through and gestures for Clara to go next. She hesitates. He says he'll be right behind her. She goes. He follows. The passage twists and turns. It's darker than the fortress above. Only light comes from the wellspring elixir's glow, filtering through Finnian's coat. It paints the walls in pale amber. Behind them, the heavy boots of the shadow guard echo. They're being hunted. Rowan pushes open a wooden door at the end of the passage. They emerge into a vast kitchen. Cauldrons hang from iron hooks. Butcher blocks are stained dark. The fireplace is cold, empty. The fortress hasn't hosted a proper meal in years. Finnian sets the boy down. Clara checks her flash powder pouch. 1 orb left. She tells him so. He nods. They need to make it count. Rowan's mother grabs a heavy iron skillet from a hook. She says she's not helpless. Finnian grins despite everything. He says he never thought she was. The kitchen door explodes inward. 3 shadow guards pour through. They're larger than the ones in the ritual chamber. Their forms are more solid, more defined. The Demon King is pouring more power into them. Rowan throws a handful of salt from a nearby barrel. It seems ridiculous, but the salt passes through the shadows and they scream. Finnian blinks. He asks if that actually worked. Rowan says some old wards still hold in the kitchen. It was protected once, before the Demon King took over. The salt doesn't stop them, but it slows them down. Finnian grabs Clara's shoulder. He says now. She hurls the last flash powder orb. The kitchen goes bright. The shadow guards shriek. The group runs. Through the scullery, past the pantries, out into a service courtyard. The snow is knee-deep here. The fortress looms above them, its red light pulsing like a sick heart. Finnian can see the main gate. It's 50 yards away. 50 yards of open ground, and it's guarded. 3 frost soldiers stand at attention. They're not shadow creatures. They're men enhanced with frost magic. Duke Aldrich's men, which means the Duke and the Demon King are working together. Finnian should have guessed. Rowan's mother grabs his arm. He doesn't have an answer. They're out of flash powder. Out of tricks. His shoulder throbs from the shadow blade wound. He's got a glowing vial of pure power in his coat and no way to use it. Clara says she has an idea. Finnian asks what kind. She says the stupid kind. He says those are usually his. She almost smiles. She pulls out the empty flash powder pouch. It's coated in residual powder. Not enough to blind, but enough to spark. She asks Rowan if she can still manage a barrier. Rowan says barely. Her crystal is cracked. Her connection to the Demon King's power is fraying, but she can manage one. Small one. Clara says that's all she needs. She tells them to run for the gate the moment they see the flash. Finnian starts to argue. She cuts him off. She says he trusted her before. Trust her now. He looks at her. At the girl who walked into his shop with flower petals in her hair and stained fingers. Who couldn't brew a healing draft without turning it into a solid? Who just threw the last of her defenses at shadow guards and didn't flinch. He says okay. She grins. Then she breaks away from the group and sprints toward the frost soldiers. Finnian's heart stops. She's running straight at them. 3 frost-enhanced soldiers. 1 girl with an empty pouch and a desperate plan. The soldiers see her coming. They raise their weapons. Ice crackles along their blades. Clara doesn't slow down. She skids to a stop 10 feet from them. She hurls the empty pouch at the ground, and she slams her boot down on it. The residual powder detonates. It's not bright, not like the orbs, but it's enough. A sharp crack and a puff of white light. The soldiers flinch. Rowan throws her barrier in front of Clara. It's small and flickering, but it holds. Finnian grabs Rowan's mother and the boy. He says go. They break for the gate. The frost soldiers recover fast. They see the group sprinting past. One swings his blade at Clara's barrier. It shatters. Rowan staggers. Clara dives under the soldier's arm, rolls through the snow, comes up running. She's fast. Faster than Finnian's ever seen her move. They reach the gate. It's frozen shut. Of course it is. Finnian drops to his knees and pulls the wellspring elixir from his coat. Its glow brightens as if sensing his intent. He pours a single drop onto the iron hinges. The frost melts instantly. Steam hisses. The gate groans. Rowan's mother grabs one side. Rowan grabs the other. They heave. The gate opens. Just wide enough. The boy slips through first, then his mother. Finnian gestures for Rowan. She says not without Clara. Clara is still 20 yards away. 2 frost soldiers are between her and the gate. The third is calling for reinforcements. Finnian can hear more boots pounding through the snow. He doesn't think, he just moves. He's through the gate and running back into the courtyard. He's not a fighter, but Clara is still out there. Rowan shouts something behind him. He doesn't hear it. His pulse is too loud. He reaches Clara as one of the soldiers swings a blade at her back. Finnian tackles him. They crash into the snow. The soldier is heavier and stronger, but Finnian has one advantage. He's desperate. He shoves a handful of snow into the soldier's face. The man sputters. Finnian scrambles up and grabs Clara. He pulls her toward the gate. The second soldier blocks their path. His blade is raised. His eyes are frost white. He says the Duke wants them alive. He didn't say anything about intact. The blade comes down, and something metal punches through the soldier's chest from behind. He freezes, literally. Frost spreads from the wound across his torso. He topples face first into the snow. Behind him stands Rowan's mother, holding a heavy iron skillet. She says she told them she wasn't helpless. Finnian has never respected anyone more in his life. They run, all four of them, through the narrowing gap in the gate. Rowan shoves it shut behind them. She grabs a fallen sword and jams it through the latch. It won't hold long, but it'll buy them seconds. They're outside the fortress. The blizzard is still howling. The snow is blinding, but they're out. Finnian doubles over, gasping. The wellspring elixir pulses warm against his chest. Rowan's mother is shaking. The boy is crying. Clara is laughing. Finnian says she's insane. Rowan says they're not safe yet. She's right. The fortress gate rattles behind them. Frost soldiers are already working the latch. And above them, the red light at the fortress peak glows brighter. The Demon King is furious. Finnian straightens up. He says they need to reach the watchtower, the smuggler's tunnel. It's their only way back to the city. Rowan asks if they can make it before the soldiers catch up. Finnian doesn't answer. He just starts walking. The others follow. They trudge through the snow. The wind cuts like knives. The boy stumbles, and his mother catches him. Clara keeps glancing back. The gate is still holding, but not for much longer. They reach the watchtower. It's half buried in snow. The trapdoor is frozen shut. Rowan's mother hands Finnian the skillet. He uses it to smash the ice. The door creaks open. They climb down into darkness. Clara lights a torch. The tunnel is exactly as they left it. Cold and narrow and smelling of old earth. Finnian closes the trapdoor behind them. He piles loose stones on top. It won't stop a determined soldier, but it'll slow one down. They move through the tunnel, single file, silent except for footsteps and breathing. The wellspring elixir's glow lights their way. Rowan asks how long until it's ready. Finnian says 1 more day. She says that's cutting it close. He says he knows. They walk for what feels like hours. The tunnel slopes upward, then it levels out. Clara's torch flickers. She says the air's getting fresher. They're close to the city. Finnian's shoulder throbs with every step. The shadow blade wound isn't deep, but it's still bleeding. He doesn't mention it. Not yet. They reach the end of the tunnel, the hidden door behind the old sewer grate. Finnian pushes it open. They crawl out into the frozen streets of the city. The blizzard has thinned. The shops are dark, but they're home. Finnian helps Rowan's mother and brother up. Clara stamps her feet to shake off the snow. Rowan stares at the fortress on the horizon. The red light is still visible, still pulsing. She says he's coming. But right now, they have what they need. They have the essence. They have the diagram. They have 1 day left. He says they're going to finish this. Clara nods. Rowan doesn't argue. Her mother pulls her into a hug. The boy wraps his arms around both of them. Finnian looks toward Heron Street, battered and scarred but standing. He says, let's go home. They walk through the silent streets. The snow crunches underfoot. The sky is still dark. But somewhere behind the clouds, dawn is breaking. And Finnian Lockwood has 1 day left to brew the most important potion of his life. They reach the shop just as the sky starts spitting snow again. Finnian's shoulder is still bleeding. Clara notices. She says nothing, but her jaw tightens. The shop looks exactly how they left it. Battered shutters. Scorch marks on the cobblestones. Charcoal words still smeared across the front wall. But it's standing. Finnian fumbles the key. His fingers are numb. Rowan's mother steadies his hand and takes the key from him. She unlocks the door herself. Says she's had practice with stubborn locks. The boy runs inside first. He's shivering so hard his teeth chatter like castanets. Clara follows and immediately starts lighting candles. Rowan hesitates at the threshold. Asks if she's still welcome here. Finnian says she helped them escape. She helped them get the essence. She helped save her own family. He tells her to get inside before the snow buries them all. Rowan steps through the door. Her mother wraps an arm around her. The wellspring elixir is still bubbling on the backroom workbench. Day 9. Less than 24 hours from completion. The glow is steady and warm. It pulses like a heartbeat. Finnian sets it gently on the counter. He checks the seal on the vial. Still intact. The font's essence swirls inside like captured starlight. Clara starts a fire in the hearth. Rowan's mother finds blankets in the storage cupboard. The boy curls up in a chair and falls asleep within seconds. Rowan stands by the window. She stares toward the horizon. The fortress is barely visible through the snow, but the red light at its peak still pulses, still furious. Finnian says they need to finish the potion. Not just the wellspring elixir, the full sealing potion. The one that can lock the Demon King away for good. Clara asks how long it'll take. Finnian says with the essence already infused, 12 hours. Maybe less if they don't sleep. Rowan turns from the window. She says they don't have 12 hours. The Demon King knows where they are. He can feel the essence moving. He'll send everything he has left. Finnian says then they'd better work fast. He pulls out Rowan's letter. The diagram is smudged but still legible. The binding circle. The vessel requirement. The final infusion sequence. He spreads it flat on the workbench and starts pulling ingredients. Moon petal essence. Distilled sunlight is gone, but he has powdered dawnstone. Not as strong, but it'll hold. Clara grinds the dawnstone, while Finnian measures out silverthorn extract. Rowan watches them work. Her hands are shaking. She asks if she can help. Finnian hands her a stirring rod. Tells her to keep the base mixture moving counterclockwise. No pauses, no stopping. If it settles, the whole batch is ruined. Rowan takes the rod. Her grip is unsteady, but she starts stirring. Finnian adds the first infusion. The liquid turns silver, then gold, then a deep amber that seems to drink the candlelight. Clara says it's beautiful. Finnian says it's not done yet. 2 more infusions to go. The final one needs to happen at the peak of the brew cycle. If they miss the window by even a few seconds, the potion will destabilize. And destabilized potions don't just fail, they explode. Rowan asks how bad an explosion. Finnian says the last one took out half his eyebrow. Clara adds that it also melted a hole through the ceiling. Rowan stirs faster. The first hour passes. The shop is quiet except for the bubbling of the brew and the crackle of the fire. Rowan's mother makes tea. She finds Finnian's kettle and somehow still has a pouch of dried mint in her coat pocket. She passes cups around without a word. Finnian takes his with a nod. His shoulder is still bleeding. Clara notices again. This time she grabs a bandage and a jar of moon petal salve. She tells him to sit down. He says he's fine. She says he's lying. He sits. She cleans the wound with steady hands. The shadow blade left a thin cut. Not deep, but the edges are blackened, corrupted. Clara's fingers don't tremble. She smears the salve across the wound and wraps it tight. Finnian says she's getting good at this. Rowan keeps stirring. She doesn't look away from the potion, but her shoulders relax. Just a little. Second hour. The potion shifts from amber to a deep crimson. Finnian checks the diagram. Says the second infusion needs to happen now. He measures out 3 drops of shadow moss extract. Carefully. If he adds too much, the potion becomes a poison. Too little, and it won't hold the Demon King's essence. 1 drop. The potion hisses. Turns black for a terrifying second, then settles into a deep purple. Finnian exhales. Clara says she thought her heart stopped. Rowan says hers definitely did. They laugh. It's not a happy laugh. It's the laugh of people who are exhausted and terrified and still standing. Third hour. Rowan's mother takes over stirring. Rowan's arms are cramping. She sits down next to her brother and closes her eyes. Finnian watches the potion. Clara watches the window. The snow is falling harder. The wind rattles the shutters. She asks if Finnian thinks they'll make it. He says they have to. No other option. Fourth hour. Everyone freezes. Finnian gestures for Clara to stay back. He walks to the door with a dagger in his good hand, pulls it open a crack. It's Maris, the baker. She's holding a basket of bread and a crossbow. She says she saw the lights on, figured they could use some food. She also says there are soldiers massing at the north gate, at least 50 of them, frost-enhanced. She asks if that's a problem. Finnian says it's definitely a problem. Maris hands him the bread and the crossbow. Says she'll spread the word to barricade the streets. She tells him to finish whatever he's working on. Then she disappears back into the snow. Finnian closes the door, bolts it, turns to Clara. Says they're running out of time. Fifth hour. The potion is glowing steadily now, a deep violet light that hums faintly. Rowan wakes up. She asks if it's ready. Finnian says 1 more infusion, the final one. It has to happen at exactly the right moment. Clara asks how they'll know. Finnian points to the diagram, says the potion will pulse 3 times. On the 3rd pulse, they add the binding agent. Not a second before, not a second after. Rowan asks what the binding agent is. Finnian holds up a small glass vial. Inside is a single silver thread.
It looks like a strand of spider silk, but it glows.
He says it's a memory filament, harvested from the font itself. Rowan had it tangled in her hair when they escaped. He found it while cleaning her wounds back in the tunnel. She stares at it.
Says she didn't even notice.
Finnian says that's the thing about memories. They stick to you even when you're not looking. 6th hour.
The first pulse hits.
The potion flares bright. The light fills the entire shop. Even Rowan's brother wakes up. He asks if it's morning.
His mother says not yet.
The glow fades. Finnian grips the memory filament. Says 1 down, 2 to go. Clara checks the window again. The snow has stopped, but the sky is wrong. Too dark. Too still. She says something's coming. Rowan stands. Her hand goes to her chest, where the crystal used to be. She says she can feel him. The Demon King. He's not at the fortress anymore. He's moving.
Finnian says how close.
Rowan says close enough. The front door rattles. Not a knock this time. A heavy fist slams against the wood.
A voice cuts through the silence,
Deep and commanding. It says Finnian's name like an accusation. Clara looks at Finnian. She knows that voice.
Thaddeus.
The Paladin. The former leader of the hero party. The man who abandoned Lily and chose power over friendship. He's here. And he's not alone. Finnian tells Clara to stay with the potion. He walks to the door. Opens it. Thaddeus stands in the snow. His white cloak is stained with frost. His polished armor is scuffed. His eyes are hollow. But there's still power in him. Cold and righteous. He says he gave Finnian a chance to come back. A chance to be a hero again. Finnian says he never stopped being one. He just stopped following orders. Thaddeus smiles. It's not a kind smile. He says the Demon King's seal is shattering. The city is surrounded. The Duke's soldiers are at the gates.
He asks if Finnian thinks his little potions will save anyone.
Finnian says they already have. Thaddeus draws his sword.
Says he gave Finnian a choice.
Now he's taking it away. He asks for the wellspring elixir. Finnian says no. Thaddeus steps forward. Clara steps in front of him. She's holding her short sword. Her hands are steady. She tells Thaddeus to leave. He laughs. Asks what a child apprentice thinks she can do against a paladin. Clara doesn't answer. She just raises her blade. Thaddeus swings. His sword crashes down with the force of a falling boulder. Clara doesn't block it. She dodges. Steps to the side. The blades smash into the floorboards. Splinters fly. Thaddeus grunts. Pulls his sword free. Swings again. Clara ducks under it. She's fast.
Faster than he expected.
Finnian taught her more than just potions. He taught her to watch, to wait, to find the opening. Thaddeus charges.
His armor clanks. His cape billows.
He's a battering ram made of muscle and holy fury. Clara throws a vial at his feet. Not flash powder.
A simple oil slick.
Thaddeus slips. His momentum carries him forward. He crashes into the counter. Shelves rattle. Vials tumble.
Clara grabs a jar of moon petal essence.
Hurls it at his helmet. It shatters. The liquid drips down his visor. He can't see. He roars.
Throws a wild punch.
Clara sidesteps. She drives her shoulder into his chest plate. He stumbles back. Through the doorway, into the snow. The cold hits him harder than she did. His armor frosts over. The moon petal essence freezes on his helmet. He rips it off. His face is red with rage.
He says she'll regret that.
Clara says she doubts it. She pulls out another vial, small and dark, a sleeping draught. She throws it at his face.
Drops.
Finnian watches from the doorway. Clara stands over the unconscious paladin. Her short sword is still in her hand. She never even used it.
Asks if he's okay.
He says she just took down a paladin with cooking oil and a nap potion. He's better than okay. He's proud. Clara's cheeks flush.
But she doesn't smile yet.
She says he needs to finish the potion. She'll watch the door. 7th hour. The second pulse hits.
Brighter than the first.
The potion flares like a small sun. The light pours through the windows, through the cracks in the shutters,
Through the hole in the ceiling.
the whole street glows violet for a heartbeat, then it fades. Rowan says one more. Finnian nods. He holds the memory filament. His hands are steady. Rowan's mother is still stirring. The boy is awake now, watching the potion with wide eyes.
He asks if it's magic.
Rowan says it's the most powerful magic she's ever seen. Because it's not about destruction. It's about holding things together. Finnian says exactly. They hear shouting outside. Clara peers through the shutters. She says more soldiers are coming. Not frost soldiers, something bigger, something darker. Finnian doesn't look. He keeps his eyes on the potion. Says the third pulse will come in the next hour. They just need to hold on. Clara checks her belt. 1 vial of sleeping draft left, jar of blinding powder, and her short sword. She asks how many are coming. Rowan looks out the window. She says all of them. Clara doesn't flinch. She says they'll hold. Finnian turns back to the counter. The wellspring elixir is pulsing now, steady rhythm, like a second heartbeat in the room. Rowan's mother keeps stirring. Her arm must be screaming by now, but she doesn't slow down. The boy watches from the corner. His eyes are huge. Clara asks how many. Rowan presses her palm against the window frame. Her face is tight. She says at least 40, maybe more. And something else. Something that isn't soldiers. Finnian asks what she means. Rowan says the shadows are moving wrong, like they're hungry. The Demon King is close. Not at the gates yet, but close. Finnian checks the potion. Deep violet, almost black at the edges. The third pulse hasn't hit. When it does, they'll have seconds to add the memory filament. Miss that window, and the whole batch destabilizes. Boom. No more shop. No more Heron Street. No more city. No pressure. The first fist hits the door. Not Thaddeus this time. Heavier. The wood groans. Rowan says they're here. Finnian doesn't look up. He asks Clara how many potions she has left. She says 1 sleeping draft, half a jar of blinding powder, and her short sword. Finnian says that'll have to do. He pulls out the dagger from his belt, sets it on the counter next to the potion. Not for fighting, for the ritual. The memory filament needs a conduit, something personal, something sharpened by use. The dagger has been with him since his hero party days. It's cut moon petal stems, scraped residue from 100 failed brews. Pried open locked drawers in Morgana's shop. It knows him. The door splinters. A massive shadow shoulder drives through the wood. Frost crackles along the frame. The first soldier steps inside. He's bigger than the ones at the castle, 10 feet tall. Armor made of black ice. His eyes are empty sockets. Blue light flickers where pupils should be. Finnian says that's new. Rowan says the Demon King is burning through his reserves. He's pouring everything into these soldiers because he knows what's on that counter. The soldier swings. Clara ducks. The blade takes out 3 shelves behind her. Vials shatter. Green smoke billows. Purple mist. Something that smells like burnt cinnamon and regret. Clara coughs. She hurls a handful of blinding powder. The soldier doesn't flinch. No eyes to blind. Rowan says, brilliant. She grabs a jar of pickled something from the wreckage, throws it at the soldier. It shatters against his chest. The vinegar sizzles. He pauses, looks down. Confused. Old wards. The kitchen trick still works. Pickling brine is mostly salt. The soldier screams. It's not a human sound, more like metal tearing. He swings blindly, takes out the front door frame. Half the wall comes with it. Snow pours into the shop. Finnian shields the potion with his body. The third pulse hasn't hit yet, but it's close. He can feel it. The air is getting heavy, like the moment before a thunderstorm. Clara says there's more coming. Through the hole in the wall, she can see them. A line of black ice soldiers, marching down Heron Street, shoulder to shoulder. And behind them, something worse, a shape that isn't quite solid, sliding between the soldiers like oil through water. The Demon King's shadow. Not the Demon King himself, but a piece of him. A projection. It has no face. Just a deeper darkness where a face should be. It says Finnian's name. The voice comes from everywhere at once. The walls, the floorboards, the shattered glass. It says the potion belongs to him. Finnian says it belongs to the city. The shadow laughs. It says cities burn. Cities fall. Cities are temporary. But power is forever. It reaches for the counter. Clara steps in front of it. Her short sword is raised. She says, not today. The shadow pauses. Like it's amused. It asks what a child thinks she can do against a king. Clara says she's not a child. She's an apprentice. She learned from the best. And she's really, really good at making messes. She throws the sleeping draft. It passes through the shadow. Shatters against the floor. Nothing happens. The shadow says it doesn't sleep. It doesn't tire. It doesn't feel. Clara says she figured. But the puddle is right where she wanted it. Rowan's mother lunges. She's been quiet this whole time, forgotten against the back wall, still stirring the potion. She lets go of the ladle. grabs the iron skillet from her belt, swings it through the puddle of sleeping draft. The skillet is cast iron, old, seasoned with decades of use. It's been in her family for 3 generations. It's killed 1 frost soldier already tonight. She swings it like she's flipping a stubborn pancake. The iron passes through the shadow, but the sleeping draft sticks to it. For half a second, the liquid ignites. Not fire, magic. The potion reacts to the iron the same way it reacts to flesh. The shadow screams. It recoils. A chunk of darkness tears away, dissolves into nothing. The shadow says that hurt. Rowan's mother says good. She swings the skillet again. Finnian watches the potion. The violet glow is pulsing faster. Third one's coming, he calls to Rowan. She's at the window, holding off 2 soldiers with nothing but salt and sheer stubbornness. He asks if it's time. Finnian says almost. He grabs the dagger, cuts a shallow line across his palm. Blood wells up. He presses his hand to the memory filament. The silver thread absorbs it, turns crimson, then gold, then white. The light is blinding. The shadow screams. It says no. It reaches for Finnian. But Clara is there. She drives a splintered chair leg into the shadow's center. It doesn't kill it, but it distracts it, long enough. The third pulse hits. The potion erupts. Not an explosion, a collapse. Light folds inward. The room goes dark for 1 heartbeat. Then blazing violet. Finnian drops the filament into the potion. It sinks. The liquid swallows it. The color shifts. Violet to silver. Silver to nothing. The potion becomes clear as water. Then clear as glass. Then clear as starlight. It's done. The sealing potion. Complete. Finnian grabs the vial. His hand is shaking. His shoulder is screaming. The wound from the shadow blade has reopened. Blood is soaking through his bandages, but he doesn't drop it. He looks at Clara. She's still holding the chair leg. Her knuckles are white. She asks if it worked. Finnian says it worked. The shadow lunges. It's faster than before. Desperate. It says the potion is his. Finnian holds it up. The light from the vial cuts through the darkness. The shadow stops inches from his face. It says if he destroys that vial, he destroys everything. He uncorks it. A single drop spills out, lands on the counter. The wood hisses. Then it glows. A perfect circle of starlight, spreading outward. The shadow scrambles back, afraid, for the first time. Afraid. Rowan says the soldiers are retreating. She's right. The black ice giants are stumbling away from the shop. The starlight burns them. Not their armor, their essence. Demon King poured himself into these soldiers, and the potion is pulling that essence back out. Finnian recorks the vial. He can't waste it. Not a single drop. This has to last. She's grinning. Her face is smeared with flour and soot and something purple. She says they did it. Finnian says they did. But it's not over. The shadow is gone. The soldiers are scattered. The Demon King himself is still coming. And the potion needs a wielder. Someone who can get close enough to use it. Someone fast. Someone brave. Someone who won't hesitate. Finnian looks at the vial in his hand. Then at Clara. Then at the hole in his wall. The snow is falling harder now. Through the gap, he can see the city gates. They're still standing. Barely. Garen is there. Still fighting. Still holding. Finnian says he needs to get to the gates. Clara asks why. He says because the Demon King is coming from the north, and the only person fast enough to intercept him is still unconscious in the snow. They look outside. Thaddeus. Still face down. Still breathing. Still out cold. Finnian says he's got about 10 minutes before the sleeping draft wears off. Clara asks if he's actually going to trust Thaddeus. Finnian says he doesn't have to trust him. He just needs him to ride fast and swing a sword. The rest is up to the potion. Owen's mother sets down her skillet. She says the boy is asleep. Finally, exhausted. Rowan comes over. Her face is pale. The Demon King. He's at the north gate. Finnian says then they're out of time. He kneels next to Thaddeus, slaps his face. Hard. The paladin groans. His eyes flutter. Finnian says, "Wake up." Thaddeus asks what happened. Finnian says a 16-year-old girl beat you with baking supplies. Congratulations. Now get up. The city needs you. Thaddeus blinks once. His eyes focus. He asks what in the 9 hells happened to the shop. Finnian says a very angry shadow and about 40 frost soldiers. Thaddeus sits up slowly. His armor is dented, his white cloak is ripped, and there's a distinct smell of pickling brine clinging to him. Clara waves from behind the counter. She says he should thank her for not using the whole jar. Thaddeus groans. The paladin asks if she actually threw a jar of pickles at him. Clara says it was mostly the brine, and a sleeping draft, and maybe a little bit of moon petal essence in his eyes. Thaddeus rubs his face. He says he's going to feel that for a week. Finnian kneels in front of him. Our boy's shoulder is still bleeding, but his eyes are sharp. He tells Thaddeus the Demon King is at the north gate. Thaddeus stops rubbing his face. He asks how close. Finnian says close enough that they can feel him breathing down their necks. Rowan presses against the broken window frame. She says he's through the gate. The soldiers have stopped retreating. They're regrouping. The shadow is back. Thaddeus stands up. He's unsteady, but he's standing. He asks what the plan is. Finnian holds up the sealing potion. The vial glows like captured starlight, clear as glass, warm as a heartbeat. He says someone needs to get close enough to use this. Someone fast. Someone brave. Someone the Demon King won't see coming until it's too late. Thaddeus looks at the vial, then at Finian's bleeding shoulder, and at Clara's soot-smeared face. Then at Rowan's mother still holding her iron skillet. He asks who's going to wield it. Finnian says he was hoping Thaddeus would volunteer. The paladin stares at him. He asks if Finnian is serious. Finnian says he's never been more serious in his life. Thaddeus says he just got knocked unconscious by a 16-year-old girl with baking supplies. Clara says technically it was a pickling jar and a sleeping draft. Thaddeus says that doesn't make it better. Rowan's mother sets her skillet on the counter. She says the boy has a point, but they're out of options. Finnian looks directly at Thaddeus. He says he doesn't need a hero. He doesn't need a paladin. He doesn't even need Thaddeus to like him. He needs someone who can ride fast and swing a sword. Thaddeus is quiet for a long moment. Snow blows through the hole in the wall. The wind howls. Somewhere in the distance, something roars. It's not human. It's not animal. It's the sound of a century-old hatred finally breaking free. Thaddeus says he'll do it. Finnian nods. He hands him the vial. Thaddeus takes it. The starlight reflects in his eyes. He asks what it does exactly. Finnian says it seals. Permanently. One application to the Demon King's physical form, and he's locked away forever. Thaddeus asks, what about Rowan? Rowan freezes at the window. She doesn't turn around. Her shoulders are tense. Finnian says the potion will seal everything connected to the Demon King's essence. Rowan still doesn't turn around. Her voice is quiet. She says she's been carrying his magic for 3 years. It's woven into her. If the potion seals him, it seals her too. Clara steps forward. She asks if there's another way. Finnian says no. The potion targets the essence itself, everything it touches, every fragment, every connection. Rowan finally turns around. Her face is calm. Too calm. She says she knew this was coming. She's known since she agreed to spy for him. Finnian says she doesn't have to do this. Rowan laughs. It's a hollow sound. She says she spent 3 years lying to everyone who trusted her. She stole from his shop. She led the Demon King straight to the font. She almost got all of them killed. If this is how she makes it right, then this is how she makes it right. Clara's eyes are wet. She says it's not fair. Rowan smiles. It's the first genuine smile she's worn in 3 years. She says Fair left the building the moment the Demon King took her family. She looks at her mother. Her brother is still asleep on the cot. He's wrapped in 3 blankets. His face is peaceful. Rowan's mother meets her eyes. She doesn't cry. She doesn't scream. She just nods. Once. A mother's permission. A mother's blessing. A mother's goodbye. Rowan turns back to Finnian. She says, let's finish this. Finnian nods. His throat is tight. He says they need to get to the north gate, fast. Thaddeus is already moving toward the door. His limp is almost gone. His sword is still in its scabbard. He says his horse is stabled 2 streets over, if the frost soldiers haven't gotten to it. Clara grabs her short sword off the counter. She says she's coming. Finnian starts to argue. Clara levels a stare at him. It's the same stare she used when she first demanded to be his apprentice. The same stare she used when she threw flash powder at an assassin. The same stare she used when she beat a paladin unconscious with a jar of pickles. She says don't even think about telling her to stay behind. Finnian closes his mouth. He says he was just going to ask if she had any more flash powder. Clara grins. She says no, but she's got her short sword and a whole lot of stubbornness. Rowan's mother picks up her skillet. She says she's coming too. He asks who's going to watch the boy. She says Garen's wife is 3 doors down. She's been waiting for word. She'll keep him safe. Rowan's mother looks at her son one more time. Then she walks out the broken door into the snow. The woman is 60 years old. She's armed with a kitchen utensil. And she's going to face the Demon King. Some people are just built different. Clara follows her, then Rowan.
Thaddeus moves to the door.
He pauses. He looks back at Finnian. He says for what it's worth. He's sorry. For all of it. For trying to drag him back to the party. For the guilt. For the letter. For everything. Finnian says it can wait. They've got a Demon King to seal. Thaddeus nods. He steps out into the blizzard. Finnian takes one last look around his shop. The hole in the wall. The shattered jars.
The overturned shelves.
The counter where he's brewed 100 potions. The stool where Clara sat on her first day.
The corner where Garrett stood while his eyes glowed red.
This place was supposed to be his quiet retirement, his peaceful escape,
His chance to do things differently.
Instead, it became the staging ground for the final battle against the Demon King. Funny how life works out.
He grabs his coat.
It's ripped. It's bloody. It's still got frost clinging to the collar from where that soldier grabbed him. He puts it on anyway.
Then he steps out into the snow.
The street is chaos. Frost soldiers are scattered everywhere. Some are retreating. Some are regrouping.
A few are still fighting Garen at the gates.
But most of them are staring at the north wall. Because the north wall is gone. Not broken.
Not breached. Gone.
A hole the size of 3 wagons gapes in the stone. And through it, walking slowly, deliberately,
Like he has all the time in the world.
comes the Demon King. He's smaller than Finnian expected. Not a giant, not a monster, a man in black armor.
But the armor isn't metal.
It's shadow, solidified darkness. It moves like it's alive, like it's breathing. His face is hidden behind a helm.
But his eyes glow red.
Not Garrett's playful red, not Firebrand red. This red is old, hungry, patient. He's been waiting a century for this.
What's another few minutes?
Thaddeus has already reached his horse. The animal is spooked, but Thaddeus calms it with a hand on its muzzle.
He swings into the saddle.
The sealing potion is tucked into his belt, glowing, pulsing, ready. Finnian reaches the street. Clara is beside him.
Rowan is on his other side.
Rowan's mother is already moving toward the broken gate, skillet in hand. Finnian calls out to Thaddeus.
He asks if he remembers how to ride.
Thaddeus actually laughs. He says it's been a while, but some things you don't forget.
He kicks the horse into a gallop.
Snow sprays behind him. The Demon King sees him coming. Those red eyes narrow. He raises one hand.
Shadow pours from his palm.
It forms into a blade, longer than a sword, darker than a moonless night. He swings. Thaddeus ducks. Blade passes inches above his head. He keeps riding. The Demon King swings again. Thaddeus veers left. The blade hits the ground. Snow explodes.
Stone shatters.
But Thaddeus is still coming. 20 feet away. He reaches for the vial. The Demon King's third swing is different.
It's not aimed at Thaddeus. It's aimed at the horse.
The shadow blade sweeps low. Thaddeus sees it coming. He yanks the reins. The horse rears up.
The blade clips its back leg.
The horse screams. It goes down. Thaddeus is thrown. He hits the snow hard. The vial flies from his hand,
Arcs through the air.
glowing, spinning. Everyone watches it fall. Clara screams. Rowan gasps. Finnian is already running.
But he's not fast enough.
he's never fast enough. He's just a potion maker, just a shop owner, just a man who left the hero party because he couldn't keep up. The vial hits the snow. It doesn't shatter. It's too well made for that.
But it lands 6 feet from Thaddeus.
And 3 feet from the Demon King. Thaddeus scrambles toward it. His leg is twisted. Something's broken, but he crawls through the snow, dragging himself, reaching. The Demon King steps forward. His shadow blade dissolves. He doesn't need it.
He just needs to pick up the vial.
And crush it, and end this. Finnian is still running. Clara is right behind him. Rowan is frozen.
Her connection to the Demon King is screaming inside her skull.
She can feel his triumph, his hunger, his certainty. He's going to win.
He's always been going to win.
And then a 60-year-old woman with an iron skillet steps between the Demon King and the vial. She doesn't speak.
She doesn't threaten. She just swings.
The skillet hits the Demon King's helm. It doesn't hurt him. How could it?
She's a being of pure shadow and ancient magic.
She's a grandmother with cookware. But it surprises him. He pauses. Those red eyes flicker.
Just for a moment.
And that moment is enough. Clara reaches the vial first. She snatches it out of the snow. The Demon King turns toward her. His hand extends. Shadow pours toward her, but Finnian is there. He steps between them. He doesn't have a weapon. He doesn't have a potion. He doesn't have a plan. He just has his body, and his shop, and his apprentice, and his city. He says no. The shadow hits him. It's cold. Colder than the blizzard. Colder than the frost soldiers. Colder than anything he's ever felt. It wraps around his chest. His shoulder screams. The wound reopens completely. Blood soaks through his coat. But he doesn't move. He doesn't fall. He stays standing. Between the Demon King and Clara. Clara looks at the vial in her hands, then at Finian's back, then at the Demon King. She knows what she has to do. She uncorks the vial. The starlight pours out. It's blinding. It's beautiful. It's warm in a way the blizzard could never be cold. She looks at Rowan. Rowan is still frozen. Her face is wet with tears. She nods. The same nod her mother gave. Permission. Acceptance. Goodbye. Clara throws the vial. Not at the Demon King. At Rowan. The potion hits her chest. Right where the crystal used to be. Right where the Demon King's magic has lived for 3 years. The starlight explodes. Rowan doesn't scream. She glows. Silver light pours out of her eyes, her mouth, her hands. The shadow inside her writhes. It tries to escape, but the potion is already working, already sealing, already locking every fragment of the Demon King's essence into one container. Rowan's body. She says thank you. Then she starts walking toward the Demon King. He sees her coming. For the first time. He looks afraid. He raises both hands. Shadow pours from him. Waves of it. Mountains of it. But the starlight cuts through it. Rowan cuts through it. She walks into the darkness, and the darkness retreats. She reaches the Demon King. She wraps her arms around him. Not an attack, an embrace. The shadow armor screams. It cracks. It shatters. The man inside is old, ancient. 1,000 years of hatred. 1,000 years of hunger. 1,000 years of wanting to consume everything that isn't shadow. Rowan holds him tight. The starlight pours out of her, into him, around him, through him. It seals. It locks. It binds. And then, it takes them both. The light fades. The snow settles. Where the Demon King stood, there is nothing. No body. No armor. No shadow. Just a patch of ground where the snow is melted. And a single iron skillet lying in the grass. Rowan's mother walks forward. She picks up the skillet. She doesn't cry. She just holds it. Clara falls to her knees. Finian catches her before she hits the snow. His shoulder is screaming. His chest is on fire. But he holds her. He says, she did it. Clara says Rowan did it. Finian says they all did it. Thaddeus limps over. He's leaning on his sword. His leg is definitely broken. He says he can't believe a 60-year-old woman distracted the Demon King with a frying pan. Rowan's mother says it's a skillet. There's a difference. No one argues with her. Garen arrives. His massive arms are covered in frost. His hammer is dented. He asks if it's over. Finian looks at the bare patch of ground. The snow is already starting to fall again. Already starting to cover the spot where the Demon King fell. He says it's over. The frost soldiers are retreating. Without their master. Without the Demon King's power driving them. Duke Aldrich's men are just men again. Tired, cold, afraid. They drop their weapons and run. The city is saved. The street fills with people. Eris the baker, the printer's apprentice, the courier, the merchant woman from the prison. Garrett limps up behind them. His leg is still weak, but he's grinning. He asks if he missed anything good. Clara says just the complete defeat of the Demon King and the salvation of the entire city. Garrett says, so nothing too important then. Finian laughs. It hurts his shoulder. It hurts his chest. It hurts everything. But he laughs anyway. Because it's over. Because they won. Because a quiet potion maker and his stubborn apprentice and a 60-year-old woman with a skillet just saved the world. Not bad for a retirement plan. They walk back to the shop. Together. All of them. Garen's wife brings the boy from next door. He's still asleep. Hasn't woken up once. Rowan's mother takes him in her arms. She finally cries. Quietly, privately, while everyone else pretends not to notice. Finian looks at the hole in his wall. At the shattered jars. At the overturned shelves. At the counter where the wellspring elixir isn't bubbling anymore. It's going to take a lot of work to rebuild. A lot of time. A lot of potions. Clara stands beside him. At his apprentice. At the girl who started as a customer and became the bravest person he knows. He says they open the shop tomorrow. Clara grins. She says she'll bring fresh bread. And Finnian Lockwood, the greatest potion mage who ever lived, stands in the ruins of his shop and thinks that maybe, just maybe, helping one person at a time was exactly the right choice all along.